Chapter 17 of The Triumph of the Scarlet Pimpernel by Emma Orczy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Triumph of the Scarlet Pimpernel by Emma Orczy. Chapter 17. Reunion. It was a thoughtful Teresia who turned into the narrow hall of the Fisherman's Rest a few moments later. The inn, when she left it earlier in the evening, had still been all animation and bustle, consequent on the arrival of their lordships, with the party of ladies and gentlemen over from France, and the excitement of making all these grand folk comfortable for the night. Teresia Cabarrus, in her disguise as a young stowaway, had only aroused passing interest. Refugees of every condition and degree were frequent enough in these parts, and when a while ago she had slipped out in order to enact the elaborate role devised by her and Chauvelin, she had done so unperceived. Since then, no doubt there had been one or two cursory questions about the mysterious stowaway who had been left to feed and rest in the tiny living-room, but equally, no doubt, interest in him waned quickly when it was discovered that he had gone, without as much as thanking those who had befriended him. The travellers from France had long since retired to their rooms, broken with fatigue after the many terrible experiences they had gone through. The young English gallants had gone, either to friends in the neighbourhood, or, in the case of Sir Andrew Ffoulkes and Lord Anthony Dewhurst, ridden away in the early part of the evening, so as to reach Ashford, mayhap, or Maidstone before nightfall, and thus lessen the distance which still separated them from the loved ones at home. A good deal of noise and laughter was still issuing from the coffee-room. Through the glass door Teresia could see the habitués of the Fisherman's Rest, yokels and fisher-folk, sitting over their ale, some of them playing cards or throwing dice. Mine host was there too, engaged as usual in animated discussion with some privileged guests, who sat in the ingle-nook. Teresia slipped noiselessly past the glass door. Straight in front of her a second passage ran at right angles. 2 or 3 steps led up to it. She tiptoed up these, and then looked about her, trying to reconstruct in her mind the disposition of the various rooms. On her left a glass partition divided the passage from the small parlour wherein she had found shelter on her arrival. On her right the passage obviously led to the kitchen, for much noise of crockery and shrill feminine voices and laughter came from there. For a moment Teresia hesitated. Her original intention had been to find Mistress Waite and see if a bed for the night were still available, but a slight noise or movement issuing from the parlour caused her to turn. She peeped through the glass partition. The room was dimly lighted by a small oil lamp which hung from the ceiling. A fire still smouldered in the hearth, and beside it, sitting on a low stool, staring into the embers, his hands held between his knees, was Bertrand Moncrief. Teresia Cabarrus had some difficulty in smothering the cry of surprise which had risen to her throat. Indeed, for the moment, she thought that the dim light and her own imaginative fancy was playing her a fantastic trick. The next, she opened the door quite noiselessly and slipped into the room. Bertrand had not noticed. Apparently he had not heard, or if he had cursorily glanced up had disdained to notice, the roughly clad fellow who was disturbing his solitude. Certain it is that he appeared absorbed in gloomy meditations, whilst Teresia, practical and deliberate, drew the curtains together that hung in front of the glass partition, and thus made sure that intruding eyes could not catch her unawares. Then she murmured softly,
"Bertrand."
He woke as from a dream, looked up, and saw her. He passed a shaking hand once or twice across his forehead, then suddenly realized that she was actually there, near him, in the flesh. A hoarse cry escaped him, and the next moment he was down on his knees at her feet, his arms around her, his face buried in the folds of her mantle. Everything, anxiety, sorrow, even surprise, was forgotten in the joy of seeing her. He was crying like a child, and murmuring her name in the intervals of covering her knees, her hands, her feet in their rough boots with kisses. She stood there quite still, looking down on him, yielding her hands to his caresses. Around her full red lips there was an undefinable smile, but the light in her eyes was certainly one of triumph. After a while he rose, and she allowed him to lead her to an armchair by the hearth. She sat down, and he knelt at her feet, with one arm around her waist and his head against her breast. He had never in his life been quite so exquisitely happy. This was not the imperious Theresia, impatient and disdainful as she had been of late, cruel even sometimes, as on that last evening when he thought he would never see her again. It was the Theresia in the early days in Paris, when first she came back from Bordeaux, with a reputation for idealism as well as for her beauty and wit, and with a gracious acceptance of his homage which had completely subjugated him. She insisted on hearing every detail of his escape out of Paris and out of France, under the protection of the League of the Scarlet Pimpernel. In truth, he did not know who his rescuer was. He remembered but little of that awful night, when, after the terrible doings at the fraternal supper, he had sought refuge in her apartment, and then realized that, like a criminal and selfish fool, he was compromising her precious life by remaining under her roof. He had resolved to go as soon as he was able to stand, resolved, if need be, to give himself up at the nearest poste de section, when, in a semi-conscious state, he became aware that someone was in the room with him. He had not the time or the power to rouse himself and to look about, when a cloth was thrown over his face, and he felt himself lifted off the chair bodily and carried away by powerful arms, whither he knew not. After that a great deal had happened. It all seemed indeed like a dream. At one time he was with Regine de Serval in a coach, at others with her brother Jacques in a hut at night, lying on straw, trying to get some sleep, and tortured with thoughts of Theresia and fear for her safety. There were halts and delays and rushes through the night. He himself was quite dazed, felt like a puppet that was dragged hither and thither in complete unconsciousness. Regine was constantly with him. She did her best to comfort him, would try to while away the weary hours in the coach or in various hiding-places by holding his hand and talking of the future, the happy future in England, when they would have a home of their own, secure from the terrors of the past 2 years, peaceful in complete oblivion of the cruel past. Happy and peaceful. My God, as if there could be any happiness or peace for him away from the woman he worshipped. Theresia listened to the tale, for the most part in silence. From time to time she would stroke his hair and forehead with a cool, gentle hand. She did ask 1 or 2 questions, but these chiefly on the subject of his rescuer. Had he seen him? Had he seen any of the English gentlemen who effected his escape? Oh, yes, Bertrand saw a good deal of the 3 or 4 young gallants who accompanied him and the party all the way from Paris. He only saw the last of them here, in this inn, a few hours ago. One of them gave him some money to enable him to reach London in comfort. They were very kind, entirely unselfish. Madame de Serval, Regine, and the others were overwhelmed with gratitude, and oh, so happy. Josephine and Jacques had forgotten all about their duty to their country and their joy at finding themselves united and safe in this new land. But the Scarlet Pimpernel himself, Theresia insisted, trying to conceal her impatience under a veneer of tender solicitude. Had Bertrand seen him?
No,
Bertrand replied.
I never once set eyes on him, though it was he undoubtedly who dragged me helpless out of your apartment. The others spoke of him, always as the chief. They seemed to reverence him. He must be fine and brave. Regine and her mother and the 2 young ones have learned to worship him. Small wonder, seeing what he did for them at that awful fraternal supper.
What did he do?
Theresia queried, and the story had to be told by Bertrand, just as he had had it straight from Regine. The asthmatic coal-heaver, the quarrel, Robespierre's arrival on the scene, the shouts, the mob, the terror of that awful giant who had dragged them into the empty house, and there left them in the care of others scarce less brave than himself. Then the disguises, the wanderings through the streets, the deathly anxiety at the gates of the city, the final escape in a laundry cart, miracles of self-abnegation, wonders of ingenuity and of daring. What wonder that the name of the Scarlet Pimpernel was one to be revered.
On my knees will I pay homage to him,
Bertrand concluded fervently,
since he brought you to my arms.
She had him by the shoulders, held him from her at arm's length, whilst she looked, inquiring, slightly mocking, into his eyes.
"Brought me to your arms, Bertrand,"
she said slowly.
"What do you mean?"
You are here, ToddHW,
He riposted.
safe in England, through the agency of the Scarlet Pimpernel.
She gave a hard, mirthless laugh.
"Aye,"
she said dryly.
"through his agency. But not as you imagine, Bertrand.
What do you mean?
The Scarlet Pimpernel, my friend, after he had dragged you away from the shelter which you had found under my roof, sent an anonymous denunciation of me to the nearest Roste de Section, as having harboured the traitor Moncrief, and conspiring with him to assassinate Robespierre, whilst the latter was in my apartment."
Bertrand uttered a cry of horror.
Impossible!
He exclaimed.
"The chief commissary of the section,"
She went on glibly, earnestly, never taking her eyes off his.
"at risk of his life, gave me warning. Aided by him and a faithful servant, I contrived to escape, out of Paris first, then across country in the midst of unspeakable misery, and finally out of the country, into an open boat, until I was picked up by a chance vessel, and brought to this inn more dead than alive."
She fell back against the cushion of the chair, her sinuous body shaken with sobs. Bertrand, speechless with horror, could but try and soothe his beloved, as she had soothed him a while ago, when past terrors and past bitter experiences had unmanned him. After a while she became more calm, contrived to smile through her tears.
"You see, Bertrand, that your gallant Scarlet Pimpernel is as merciless in hate as he is selfless in love."
But why?
The young man ejaculated vehemently.
Why?
"Why should he hate me?"
She rejoined, with a pathetic little sigh and a shrug of the shoulders.
"She and sob, my friend. Of course he does not know that of late, ever since I have gained the regard of Citizen Tallien, my life has been devoted to intervening on behalf of the innocent victims of our revolution. I suppose he takes me for the friend and companion of all those ruthless terrorists whom he abhors. He has forgotten what I did in Bordeaux, and how I risked my life there, and did so daily in Paris for the sake of those whom he himself befriends. It may all be a question of misunderstanding,"
she added, with gentle resignation.
"but 'tis one that well-nigh did cost me my life."
Bertrand folded her in his arms, held her against him, as if to shield her with his body against every danger. It was his turn now to comfort and to console, and she rested her head against his shoulder, a perfect woman rather than an unapproachable divinity, giving him, through her weakness, more exquisite bliss than he had ever dreamed of before. The minutes sped on, winged with happiness, and time was forgotten in the infinity of joy. Teresia was the first to rouse herself from this dream of happiness and oblivion. She glanced up at the clock. It was close upon 10. Confused, adorable, she jumped to her feet.
"He will ruin my reputation, Bertrand,"
she said with a smile.
"thus early in a strange land."
She would arrange with the landlord's daughter, she said, about a bed for herself, as she was very tired. What did he mean to do?
Spend the night in this room,
He replied.
if mine host will let me. I could have had such happy dreams here. These four walls will reflect your exquisite image, and 'tis your dear face will smile down on me ere I close mine eyes in sleep.
She had some difficulty in escaping from his clinging arms, and 'twas only the definite promise that she gave him to come back in a few minutes and let him know what she had arranged that ultimately enabled him to let her go. Even so, he felt inexpressibly sad when she went, watching her retreating figure, so supple and so quaint in the rough masculine clothes and the heavy mantle, as she walked resolutely down the passage in the direction of the kitchen. From the coffee-room there still came the sound of bustle and of merriment, but this little room seemed so peaceful, so remote, a shrine, now that his goddess had hallowed it by her presence. Bertrand drew a deep sigh, partly of happiness, partly of utter weariness. He was more tired than he knew. She had promised to come back and say good night in a few minutes, but the minutes seemed leaden-footed now, and he was half dead with fatigue. He threw himself down on the hard, uncomfortable horsehair sofa, whereon he hoped to pass the night if the landlord would let him, and glanced up at the clock. Only 3 minutes since she had gone. Of course she would not be long. Only a few more minutes, a very few. He closed his eyes, for the lids felt heavy. Of a surety he would hear her come. End of chapter 17. Chapter 18 of The Triumph of the Scarlet Pimpernel, by Emma Orczy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Triumph of the Scarlet Pimpernel, by Emma Orczy. Chapter 18. Night and Morning. Teresia waited for a moment or two at the turn of the passage, until her keen ear had told her that Bertrand was no longer on the watch, and had closed the door behind him. Then she retraced her steps, on tiptoe lest he should hear. She found her way to the front door. It was still on the latch. She opened it, and peered out into the night. The little porch was deserted, but out there on the quay a few passers-by still livened the evening with chatter or song. Teresia was on the point of stepping out of the porch, when a familiar voice hailed her softly by name. "Citoyenne Cabarrus." A man, dressed in dark clothes, with high boots and sugar-loaf hat, came out from the dark angle behind the porch.
"Not here,"
Teresia whispered eagerly.
"out on the quay. Wait for me there, my little Chauvelin. I'll be with you anon. I have so much to tell you."
Silently he did as she desired. She waited for a moment in the porch, watching the meagre figure in the dark cloak making its way across to the quay, then walking rapidly in the direction of the Pent. The moon was dazzlingly brilliant. The harbour and the distant sea glistened like diamond-studded sheets of silver. From afar there came the sound of the castle clock striking 10. The groups of passers-by had dwindled down to an occasional amorous couple strolling homewards, whispering soft nothings and gazing enraptured at the moon, or half a dozen sailors lolling down the quays arm in arm on their way back to their ship, obstructing the road, yelling and singing the refrain of the nearest ribald song, or perhaps a belated pedlar, weary of an unprofitable beat, wending his way dejectedly home. One of these poor wretches, a cripple with a wooden leg and bent nearly double with the heavy load on his pack, paused for a moment beside the porch, held out a grimy hand to Teresia with a pitiable cry.
"Of your charity, kind sir, buy a little something from the poor old man, to buy a bit of bread."
He looked utterly woebegone, with lank grey hair blown about by a breeze and a colourless face covered with sweat that shone like painted metal in the moonlight.
"Buy a little something, kind sir,"
he went on in a shrill, throaty voice.
"I've a sick wife at home, and poor little grandchildren."
Teresia, a little frightened, and not at all charitably inclined at this hour, turned hastily away and went back into the house, whither the cripple's vigorous curses followed her.
"May Satan and all his armies—"
She shut the door on him and hastened up the passage. That cadaverous old reprobate had caused her to shudder as with the presentiment of coming evil. With infinite precaution, Teresia peeped into the room where she had left Bertrand. She saw him lying on the sofa, fast asleep. On the table in the middle of the room there was an old inkhorn, a pen, and a few loose sheets of paper. Noiseless as a mouse, Teresia slipped into the room, sat at the table, and hurriedly wrote a few lines. Bertrand had not moved. Having written her missive, Teresia folded it carefully, and still on tiptoe, more stealthily even than before, she slipped the paper between the young man's loosely clasped fingers. Then, as soundlessly as she had come, she glided out of the room, ran down the passage, and was out in the porch once more, breathless, but relieved. Bertrand had not moved, and no one had seen her. Theresia only paused in the porch long enough to recover her breath. Then, without hesitation, and with rapid strides, she crossed over to the water's edge and walked along in the direction of the Pent. Whereupon the figure of the old cripple emerged from out the shadows. He gazed after the fast-retreating figure of Theresia for a moment or two, then threw down his load, straightened out his back, and stretched out his arms from the shoulders with a sigh of content. After which amazing proceedings he gave a soft inward chuckle, unstrapped his wooden leg, slung it with his discarded load across his broad shoulders, and turning his back upon harbour and sea, turned up the High Street and strode rapidly away. When Bertrand Moncrief woke, the dawn was peeping in through the uncurtained window. He felt cold and stiff. It took him some time to realize where he was, to collect his scattered senses. He had been dreaming, here in this room. Theresia had been there, and she had laid her head against his breast and allowed him to soothe and comfort her. Then she said that she would come back, and he, like a fool, had fallen asleep. He jumped up, fully awake now, and as he did so, a folded scrap of paper fell out of his hand. He had not known that it was there when first he woke, and somehow it appeared to be a part of his dream. As it lay there on the sanded floor at his feet, it looked strangely ghost-like, ominous, and it was with trembling hand that presently he picked it up. Every minute now brought fuller daylight into the room, a grey, cold light, for the window faced the southwest, showing a wide stretch of the tidal harbour and the open sea beyond. The sun, not fully risen, had not yet shed warmth over the landscape, and to Bertrand this colourless dawn, the mysterious stillness which earth assumes just before it wakens to the sun's kiss, seemed inexpressibly dreary and desolate. He went to the window and threw open the casement. Down below, a kitchen wench was busy scrubbing the flagged steps to the porch. Over in the inner harbour, one or two fishing vessels were preparing to put out to sea, and from the tidal harbour the graceful yachts which yesterday had brought him, Bertrand, and his friends safely to this land of refuge, was majestically gliding out, like a beautiful swan with gleaming wings outspread. Controlling his apprehension, his nervousness, Bertrand at last contrived to unfold the mysterious epistle. He read the few lines that were traced with a delicate feminine hand, and with a sigh of infinite longing and of ardent passion he passed the paper to his lips. Theresia had sent him a message. Finding him asleep, she had slipped it into his hand. The marvel was that he did not wake when she stooped over him, and perhaps even touched his forehead with her lips.
"A kind soul,"
so the message ran,
"hath taken compassion on me. There was no room for me at the inn, and she has offered me a bed in her cottage, somewhere close by. I do not know where it is. I have arranged with the landlord that you shall be left undisturbed in the small room where we found one another, and where the four walls will whisper to you of me. Good night, my beloved. Tomorrow you will go to London with the de Servals. I will follow later. It is better so. In London you will find me at the house of Madame de Neufchâteau, a friend of my father's, who lives at number 54 in the Soho Square, and who offered me hospitality in the days when I thought I might visit London for pleasure. She will receive me now that I am poor and in exile. Come to me there. Until then, my heart will feed on the memory of your kiss."
The letter was signed Theresia. Bertrand pressed it time and again to his lips. Never in his wildest dreams had he hoped for this. Never, even in those early days of rapture, had he tasted such perfect bliss. The letter he hid against his breast. He was immeasurably happy, felt as if he were treading on air. The sea, the landscape, no longer looked grey and dreary. This was England, the land of the free, the land wherein he had regained his beloved. Ah, the mysterious Scarlet Pimpernel, while seeking ignoble vengeance against her for sins which she had never committed, did in truth render him and her a priceless service. Theresia, courted, adulated over in Paris, had been as far removed from Bertrand Moncrief as the stars. But here, where she was poor and lonely, a homeless refugee like himself, she turned instinctively to the faithful lover who would gladly die to ensure her happiness. With that letter in his possession, Bertrand felt that he could not remain indoors. He was pining for open spaces, the sea, the mountains, God's pure air, the air which she too was breathing even now. He snatched up his hat and made his way out of the little building. The kitchen wench paused in her scrubbing and looked up smiling as he ran past her, singing and shouting for joy. For Regine, the tender, loving heart that pined for him and for his love, he had not a thought. She was the past, the dull, drabby past, wherein he had dwelt before he knew how glorious a thing life could be, how golden the future, how rosy that horizon far away. By the time he reached the harbour, the sun had risen in all its glory. Way out against the translucent sky, the graceful silhouette of the schooner swayed gently in the morning breeze, her outspread sails gleaming like wings that are tinged with gold. Bertrand watched her for a while. He thought of the mysterious Scarlet Pimpernel and the hideous vengeance which he had wrought against his beloved, and the rage which possessed his soul at the thought obscured for a moment the beauty of the morning and the glory of the sky. With a gesture characteristic of his blood and of his race, he raised his fist and shook it in the direction of the distant ship. End of chapter 18. Chapter 19 of The Triumph of the Scarlet Pimpernel by Emma Orczy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Triumph of the Scarlet Pimpernel by Emma Orczy. Chapter 19. A Rencontre. For Marguerite, that wonderful May Day, like so many others equally happy and equally wonderful, came to an end all too soon. To dwell on those winged hours were but to record sorrow, anxiety, a passionate resentment coupled with an equally passionate acceptance of the inevitable. Her intimate friends often marvelled how Marguerite Blakeney bore the strain of these constantly recurring farewells. Every time that in the early dawn she twined her loving arms round the neck of the man she worshipped, feeling that mayhap she was looking into those dear, lazy, laughing eyes for the last time on earth, every time it seemed to her as if earth could not hold greater misery. Then, after that, came that terrible half-hour, whilst she stood on the landing-stage, his kisses still hot upon her lips, her eyes, her throat, and watched that tiny speck, that fast-sailing ship that bore him away on his errand of mercy and self-sacrifice, leaving her lonely and infinitely desolate. And then the days and hours when he was away and it was her task to smile and laugh, to appear to know nothing of her husband save that he was a society butterfly, the pet of the salons, an exquisite, something of a fool, whose frequent absences were accounted for by deer-stalking in Scotland, or fishing in the Tweed, or hunting in the shires. Anything and everything that would throw dust in the eyes of the fashionable crowd of whom she and he formed an integral part.
Sir Percy not with you tonight, Lady Blakeney?
With me? Lord love you, no. I have not seen him these 3 weeks past.
The dog!
People would talk and ask questions, throw out suggestions and innuendos. Society, a few months ago, had been greatly agitated because the beautiful Lady Blakeney, the most fashionable woman about town, had taken a mad fancy for, you'll never believe it, my dear, for her own husband. She had him by her side at routs and river parties, in her opera-box, and on the Mall. It was positively indecent. Sir Percy was the pet of society. His sallies, his inane laugh, his lazy, delicious, impertinent ways, and his exquisite clothes made the success of every salon in which he chose to appear. His Royal Highness was never so good-tempered as when Sir Percy was by his side. Then, for his own wife to monopolize him was preposterous, abnormal, extravagant. Some people put it down to foreign eccentricity, others to Lady Blakeney's shrewdness in throwing dust in the eyes of her none-too-clever lord, in order to mask some intrigue or secret amour, of which society had not as yet the key. Fortunately for the feelings of the fashionable world, this phase of conjugal affection did not last long. It had been at its height last year, and had waned perceptibly since. Of late, so it was averred, Sir Percy was hardly ever at home, and his appearances at Blakeney Manor, his beautiful house at Richmond, were both infrequent and brief. He had evidently tired of playing second fiddle to his exquisite wife, or had been irritated by caustic wit, which she was wont to sharpen at his expense, and the ménage of these two leaders of fashion had, in the opinion of those in the know, once more resumed a normal speed. When Lady Blakeney was in Richmond, London, or Bath, Sir Percy was shooting, or fishing, or yachting, which was just as it should be, and when he appeared in society, smiling, elegant, always an exquisite, Lady Blakeney would scarce notice him, save for making him a butt for her lively tongue. What it cost Marguerite to keep up this role none but a very few ever knew. The identity of one of the greatest heroes of this or any time was known to his most bitter enemy, not to his friends. So Marguerite went on smiling, joking, flirting, while her heart ached and her brain was at times well-nigh numb with anxiety. His intimates rallied round her, of course. The splendid little band of heroes who formed the League of the Scarlet Pimpernel, Sir Andrew Ffoulkes and his pretty wife, Lord Anthony Dewhurst and his lady, whose great dark eyes still wore the impress of the tragedy which had darkened the first month of her happy wedded life. Then there was my Lord Hastings, and Sir Evan Cruche, the young Squire of Holt, and all the others. And for the Prince of Wales, it was more than surmised by those competent to judge that his Royal Highness did indeed guess at the identity of the Scarlet Pimpernel, even if he had not actually been apprised of it. Certain it is that his tact and discretion did on more than one occasion save a situation which might have proved embarrassing to Marguerite. In all these friends, then, in their conversation, their happy laughter, their splendid pluck and equally splendid gaiety, the echo of the chief whom they adored, Marguerite found just the solace that she needed. With Lady Ffoulkes and Lady Anthony Dewhurst she had everything in common. With those members of the League who happened to be in England, she could talk over and in her mind trace the various stages of the perilous adventure on which her beloved and the others were even then engaged. And there were always the memories of those all too brief days at Dover or in Richmond, when her loving heart tasted such perfect happiness as is granted only to the elect, the happiness that comes from perfect love, perfect altruism, the complete understanding and measureless sympathy. On these memories her hungering soul could subsist in the intervals, and with them as her unalienable property she could even bid the grim spectre of unhappiness begone. Of Madame de Fontenay, for as such Marguerite still knew her, she saw but little. Whether the beautiful Theresia had gone to London or no, whether she had succeeded in finding her truant husband, Marguerite did not know, and cared less. The unaccountable antipathy which she had felt on that first night of her acquaintance with the lovely Spaniard still caused her to hold herself aloof. Sir Percy, true to his word, had not betrayed the actual identity of Theresia Cabarrus to his wife, but in his light, insouciant manner had dropped a word or two of warning, which had sharpened Marguerite's suspicions and strengthened her determination to avoid Madame de Fontenay as far as possible. And, since monetary or other material help was apparently not required, she had no reason to resume an intercourse which, in point of fact, was not courted by Theresia either. But one day, walking along in Richmond Park, she came face to face with Theresia. It was a beautiful afternoon in July, the end of a day which had been a comparatively happy one for Marguerite, the day when a courier had come from France with news of Sir Percy, a letter from him, telling her that he was well, and hinting at the possibility of another of those glorious days together at Dover. With that message from her beloved just to hand, Marguerite had felt utterly unable to fulfil her social engagements in London. There was nothing of any importance that claimed her presence. His Royal Highness was at Brighton. The opera and the rout at Lady Portales could well go on without her. The evening promised to be more than ordinarily beautiful, with a radiant sunset and the soft, sweet-scented air of a midsummer's evening. After dinner, Marguerite had felt tempted to stroll out alone. She threw a shawl over her head and stepped out onto the terrace. The vista of velvet lawns, of shady paths and rose borders in full bloom, stretched out into the dim distance before her, and beyond these, the boundary wall, ivy-clad, overhung with stately lines, and broken into by the finely wrought iron gates that gave straight into the park. The shades of evening were beginning to draw in, and the garden was assuming that subtle veil of mysterious melancholy which perfect beauty always lends. In the stately elms far away a blackbird was whistling his evensong. The night was full of sweet odours, roses and heliotrope, lime and mignonette, whilst just below the terrace a bed of white tobacco swung ghost-like its perfumed censer into the air. Just an evening to lure a lonely soul into the open, away from the indifferent, the casual, into the heart of nature, always potent enough to soothe and to console. Marguerite strolled through the grounds with a light foot, and anon reached the monumental gates, through which the exquisite peace and leafy solitude of the park seemed to beckon insistently to her. The gate was on a latch. She slipped through and struck down a woodland path bordered by a tangled undergrowth and tall bracken, and thus reached the pond, when suddenly she perceived Madame de Fontenay. Thérèse was dressed in a clinging gown of diaphanous black silk, which gave value to the exquisite creamy whiteness of her skin and to the vivid crimson of her lips. She wore a transparent shawl round her shoulders, which, with the new modish, high-waisted effect of her gown, suited her sinuous grace to perfection. But she wore no jewellery, no ornaments of any kind, only a magnificent red rose at her breast. The sight of her at this place and at this hour was so unexpected that to Marguerite's supersensitive intuition the appearance of this beautiful woman, strolling listless and alone beside the water's edge, seemed like a presage of evil. Her first instinct had been to run away, before Madame de Fontenay was aware of her presence, but the next moment she chided herself for this childish cowardice, and stood her ground, waiting for the other woman to draw near. A minute or two later, Thérèse had looked up, and in her turn had perceived Marguerite. She did not seem surprised, rather came forward with a glad little cry, and her two hands outstretched.
"Milady!" she exclaimed. "Ah, I see you at last. I have oft wondered why we never met."
Marguerite took her hands, greeted her as warmly as she could. Indeed, she did her best to appear interested and sympathetic. Madame de Fontenay had not much to relate. She had found refuge in the French convent of the Assumption at Twickenham, where the Mother Superior had been an intimate friend of her mother's in the happy olden days. She went out very little, and never in society, but she was fond of strolling in this beautiful park. The sisters had told her that Lady Blakeney's beautiful house was quite near. She would have liked to call, but never dared, hoping for a chance rencontre, which hitherto had never come. She asked kindly after Milor, and seemed to have heard a rumour that he was at Brighton, in attendance on his royal friend. Of her husband, Madame de Fontenay had as yet found no trace. He must be living under an assumed name, she thought, no doubt in dire poverty. Thérèse feared it, but did not know, would give worlds to find out. Then she asked Lady Blakeney whether she knew aught of the de Servals.
"I was so interested in them,"
she said,
"because I had heard something of them while I was in Paris, and seeing that we arrived in England the same day, though under such different circumstances. But we could not journey to London together, as you, milady, so kindly suggested, because I was very ill the next day. Ah, can you wonder? A kind friend in Dover took care of me. But I remember their name, and have oft marvelled if we should ever meet."
Yes, Marguerite did see the de Servals from time to time. They rented a small cottage not very far from here, just outside of town. One of the daughters, Regine, was employed all day at the fashionable dressmaker's in Richmond. The younger girl, Josephine, was a pupil teacher at a young ladies' finishing-off school, and the boy, Jacques, was doing work in a notary's office. It was all very dreary for them, but their courage was marvellous, and though the children did not earn much, it was sufficient for their wants. Madame de Fontenay was vastly interested. She hoped that Regine's marriage with the man of her choice would bring a ray of real happiness into the household.
I hope so too,
Lady Blakeney assented.
Milady has seen the young man, Regine's fiancé.
Oh yes, once or twice. But he is engaged in business all day, it seems. He is inclined to be morbid and none too full of ardour. It is a pity, for Regine is a sweet girl and deserves happiness.
Whereupon Madame de Fontenay sighed again, and expressed the hope that one day fate would bring her together with the de Servals.
We have so much sorrow in common,
she said with a pathetic smile.
So many misfortunes. We ought to be friends.
Then she gave a slight little shiver.
The weather is extraordinarily cold for July,
she said.
Ah, how one misses the glorious sunshine of France.
She wrapped her thin, transparent shawl closer round her shoulders. She was delicate, she explained. Always had been. She was a child of the South, and fully expected the English climate would kill her. In any case, it was foolish of her to stand thus talking when it was so cold. After which she took her leave with a gracious inclination of the head and a cordial au revoir. Then she turned off into a small path under the trees, cut through the growing bracken, and Marguerite watched the graceful figure thoughtfully, until the leafy undergrowth hid her from view. End of Chapter 19. Chapter 20 of The Triumph of the Scarlet Pimpernel by Emma Orczy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Triumph of the Scarlet Pimpernel by Emma Orczy. Chapter 20. Departure. The next morning's sun rose more radiant than before. Marguerite greeted it with a sigh that was entirely a happy one. Another round of the clock had brought her a little nearer to the time when she would see her beloved. The next courier might indeed bring a message naming the very day when she could rest once more in his arms for a few brief hours, which were so like the foretaste of heaven. Soon after breakfast she ordered her coach, intending to go to London in order to visit Lady Fawkes and give Sir Andrew the message which was contained for him in Percy's last letter. Whilst waiting for the coach, she strolled out into the garden, which was gay with roses and blue larkspur, sweet william and heliotrope, alive with the deafening chorus of blackbirds and thrushes, the twittering of sparrows, and the last call of the cuckoo. It was a garden brimful of memories, filled in rich abundance with the image of the man she worshipped. Every bird-song seemed to speak his name. The soughing of the breeze amidst the trees seemed to hold the echo of his voice, the perfume of thyme and mignonette to bring about the savour of his kiss. Then, suddenly, she became aware of hurrying footsteps on the gravelled path close by. She turned, and saw a young man, whom at first she did not recognize, running with breathless haste towards her. He was hatless, his linen crumpled, his coat-collar awry. At sight of her he gave a queer cry of excitement and relief.
Lady Blakeney, thank God! Thank God!
Then she recognized him. It was Bertrand Moncrief. He fell on his knees and seized her gown. He appeared entirely overwrought, unbalanced, and Marguerite tried in vain at first to get a coherent word out of him. All that he kept on repeating was,
"Will you help me? Will you help us all?"
Indeed, I will if I can, Monsieur Moncrief.
Marguerite said gently.
Do try and compose yourself and tell me what is amiss.
She persuaded him to rise, and presently to follow her to a garden seat, where she sat down. He remained standing in front of her. His eyes still looked wild and scared, and he passed a shaking hand once or twice through his unruly hair. But he was obviously making an effort to compose himself, and after a little while, during which Marguerite waited with utmost patience, he began more coherently.
"Your servant said, milady,"
he began more quietly,
"that you were in the garden. I could not wait until they called you, so I ran to find you. Will you try and forgive me? I ought not to have intruded.
Of course I will forgive you,
Marguerite rejoined with a smile.
if you will only tell me what is amiss.
He paused for a moment, then cried abruptly.
Regine has gone.
Marguerite frowned, puzzled, and murmured slowly, not understanding.
Gone? Whither?
To Dover.
He replied.
With Jacques.
Jacques.
She reiterated, still uncomprehending.
Her brother.
He rejoined.
You know the boy?
Marguerite nodded.
Hot-headed, impulsive.
Moncrief went on, trying to speak calmly.
He and the Lady Josephine always had it in their minds that they were destined to liberate France from her present state of anarchy and bloodshed.
Like you yourself, Monsieur Moncrief.
Marguerite put in with a smile.
Oh, I became sobered, reasonable, when I realized how futile it all was. We all owe our lives to that noble Scarlet Pimpernel. They were no longer ours to throw away. At least, that was my theory, and Regine's. I have been engaged in business, and she works hard. Oh, but you know!
He exclaimed impulsively.
Yes, I know all your circumstances, but to the point, I pray you.
Jacques of late has been very excited, feverish. We did not know what was amiss. Regine and I oft spoke of him, and Madame de Serval has been distraught with anxiety. She worships the boy. He is her only son. But Jacques would not say what was amiss. He spoke to no one, went to his work every day as usual. Last night he did not come home. A message came from Madame de Serval to say that a friend in London had persuaded him to go to the play and spend the night with him. Madame de Serval thought nothing of that. She was pleased to think that Jacques had some amusement to distract him from his brooding thoughts. But Regine, it seems, was not satisfied. After her mother had gone to bed, she went into Jacques' room, found some papers, it seems, letters, I know not, proof, in fact, that the boy was even then on his way to Dover, having made arrangements to take ship for France.
Mon Dieu!
Marguerite exclaimed involuntarily.
What senseless folly!
Ah, but that is not the worst. Folly, you say? But there is worse folly still.
With the same febrile movements that characterized his whole attitude, he drew a stained and crumpled letter from his pocket.
She sent me this morning,
he said.
That is why I came to you.
You mean Regine?
Marguerite asked, and took the letter which he was handing to her.
Yes. She must have brought it round herself, to my lodgings, in the early dawn. I did not know what to do, whom to consult. A blind instinct brought me here. I have no other friend.
In the meanwhile, Marguerite was deciphering the letter, turning a deaf ear to his ramblings.
My Bertrand.
So the letter ran.
Jacques is going to France. Nothing will keep him back. He says it is his duty. I think that he is mad, and I know that it will kill Maman. So I go with him. Perhaps at the last, at Dover. My tears and entreaties might yet prevail. If not, and he puts this senseless project into execution, I can watch over him there, and perhaps save him from too glaring a folly. We go by coach to Dover, which starts in an hour's time. Farewell, my beloved, and forgive me for causing you the anxiety, but I feel that Jacques has more of a need of me than you.
Below the signature Regine de Serval there were a few more lines, written as if with an afterthought.
I have told Maman that my employer is sending me down into the country about some dresses for an important customer, and that as Jacques can get a few days leave from his work, I am taking him with me, for I feel the country air will do him good. Maman will be astonished and no doubt hurt that Jacques did not send her a word of farewell, but it is the best that she should not learn the truth so suddenly. If we do not return to Dover within the week, you will have to break the news as gently as you can.
Whilst Marguerite read the letter, Bertrand had sunk upon the seat and buried his head in his hands. He looked utterly dejected and forlorn. She felt a twinge of remorse, and thought how she had been wronging him all this while by doubting his love for Regine. She placed a kindly hand on the young man's shoulder.
What was your idea?
She asked.
In coming to me, what can I do?
Give me advice, milady.
He implored.
I am so helpless, so friendless. When I had the letter, I could think of nothing at first. You see, Regine and Jacques started early this morning, by the coach from London, long before I had it. I thought you could tell me what to do, how to overtake them. Regine loves me. Oh, she loves me. If I knelt at her feet, I could bring her back. But they are marked people, those two. The moment they attempt to enter Paris, they will be recognized. Arrest. Oh, my God, have mercy on us all.
You think you can persuade Regine, Monsieur Moncrief?
I am sure,
he asserted firmly.
And you, my lady. Regine thinks the whole world of you.
But there is the boy, Jacques.
He is just a child. He acted on impulse, and I always had great authority over him. And you, my lady, the whole family worship you. They know what they owe you. Jacques has not thought of his mother, but if he did—
Marguerite rose without another word.
Very well,
she said simply.
We go together, and see what we can do with those two obstinate young folk.
Bertrand gave a gasp of surprise and of hope. His whole face lighted up, and he gazed upon the beautiful woman before him as a worshipper would on his divinity.
You, my lady?
He murmured.
You would, really, help me like that?
Marguerite smiled.
I really would help you like that,
she said.
My coach is ordered. We can start at once. We'll get relays at Maidstone and at Ashford, and easily reached over tonight before the arrival of the public coach. In any case, I know everyone of any importance in Dover. We could not fail to find the runaways.
But you are an angel, my lady.
Bertrand contrived to stammer, although obviously he was overwhelmed with gratitude.
You are ready to start?
Marguerite retorted, gently checking any further display of emotion. He certainly was hatless, and his clothes were in an untidy condition, but such trifles mattered nothing at a moment like this. Marguerite's household, on the other hand, were accustomed to these sudden vagaries and departures of their mistress, either for Dover, Bath, or any known or unknown destination, often at a few minutes' notice. In this case the coach was actually at the gates. The maids packed the necessary valise. Her ladyship changed her smart gown for a dark travelling one, and less than half an hour after Bertrand Moncrief's first arrival at the manor, he was seated beside Lady Blakeney in her coach. The coachman cracked his whip, the postilion swung himself into the saddle, and the servants stood at attention as the vehicle slowly swung out of the gates, and presently the horses, putting on the pace, disappeared along the road, followed by a cloud of dust. Bertrand Moncrief, brooding, absorbed in thought, said little or nothing while the coach swung along at a very brisk pace. Marguerite, who always had plenty to think about, did not feel in the mood to try and make conversation. She was very sorry for the young man, who, in very truth, must have suffered also from remorse. His lack of ardour, obviously only an outward lack, toward his fiancée and the members of her family, must, to a certain extent, have helped to precipitate the present catastrophe. Coolness and moroseness on his part gave rise to want of confidence on the other. Regine, heart-sick at her lover's seeming indifference, was no doubt all the more ready to lavish love and self-sacrifice upon the younger brother. Marguerite was sorry enough for the latter, a young fool, with the exalté Latin temperament, brimming over with desires for self-immolation as futile as they were senseless, but her generous heart went out to Regine de Serval, a girl who appeared predestined to sorrow and disappointments, endowed with an exceptionally warm nature, and cursed with the inability to draw whole-hearted affection to herself. She worshipped Bertrand Moncrief, she idolized her mother, her brother, her sister. But though they, one and all, relied on her, brought her the confidences of their troubles and their difficulties, it never occurred to any one of them to give up something, a distraction, a fancy, an ideal, for the sake of silent, thoughtful Regine. Marguerite allowed her thoughts thus to dwell on these people, whom her husband's splendid sacrifice on their behalf had rendered dear. Indeed, she loved them like she loved so many others, because of the dangers which he had braved for their sakes. Their lives had become valuable because of his precious one, daily risked because of them. And at the back of her mind there was also the certainty that if these two young fools did put their mad project in execution and endeavoured to return to Paris, it would again be the gallant Scarlet Pimpernel who would jeopardize his life to save them from the consequences of their own folly. Luncheon and a brief halt was taking at Farmingham, and Maidstone reached by 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Here Lady Blakeney's own servants took leave of her, and post-horses were engaged to take her ladyship on to Ashford. 2 hours later, at Ashford, fresh relays were obtained. The public coach at this hour was only some 9 or 10 miles ahead, it seems, and there was now every chance that Dover would be reached by nightfall, and the young runaways met by their pursuers on arrival. All was then for the best. Bertrand, after the coach had rattled out of Ashford, appeared to find comfort and courage. He began to talk, long and earnestly, of himself, his plans and projects, his love for Regine, to which he always found it so difficult to give expression, of Regine herself, and of the de Servals, mother, son, and daughters. His voice was toneless and very even. The monotony of his diction acted after a while as a soporific on Marguerite's nerves. The rumble of the coach, the closeness of this long afternoon in July, the rocking of the springs made her feel drowsy. After a while, too, a curious scent pervaded the interior of the coach, a sweet, heady scent that appeared to weigh her eyelids down, and gave her a feeling of delicious and lazy beatitude. Bertrand Moncrief droned on, and his voice came to her fast-fading senses as through a thick pulpy veil. She closed her eyes. That sweet intoxicating scent came, more marked, more insistent, to her nostrils. She laid her head against the cushions, and still she heard the dreary monotone of Bertrand's voice, quite inarticulate now, like the hum of a swarm of bees. Then, all of a sudden, she was fully conscious, only just in time to feel the weight of an iron hand against her mouth, and to see Bertrand's face, ghastly of hue, eyes distorted more with fear than rage, quite close to her own. She had not the time to scream, and her limbs felt as heavy as lead, so that she could not struggle. The next moment a thick woolen scarf was wound quickly and tightly round her head, covering her mouth and eyes, only barely giving her room to breathe, and her hands and arms were tied together with cords. This brutal assault had been so quick and so sudden that at first it seemed to Marguerite like part of a hideous dream. She was not fully conscious, and was half suffocated by the thick folds of the scarf and that persistent odour, which, by its sickened sweetness, caused her well-nigh to swoon. Through this semi-consciousness, however, she was constantly aware of her enemy, Bertrand Moncrief, the black-hearted traitor who had carried out this execrable outrage. Why, and for what purpose, Marguerite was too dazed to attempt to guess. He was there, that she knew. She was conscious of his hands making sure the cords round her wrists, tightening the scarf around her mouth. Then, presently, she felt him leaning against her body and throwing down the window, and she heard him shouting to the driver,
"Her ladyship has fainted. Drive as fast as ever you can till you come to that white house yonder on the right, the one with the green shutters and that tall yew at the gate."
The driver's reply she could not hear, nor the crack of his whip. Certain it is that though the coach had rattled on at a great pace before, the horses, as if in response to Bertrand's commands, now burned the ground under their hoofs. A few minutes went by, an eternity. Then that terrible cloying perfume was again held close to her nostrils, an awful dizziness and nausea seized her, after which she remembered nothing more. End of chapter 20. Chapter 21 of The Triumph of the Scarlet Pimpernel by Emma Orczy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Triumph of the Scarlet Pimpernel by Emma Orczy. Chapter 21 Memories. When Marguerite Blakeney finally recovered consciousness, the sun was low down in the west. She was in a coach, not her own, which was being whisked along the road at terrific speed. She was alone, her mouth gagged, her wrists and ankles tied with cords, so that she could neither speak nor move, a helpless log, being taken whither and by whom? Bertrand was not here. Through the front window of the coach she could perceive the vague outline of 2 men sitting on the driver's seat, whilst another was riding the off-leader. 4 horses were harnessed to the light coach. It flew along in a south-easterly direction, the while the shades of evening were fast drawing in. Marguerite had seen too much of the cruelties and the barbarities of this world, too much of the hatred that existed between enemy countries, and too much of the bitter rancour felt by certain men against her husband and indirectly against herself, not to realize at once whence the blow had come that had struck her. Something, too, in the shape of that back which she perceived through the window in front of her, something in the cut of the threadbare coat, the set of the black bow at the nape of the neck, was too familiar to leave her even for a moment in doubt. Here was no ordinary footpad, no daring abduction with a view to reward or ransom. This was the work of her husband's enemies, who, through her, were once more striving to get at him. Bertrand Moncrief had been the decoy. Whence had come the hatred which prompted him to raise his hand against the very man to whom he owed his life? Marguerite was still too dazed to conjecture. He had gone, and had taken his secret of rancour with him, mayhap for ever. Lying pinioned and helpless as she was, Marguerite had but the one thought.
In what way would those fiends who had her as a prisoner use her as a leverage against the life and honour of the Scarlet Pimpernel?
They had held her once before, not so very long ago, in Boulogne, and he had emerged unscathed, victorious over them all. Marguerite, helpless and pinioned, forced her thoughts to dwell on that time, when his enemies had filled to the brim the cup of humiliation and of dread which was destined for him through her hands, and his ingenuity and his daring dashed the cup to the ground ere it reached her lips. In truth, her plight then at Boulogne was in no way less terrible, less seemingly hopeless than now. She was a prisoner then, just as she was now, in the power of men whose whole life and entire range of thought had for the past 2 years been devoted to the undoing and annihilation of the Scarlet Pimpernel, and there was a certain grim satisfaction for the pinioned helpless woman in recalling the many instances where the daring adventurer had so completely outwitted his enemies, as well as in the memory of those days of Boulogne, when the life of countless innocents was to be the price of her own. The embarkation took place somewhere on the coast around Birchington. When, at dead of night, the coach came to a halt, and the tang of sea air and salt spray reached Marguerite's burning cheeks and parched lips, she tried with all her might to guess at her exact location. But that was impossible. She was lifted out of the coach, and at once a shawl was thrown over her face, so that she could not see. It was more instinct than anything else that guided her perceptions. Even in the coach she had been vaguely conscious of the direction in which she had been travelling. All that part of the country was entirely familiar to her. So often she had driven down with Sir Percy, either to Dover or more often to some lonely part of the coast, where he took ship for unknown destinations, that in her mind she could, even blinded with tears and half-conscious as she was, trace in her mind the various turnings and side-roads along which she was being borne at unabating speed. Birchington, one of the favourite haunts of the smuggling fraternity, with its numberless caves and retreats dug by the sea in the chalk cliffs, as if for the express benefit of ne'er-do-wells, seemed the natural objective of the miscreants who had her in their power. In fact, at one moment she was quite sure that the square tower of Old Minster Church flitted past her vision through the window of the coach, and that the horses immediately after that sprinted the hill between Minster and École. Be that as it may, there was no doubt that the coach came to a halt at a desolate spot. The day, which had begun in radiance and sunshine, had turned to an evening of squall and drizzle. A thin rain soon wetted Marguerite's clothes and the shawl on her head through and through, greatly adding to her misery and discomfort. Though she saw nothing, she could trace every landmark of the Calvary, to the summit of which she was being borne like an insentient log. For a while she lay at the bottom of a small boat, aching in body as well as in mind, her eyes closed, her limbs cramped by the cords which, owing to the damp, were cutting into her flesh, faint with cold and want of food, wet to the skin, yet with eyes and head and hands burning hot, and her ears filled with the dreary, monotonous sound of the oars creaking in the rowlocks and the boom of the water against the sides of the boat. She was lifted out of the boat and carried, as she judged, by 2 men up a companion ladder, then down some steps, and finally deposited on some hard boards, after which the wet shawl was removed from her face. She was in the dark. Only a tiny streak of light found its way through a chink somewhere close to the floor. A smell of tar and of stale food gave her a wretched sense of nausea, but she had by now reached a stage of physical and mental prostration, wherein even acute bodily suffering counts as nothing, and is endurable because it is no longer felt. After a while the familiar motion, the well-known sound of a ship weighing anchor, gave another blow to her few lingering hopes. Every movement of the ship now bore her farther and farther from England and home, and rendered her position more utterly miserable and hopeless. Far be it from me to suggest even for a moment that Marguerite Blakeney lost either spirit or courage during this terrible ordeal, but she was so completely helpless that instinct forced her to remain motionless and quiescent, and not to engage in a fight against overwhelming odds. In mid-channel, surrounded by miscreants which had her in their power, she could obviously do nothing except safeguard what dignity she could by silence and seeming acquiescence. She was taken ashore in the early dawn, at a spot not very far from Boulogne. Precautions were no longer taken against her possible calls for help. Even the cords had been removed from her wrists and ankles as soon as she was lowered into the boat that brought her to shore. Cramped and stiff though she was, she disdained the help of an arm which was held out to her to enable her to step out of the boat. All the faces around her were unfamiliar. There were 4 or 5 men, surly and silent, who piloted her over the rocks and cliffs, and then along the sands, to the little hamlet of Wimereux, which she knew well. The coast at this hour was still deserted. Only at one time did the little party meet with a group of buxom young women, trudging along barefooted, with their shrimping nets over their shoulders. They stared wide-eyed but otherwise indifferent at the unfortunate woman who, in torn damp clothes, and with golden hair all dishevelled, was bravely striving not to fall whilst urged on by 5 rough fellows in ragged jerseys, tattered breeches, and bare-kneed. Just for one moment, a mere flash, Marguerite, at sight of these girls, had the wild notion to run to them, implore their assistance in the name of their sweethearts, their husbands, their songs, to throw herself at their feet and beg them to help her, seeing that they were women and could not be without heart or pity. But it was a mere flash, the mild vagary of an overexcited brain, the drifting straw that mocks the drowning man. The next moment the girls had gone by, laughing and chattering. One of them intoned "Ça ira," and Marguerite, fortunately for her own dignity, was not seriously tempted to essay so futile, so senseless an appeal. Later on, in a squalid little hovel on the outskirts of Wimereux, she was at last given some food, which, though of the poorest and roughest description, was nevertheless welcome, for it revived her spirit and strengthened her courage, of which she had sore need. The rest of the journey was uneventful. Within the first hour of making a fresh start, she had realized that she was being taken to Paris. A few words dropped casually by the men who had charge of her apprised her of the fact. Otherwise they were very reticent, not altogether rough or unkind. The coach in which she travelled during this stage of the journey was roomy and not uncomfortable, although the cushions were ragged and the leatherwork mildewed. Above all, she had the supreme comfort of privacy. She was alone in the coach, alone during the halts at wayside hostelries when she was allowed food and rest, alone throughout those 2 interminable nights when, with brief intervals whilst relays of horses were put into the shafts, or the men took it in turns to get food or drink in some house unseen in the darkness, she vainly tried to get a snatch or 2 of sleep and a few moments of forgetfulness. Alone throughout that next long day, whilst frequent summer showers sent heavy raindrops beating against the window-panes of the coach, and familiar landmarks on the way to Paris flitted like threatening ghouls past her aching eyes. Paris was reached at dawn of the third day. 72 hours had crept along leaden-footed since the moment when she had stepped out into her coach outside her beautiful home in Richmond, surrounded by her own servants, and with that traitor Moncrief by her side. Since then, what a load of sorrow, of anxiety, seemed as nothing beside the heart-rending thoughts of her beloved, as yet ignorant of her terrible fate, and of the schemes which those fiends who had so shamefully trapped her were even now concocting for the realization of their vengeance against him. End of Chapter 21. Chapter 22 of The Triumph of the Scarlet Pimpernel by Emma Orczy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Triumph of the Scarlet Pimpernel by Emma Orczy. Chapter 22. Waiting. The house to which Marguerite was ultimately driven, and where she presently found herself ushered up the stairs into a small, well-furnished apartment, appeared to be situated somewhere in an outlying quarter of Paris. The apartment consisted of 3 rooms, a bedroom, a sitting-room, and a small cabinet de toilette, all plainly but nicely furnished. The bed looked clean and comfortable. There was a carpet on the floor, 1 or 2 pictures on the wall, an armchair or 2, even a few books in an armoire. An old woman, dour of mien, but otherwise willing and attentive, did all she could to minister to the poor wearied woman's wants. She brought up some warm milk and home-baked bread. Butter, she explained, was not obtainable these days, and the household had not seen sugar for weeks. Marguerite, tired out and hungry, readily ate some breakfast, but what she longed for most and needed most was rest. So, presently, at the gruff invitation of the old woman, she undressed and stretched her weary limbs between the sheets, with a sigh of content. Anxiety, for the moment, had to yield to the sense of well-being, and with the name of her beloved on her lips, Marguerite went to sleep like a child. When she woke, it was late afternoon. On a chair close by her bedside was some clean linen laid out, a change of stockings, clean shoes, and a gown, a perfect luxury which made this silent and lonely house appear more like the enchanted abode of ogres or fairies than before. Marguerite rose and dressed. The linen was fine, obviously the property of a woman of refinement, whilst everything in the tiny dressing-room, a comb, hand-mirror, soap, and scented water, suggested that the delicate hand of a cultured woman had seen to their disposal. A while later the dour attendant brought her some soup and a dish of cooked vegetables. Every phase of the situation became more and more puzzling as time went on. Marguerite, with the sense of well-being further accentuated by the feel of warm, dry clothes and of wholesome food, had her mind free enough to think and to ponder. She had thrown open the window, and, peeping out, noted that it obviously gave on the back of the house, and that the view consisted of rough, uncultivated land, broken up here and there by workshops, warehouses, and timber-yards. Marguerite also noted that she was gazing out in the direction of the northwest, that the apartment wherein she found herself was on the top floor of a detached house, which, judging by certain landmarks vaguely familiar, was situated somewhere outside the barrier of Saint-Antoine, and not very far from the Bastille and from the Arsenal. Again she pondered. Where was she? Why was she being treated with a kindness and consideration altogether at variance with the tactics usually adopted by the enemies of the Scarlet Pimpernel? She was not in prison. She was not being starved, or threatened, or humiliated. The day wore on, and she was not confronted with one or other of those fiends who were so obviously using her as a decoy for her husband. But though Margaret Blakeney was not in prison, she was a prisoner. This she had ascertained 5 minutes after she was alone in the apartment. She could wander at will from room to room, but only in them and not out of them. The door of communication between the rooms was wide open. Those that obviously gave on a landing outside were securely locked. and when a while ago the old woman had entered with the tray of food, Marguerite had caught sight of a group of men in the well-known tattered uniform of the National Guard, standing at attention in a wide, long antechamber. Yes, she was a prisoner. She could open the windows of her apartment and inhale the soft, moist air which came across the wide tract of a barren land. But these windows were 30 feet above the ground, and there was no projection in the outside wall of the house anywhere near that would afford a foothold to anything human. Thus, for 24 hours she was left to meditate, thrown upon her own resources, with no other company save that of her own thoughts, and they were anything but cheerful. The uncertainty of the situation soon began to prey upon her nerves. She had been calm in the morning, but as the day wore on, the loneliness, the mystery, the silence began to tell upon her courage. Soon she got to look upon the woman who waited on her as upon her jailer, and when she was alone she was forever straining her ears to hear what the men who were guarding her door might be saying among themselves. The next night she hardly slept. 24 hours later she had a visiting from Citizen Chauvelin. She had been expecting that visit all along, or else a message from him. When he came, she had need of all her pluck and all her determination not to let him see the emotion which his presence caused her. Dread, loathing, these were her predominant sensations, but dread above all, because he was dressed with scrupulous care and affected the manners and graces of a society which had long since cast him out. It was not the rough, out-at-elbows terrorist who stood before her, the revolutionary demagogue who hits out right and left against a caste that has always spurned him and held itself aloof. It was the broken-down gentleman at war with fortune, who strives by his wits to be revenged against the buffetings of fate and the arrogance which ostracized him as soon as he was down. He began by asking solicitously after her well-being, hoped the journey had not over-fatigued her, humbly begged her pardon for the discomfort which a high power compelled him to put upon her. He talked platitudes in an even, unctuous voice, until Marguerite, exasperated and her nerves on edge, curtly bade him to come to the point. "I have come to the point, dear lady," he retorted suavely. "The point is that you should be comfortable and have no cause to complain whilst you are under this roof."
"And how long am I to remain a prisoner under it?"
she asked. "Until Sir Percy has, in his turn, honoured this house with his presence," he replied. To this she made no answer for a time, but she sat quite still looking at him, as if detached and indifferent. He waited for her to speak, his pale eyes, slightly mocking, fixed upon her. Then she said simply,
"I understand."
"I was quite sure you would, dear lady," he rejoined blandly. "You see, the phase of heroics is past. I will confess to you that it proved of no avail when measured against the lofty coolness of that peerless exquisite. So we over here have shed our ardour like a mantle. We, too, are now quite calm, quite unperturbed, quite content to wait. The beautiful Lady Blakeney is a guest under this roof. Well, sooner or later that most gallant of husbands will desire to approach his lady. Sooner or later he will learn that she is no longer in England. Then he will set his incomparable wits to work to find out where she is. Again, I may say that sooner or later, perhaps even aided by us, he will know that she is here. Then he will come. Am I not right?" Of course he was right. Sooner or later Percy would learn where she was, and then he would come. He would come to her, despite every trap set for his undoing, despite every net laid to catch him, despite danger of death that waited for him if he came. Chauvelin said little more. In truth, the era of heroics was at an end. At an end those ominous either-ors that he was wont to mete out with a voice quavering with rage and lust of revenge. Now there was no alternative, no deep-laid plot save one, to wait for the Scarlet Pimpernel until he came. In the meanwhile, she, Marguerite, must remain helpless and a prisoner. She must eat and drink and sleep. She, the decoy, who would never know when the crushing blow would fall that would mean 100 deaths to her, if it involved that of the husband whom she worshipped. After a while Chauvelin went away. In fact, she never knew actually when he did go. A while ago he had sat there on the upright chair, quiet, well-groomed, suave of speech and bland of manner. "Then he will come," he had said quite urbanely. "Am I not right?" When Marguerite closed her eyes, she could still see him, his mocking gaze fixed upon her, his thin white hands folded complacently before him. And presently, as the day wore on, and the shades of evening blurred one object in the room after another, the straight-backed chair, still left in its place, assumed a fantastic human shape, the shape of a meagre figure with narrow shoulders and thin, carefully bestockinged legs. And all the faint noises around her, the occasional creaking of the furniture, the movements of the men outside her door, the soughing of the evening breeze in the foliage of the elm trees, all were merged into a thin, bland, human voice that went on repeating in a kind of thin, dreary monotone, "Then he will come. Am I not right?" End of chapter 22. Chapter 23 of The Triumph of the Scarlet Pimpernel by Emma Orczy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Triumph of the Scarlet Pimpernel by Emma Orczy. Chapter 23. Mice and Men. It was on her return from England that Thérèse Cabarrus took to consulting the old witch in the Rue de la Planchette, driven thereto by ambition, and also, no doubt, by remorse. There was nothing of the hardened criminal about the fair Spaniard. She was just a spoilt woman who had been mocked and thwarted, and desired to be revenged. The Scarlet Pimpernel had appeared before her as one utterly impervious to her charms, and egged on by Chauvelin, who used her for his own ends, she entered into a callous conspiracy, the aim of which was the destruction of that gang of English spies who were the enemies of France, and the first stage of which was the heartless abduction of Lady Blakeney, and her incarceration as a decoy for the ultimate capture of her own husband. A cruel, abominable act. Thérèse, who had plunged headlong into this shameful crime, would a few days later have given much to undo the harm she had wrought, but she had yet to learn that, once used as a tool by the Committee of Public Safety, and by Chauvelin, its most unscrupulous agent, no man or woman could hope to become free again until the work demanded had been accomplished to the end. There was no freedom from that taskmaster save in death, and Thérèse's fit of compunction did not carry her to the lengths of self-sacrifice. Marguerite Blakeney was her prisoner, the decoy which would bring the English milor inevitably to the spot where his wife was incarcerated, and Thérèse, who had helped to bring this state of things about, did her best to smother remorse, and having done Chauvelin's dirty work for him, she set to see what personal advantage she could derive from it. Firstly, the satisfaction of her petty revenge. The Scarlet Pimpernel, caught in a trap, would surely regret his interference in Thérèse's love affairs. Thérèse cared less than nothing about Bertrand Moncrief, and would have been quite grateful to the English milor for having spirited that embarrassing lover of hers away, but for that letter which had wounded the beautiful Spaniard's vanity to the quick, and still rankled sufficiently to ease her conscience on the score of her subsequent actions. That the letter was a bogus one, concocted and written by Chauvelin himself in order to spur her on to a mean revenge, Thérèse did not know. But far stronger than thoughts of revenge were Thérèse's schemes for her own future. She had begun to dream of Robespierre's gratitude, of her triumph over all those who had striven for over 2 years to bring that gang of English spies to book. She saw her name writ largely on the roll of fame. She even saw in her mind the tyrant himself as her willing slave, and something more than that. For her tool, Bertrand, she had no further use. By way of reward for the abominable abduction of Lady Blakeney, he had been allowed to follow the woman he worshipped like a lackey attached to her train. Dejected, already spurned, he returned to Paris with her, here to resume the life of humiliation and of despised ardour which had broken his spirit and warped his nature, before his gallant rescuer had snatched him out of the coils of the beautiful Spaniard. Within an hour of setting his foot on French soil, Bertrand had realized that he had been nothing in Theresia's sight but a lump of malleable wax which she had moulded to her own design, and now threw aside as cumbersome and useless. He had realized that her ambition soared far above linking her fate to an obscure and penniless lover, when the coming man of the hour, Citizen Tallien, was already at her feet. Thus Theresia had attained one of her great desires. The Scarlet Pimpernel was as good as captured, and when he finally succumbed, he could not fail to know whence came the blow that struck him. With regard to her future, matters were more doubtful. She had not yet subjugated Robespierre sufficiently to cause him to give up his more humble love and to lay down his power and popularity at her feet, whilst the man who had offered her his hand and name, Citizen Tallien, was forever putting a check upon her ambition and his own advancement by his pusillanimity and lack of enterprise. Whilst she was aching to push him into decisive action, into seizing the supreme power before Robespierre and his friends had irrevocably established theirs, Tallien was for temporizing, fear that in trying to snatch a dictatorship he, and his beloved with him, would lose their heads.
While Robespierre lives,
Theresia would argue passionately,
no man's head is safe. Every rival, sooner or later, becomes a victim. Saint-Just and Couthon aim at a dictatorship for him. Sooner or later they will succeed. Then death to every man who has ever dared oppose them.
Therefore 'tis wiser not to oppose.
The prudent Tallien would retort.
The time will come.
Never.
She riposted hotly.
While you plot and argue and ponder, Robespierre acts or signs your death warrant.
Robespierre is the idol of the people. He sways the convention with a word. His eloquence would drag an army of enemies to the guillotine.
Robespierre!
Theresia retorted with sublime contempt.
Ah, when you have said that, you think you have said everything. France, humanity, the people, sovereign power, all that you assert is embodied in that one man. But, my friend, listen to me.
She went on earnestly.
Listen, when I assert that Robespierre is only a name, a fetish, a mannequin set up on a pedestal. By whom? By you and the convention, by the clubs and the committees, and the pedestal is composed of that elusive entity which you call the people, and which will disintegrate from beneath his feet as soon as the people have realized that those feet are less than clay. One touch of a firm finger against that mannequin, I tell you, and he will fall as dust before you, and you can rise upon that same elusive pedestal. Popularity to the heights which he hath so easily attained.
But though Tallien was at times carried away by her vehemence, he would always shake his head and counsel prudence, and assure her that the time was not yet. Theresia, impatient and dictatorial, had more than once hinted at rupture.
I could not love a weakling,
she would aver, and at the back of her mind there would rise schemes which aimed at transferring her favours to the other man, who she felt would be more worthy of her.
Robespierre would not fail me, as this coward does.
She mused, even when Tallien, blind and obedient, was bidding her farewell at the very door of the charlatan to whom Theresia had turned in her ambition and her difficulties. Something of the glamour which had originally surrounded Mother Théo's incantations had vanished since 62 of her devotees had been sent to the guillotine on charge of conspiring for the overthrow of the Republic. Robespierre's enemies, too cowardly to attack him in the Convention or in the clubs, had seized upon the mystery which hung in the séances in the Rue de la Planchette in order to undermine his popularity in the one and his power in the other. Spies were introduced into the witch's lair. The names of its chief frequenters became known, and soon wholesale arrests were made, which were followed by the inevitable condemnations. Robespierre had not actually been named, but the identity of the sycophants who had proclaimed him the messenger of the Most High, the Morning Star, or the regenerator of mankind, were hurled across from the tribune of the Convention like poisoned arrows aimed at the tyrant himself. But Robespierre had been too wary to allow himself to be dragged into the affair. His enemies tried to goad him into defending his worshippers, thus admitting his association with the gang, but he remained prudently silent, and with callous ruthlessness he sacrificed them to his own safety. He never raised his voice, nor yet one finger to save them from death, and whilst he, bloodthirsty autocrat, remained firmly installed upon his self-constituted throne, those who had acclaimed him as second only to God perished upon the scaffold. Mother Théot, for some inexplicable reason, escaped this wholesale slaughter, but her séances were henceforth shorn of their splendour. Robespierre no longer dared frequent them, even in disguise. The house in the Rue de la Planchette became a marked one to the agents of the Committee of Public Safety, and the witch herself was reduced to innumerable shifts to eke out a precarious livelihood and to keep herself in the good graces of those agents, by rendering them various unavowable services. To those, however, who chose to defy public opinion, and to disregard the dangers which attended the frequentation of Mother Théot's sorceries, these latter had lost little or nothing of their pristine solemnity. There was the closely curtained room, the scented heavy atmosphere, the chants, the coloured flames, the ghost-like neophytes. Draped in her grey veils, the old witch still wore her spells, and called on the powers of light and of darkness to aid her in foretelling the future. The neophytes chanted and twisted their bodies in quaint contortions. Alone, the small blackamoor grinned at what experience had taught him was nothing but quackery and charlatanism. Theresia, sitting on the dais, with the heady fumes of oriental scents blurring her sight and the clearness of her intellect, was drinking in the honeyed words and flattering prophecies of the old witch.
"Thy name will be the greatest in the land. Before thee will bow the mightiest thrones. At thy word deeds will fall, and diadems will totter,"
Mother Théot announced in sepulchral tones, whilst gazing into the crystal before her.
"As a wife of Citizen Tallien?"
Theresia queried in an awed whisper.
"That the spirits do not say,"
the old witch replied.
"What is a name to them? I see a crown of glory, and thy head surrounded by a golden light, and at thy feet lies something which once was scarlet, and now is crimson and crushed."
"What does it mean?"
Theresia murmured.
"That is for thee to know,"
the Sibyl replied sternly.
"Commune with the spirits. Lose thyself in their embrace. Learn from them the great truths, and the future will be made clear to thee."
With which cryptic utterance she gathered her veils around her, and, with weird murmurs of
"Evoy! Evoy! Samael! Zamael! Evoy!"
glided out of the room, mysterious and inscrutable, presumably in order to allow her bewildered client to meditate on the enigmatical prophecy in solitude. But directly she had closed the door behind her, Mother Théot's manner underwent a change. Here the broad light of day appeared to divest her of all her Sibylline attributes. She became just an ugly old woman, wrinkled and hook-nosed, dressed in shabby draperies that were grey with age and dirt, and with claw-like hands that looked like the talons of a bird of prey. As she entered the room, a man who had been standing at the window opposite, staring out into the dismal street below, turned quickly to her.
"Art satisfied?"
she asked at once. "From what I could hear, yes," he replied, "though I could have wished thy pronouncements had been more clear." The hag shrugged her lean shoulders, and nodded in the direction of her lair.
"Oh,"
she said,
"the Spaniard understands well enough. She never consults me or invokes the spirits, but they speak to her of that which is scarlet. She knows what it means. You need not fear, Citizen Chauvelin, that in the pursuit of her vaulting ambition, she will forget that her primary duty is to you.
No, Chauvelin asserted calmly. She'll not forget that. The Camargue is no fool. She knows well enough that when citizens of the state have been employed to work on its behalf, they are no longer free agents afterwards. The work must be carried through to the end.
You need not fear the Cabarrus, citizen,
the Sibyl rejoined dryly.
She'll not fail you. Her vanity is immense. She believes that the Englishman insulted her by writing that flippant letter, and she'll not leave him alone till she has had her revenge.
No, Chauvelin assented. She'll not fail me. Nor thou either, citoyenne. The old hag shrugged her shoulders.
I?
She exclaimed with a quiet laugh.
Is that likely? You promised me 10,000 livres the day the Scarlet Pimpernel is captured.
And the guillotine, Chauvelin broke in grimly, if thou shouldst allow the woman upstairs to escape.
I know that,
the old woman rejoined dryly.
If she escapes, 'twill not be through my connivance.
In the service of the state, Chauvelin riposted, even carelessness becomes a crime. Catherine Traill was silent for a moment or two, pressed her thin lips together, then rejoined quite quietly,
She'll not escape. Have no fear, Citizen Chauvelin.
That's brave. And now, tell me what has become of the coal-heaver Rateau.
Oh, he comes and goes. You told me to encourage him.
Yes.
So I give him potions for his cough. He has one foot in the grave.
Would he had both, Chauvelin broke in savagely. That man is a perpetual menace to my plans. It would have been so much better if we could have sent him last April to the guillotine.
It was in your hands,
Mother Théo retorted.
The committee reported against him. His measure was full enough, aiding that execrable Scarlet Pimpernel to escape. Name of a name. It should have been enough.
It was not proved that he did aid the English spies, Chauvelin retorted moodily, and Fouquier-Tinville would not arraign him. He vowed it would anger the people, the rabble, of which Rateau himself forms an integral part. We cannot afford to anger the rabble these days, it seems.
And so Rateau, the asthmatic coal-heaver, walked out of prison a free man, whilst my neophytes were dragged up to the guillotine, and I was left without means of earning an honest livelihood.
Mother Théo concluded with a doleful sigh. Honest? Chauvelin exclaimed with a sarcastic chuckle. Then, seeing that the old witch was ready to lose her temper, he quickly added, Tell me more about Rateau. Does he often come here?
Yes, very often. He must be in my anteroom now. He came directly he was let out of prison, and has haunted this place ever since. He thinks I can cure him of his asthma, and as he pays me well—
Pays you well? Chauvelin broke in quickly. That starveling?
Rateau is no starveling,
the old woman asserted.
Many an English gold piece hath he given me.
But not of late.
No later than yesterday.
Chauvelin swore viciously. Then he is still in touch with that cursed Englishman. Mother Théo shrugged her shoulders.
Does one ever know which is the Englishman and which is the asthmatic Rateau?
She queried with a dry laugh. Whereupon a strange thing happened, so strange indeed that Chauvelin's next words turned to savage curses, and that Mother Théo, white to the lips, her knees shaking under her, tiny beads of perspiration rising beneath her scanty locks, had to hold on to the table to save herself from falling. "Name of a dog!" Chauvelin muttered hoarsely, whilst the old woman, shaken with that superstitious dread which she liked to arouse in her clients, could only stare at him and mutely shake her head. And yet nothing very alarming had occurred. Only a man had laughed, light-heartedly and long, and the sound of that laughter had come from somewhere near, the next room probably, or the landing behind Mother Theo's anteroom. It had come low and distinct, slightly muffled by the intervening wall. Nothing, in truth, to frighten the most nervous child. A man had laughed. One of Mother Theo's clients, probably, who, in the company of a friend, chose to while away the weary hour of waiting on the Sibyl by hilarious conversation. Of course, that was it. Chauvelin, cursing himself now for his cowardice, passed a still shaking hand across his brow, and a wry smile distorted momentarily his thin, set lips. "One of your clients is of good cheer," he said, with well-assumed indifference.
"There is no one in the ante-room at this hour,"
the old hag murmured under her breath.
"Only Ratu, and he is too scant of breath to laugh. He—"
But Chauvelin no longer heard what she had to say. With an exclamation which no one who heard it could have defined, he turned on his heel and almost ran out of the room. End of chapter 23. Chapter 24 of The Triumph of the Scarlet Pimpernel by Emma Orczy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Triumph of the Scarlet Pimpernel by Emma Orczy. Chapter 24. By Order of the State. The antechamber, wide and long, ran the whole length of Mother Theo's apartment. Her witch's lair and the room where she had just had her interview with Chauvelin gave directly on it, on the one side, and two other living rooms on the other. At one end of the antechamber there were two windows, usually kept closely shuttered, and at the other was the main entrance door, which led to landing and staircase. The antechamber was empty. It appeared to mock Chauvelin's excitement, with its grey-washed walls striped with grime, its worm-eaten benches and tarnished chandelier. Mother Theo, voluble and quaking with fear, was close at his heels. Curtly he ordered her to be gone. Her mutterings irritated him. Her obvious fear of something unknown grated unpleasantly on his nerves. He cursed himself for his cowardice, and cursed the one man who alone in this world had the power to unnerve him. "I was dreaming, of course," he muttered aloud to himself between his teeth. "I have that arch-devil, his laugh, his voice, his affectations on the brain." He was on the point of going to the main door in order to peer out on the landing or down the stairs, when he heard his name called immediately behind him. Theresia Cabarrus was standing under the lintel of the door which gave on the Sibyl's sanctum, her delicate hand holding back the portière.
"Citizen Chauvelin,"
she said.
"I was waiting for you."
"And I, citoyenne," he retorted gruffly, "had in truth forgotten you."
"Mother Theroux left me alone for a while, to commune with the spirits,"
she explained. "Ah," he riposted, slightly sarcastic. "With what result?"
"To help you further, Citizen Chauvelin,"
she replied.
"if you have need of me."
"Ah!" he exclaimed with a savage curse. "In truth, I have need of every willing hand that will raise itself against mine enemy. I have need of you, citizeness, of that old witch, of Rateau the coal-heaver, of every patriot who will sit and watch this house, to which we have brought the one bait that will lure the goldfish to our net."
"Have I not proved my willingness, citizen?"
she retorted with a smile.
"Think you 'tis pleasant to give up my life, my salon, my easy, contented existence, and become a mere drudge in your service?"
"A drudge," he broke in with a chuckle, "who will soon be greater than a queen."
"Ah, if I thought that!"
she exclaimed. "I am as sure of it as that I am alive," he replied firmly. "You will never do anything with Citizen Tallien, citoyenne. He is too mean, too cowardly. but bring the Scarlet Pimpernel to his knees at the chariot wheel of Robespierre, and even the crown of the Bourbon would be yours for the asking."
"I know that, citizen,"
she rejoined dryly.
"else I were not here."
"We hold all the winning cards," he went on eagerly. "Lady Blakeney is in our hands. So long as we hold her, we have the certainty that sooner or later the English spy will establish communication with her. Catherine Théot is a good jailer, and Captain Boyer upstairs has a number of men under his command, veritable sleuth-hounds, whose efficiency I can guarantee, and whose eagerness is stimulated by the promise of a magnificent reward. But experience has taught me that this accursed Scarlet Pimpernel is never so dangerous as when we think we hold him. His extraordinary histrionic powers have been our undoing hitherto. No man's eyes are keen enough to pierce his disguises. That is why, citoyenne, I dragged you to England. That is why I placed you face to face with him and said to you, 'This is the man.' Since then, with your help, we hold the decoy. Now you are my coadjutor and my help. In your eyes I place my trust, in your wit, your instinct. In whatever guise the Scarlet Pimpernel presents himself before you, and he will present himself before you, or he is no longer the impudent and reckless adventurer I know him to be, I feel that you, at least, will recognize him."
"Yes, I think I should recognize him,"
she mused. "Think you that I do not appreciate the sacrifice you make, the anxiety, the watchfulness to which you so nobly subject yourself? But 'tis you, above all, who are the lure which must inevitably attract the Scarlet Pimpernel into my hands."
"Soon, I hope."
She sighed wearily. "Soon," he asserted firmly. "I dare swear it. Until then, citizeness, in the name of your own future, and in the name of France, I adjure you to watch. Watch and listen. Oh, think of the stakes for which we are playing, you and I. Bring the Scarlet Pimpernel to his knees, citoyenne, and Robespierre will be as much your slave as he is now the prey to a strange dread of that one man. Robespierre fears the Scarlet Pimpernel. A superstitious conviction has seized hold of him that the English spy will bring about his downfall. We have all seen of late how aloof he holds himself. He no longer attends the committees, he no longer goes to the clubs. He shuns his friends, and his furtive glance is forever trying to pierce some imaginary disguise, under which he alternately fears and hopes to discover his arch-enemy. He dreads assassination, anonymous attacks. In every obscure member of the Convention who walks up the steps of the Tribune, he fears to find the Scarlet Pimpernel under a new impenetrable mask. Ah, citoyenne, what influence you would have over him, if through your agency all those fears could be drowned in the blood of that abominable Englishman."
Now, who would have thought that?
A mocking voice broke in suddenly, with a quiet chuckle.
"I vow, my dear Monsieur Chambertin, you are waxing more eloquent than ever before."
Like the laughter of a while ago, the voice seemed to come from nowhere. It was in the air, muffled by the clouds of Mother Théot's perfumes, or by the thickness of doors and tapestries. Weird, yet human. "By Satan, this is intolerable!" Chauvelin exclaimed, and paying no heed to Theresia's faint cry of terror, he ran to the main door. It was on the latch. He tore it open and dashed out upon the landing. From here a narrow stone staircase, dank and sombre, led downwards as well as upwards in a spiral. The house had only the 2 stories, perched above some disused and dilapidated storage rooms, to which double outside door and wicket gave access from the street. The staircase received its only light from a small window high up in the roof, the panes of which were coated with grime, so that the well of the stairs, especially past the first-floor landing, was almost in complete gloom. For an instant Chauvelin hesitated. Never a coward physically, he yet had no mind to precipitate himself down a dark staircase, when mayhap his enemy was lying in wait for him down below. Only for an instant, however. the very next second had brought forth the positive reflection, "Bah! Assassination, and in the dark, are not the Englishman's ways." Scarce a few yards from where he stood, the other side of the door, was the dry moat which ran round the arsenal. From there, at a call from him, a dozen men and more would surge from the ground, sleuth-hounds, as he had told Teresia a moment ago, who were there on the watch, and whom he could trust to do his work swiftly and securely, if only he could reach the door and call for help. Elusive as that accursed Pimpernel was, successful chase might even now be given to him. Chauvelin ran down half a dozen steps, peered down the shaft of the staircase, and spied a tiny light which moved swiftly to and fro. Then, presently, below the light a bit of tallow candle, then a grimy hand holding the candle, an arm, the top of a shaggy head crowned by a queasy red cap, a broad back under a tattered blue jersey. He heard the thump of heavy soles upon the stone flooring below, and a moment or two later the weird sepulchral sound of a churchyard cough. Then the light disappeared. For a second or two the darkness appeared more impenetrably dense. Then 1 or 2 narrow streaks of daylight showed the position of the outside door. Something prompted him to call. "Is that you, Citizen Rateau?" It was foolish, of course, and the very next moment he had his answer. A voice, the mocking voice he knew so well, called up to him in reply.
"At your service, dear Monsieur Chambertin. Can I do anything for you?"
Chauvelin swore, threw all prudence to the winds, and ran down the stairs as fast as his shaking knees would allow him. Some 3 steps from the bottom he paused for the space of a second, like one turned to stone by what he saw. Yet it was simple enough, just the same tiny light, the grimy hand holding the tallow candle, the shaggy head with the greasy red cap. The figure in the gloom looked preternaturally large, and the flickering light threw fantastic shadows on the face and neck of the colossus, distorting the nose to a grotesque length and the chin to weird proportions. The next instant Chauvelin gave a cry like an enraged bull, and hurled his meagre person upon the giant, who, shaken at the moment by a tearing fit of coughing, was taken unawares, and fell backwards, overborne by the impact, dropping the light as he fell, and still wheezing pitiably, whilst trying to give vent to his feelings by vigorous curses. Chauvelin, vaguely surprised at his own strength, or the weakness of his opponent, pressed his knee against the latter's chest, gripped him by the throat, smothering his curses and wheezes, turning the funeral cough into agonized gasps. "At my service, in truth, my gallant Pimpernel," he murmured hoarsely, feeling his small reserve of strength oozing away by the strenuous effort. "What you can do for me, wait here until I have you bound and gagged, safe against further mischief." His victim had, in fact, given a last convulsive gasp, lay now at full length upon the stone floor, with arms outstretched, motionless. Chauvelin relaxed his grip. His strength was spent, he was bathed in sweat, his body shook from head to foot. But he was triumphant. His mocking enemy, carried away by his own histrionics, had overtaxed his colossal strength. The carefully simulated fit of coughing had taken away his breath at the critical moment. The surprise attack had done the rest. And Chauvelin, meagre, feeble, usually the merest human insect beside the powerful Englishman, had conquered by sheer pluck and resource. There lay the Scarlet Pimpernel, who had assumed the guise of asthmatic Rateau once too often, helpless and broken beneath the weight of the man whom he had hoodwinked and derided. And now, at last, all the intrigues, the humiliations, the schemes, and the disappointments were at an end. He, Chauvelin, free and honoured, Robespierre, his grateful servant. A wave of dizziness passed over his brain, the dizziness of coming glory. His senses reeled. When he staggered to his feet, he could scarcely stand. The darkness was thick around him. Only 2 streaks of daylight, at right angles to one another, came through the chinks of the outside door, and vaguely illuminated the interior of the dilapidated storeroom, the last step or two of the winding stairway, the row of empty barrels on one side, the pile of rubbish on the other, and on the stone floor the huge figure in grimy and tattered rags, lying prone and motionless. Guided by those streaks of light, Chauvelin lurched up to the door, fumbled for the latch of the wicket gate, and finding it, pulled the gate open, and almost fell out into the open. The Rue de la Planchette was, as usual, lonely and deserted. It was a second or two before Chauvelin spied a passer-by. That minute he spent in calling for help with all his might. The passer-by he quickly dispatched across the arsenal for assistance. "In the name of the Republic," he said solemnly. But already his cries had attracted the attention of the sentries. Within 2 or 3 minutes, 6 men of the National Guard were speeding down the street. Soon they had reached the house, the door where Chauvelin, still breathless but with his habitual official manner that brooked of no argument, gave him hasty instructions. "The man lying on the ground in there," he commanded. "Seize him and raise him. Then one of you find some cord and bind him securely." The men flung the double doors wide open. A flood of light illumined the storeroom. There lay the huge figure on the floor, no longer motionless, but trying to scramble to his feet, once more torn by a fit of coughing. The men ran up to him. One of them laughed.
"Oh, why, if it isn't old Rateau!"
They lifted him up by his arms. He was helpless as a child, and his face was of a dull purple colour.
"He will die,"
another man said, with an indifferent shrug of the shoulders. But in a way they were sorry for him. He was one of themselves. Nothing of the aristo about asthmatic old Rateau. They had succeeded in propping him up and sitting him down upon a barrel. His fit of coughing was subsiding. He had breath enough now to swear. He raised his head and encountered the pale eyes of Citizen Chauvelin fixed as if sightlessly upon him.
"Name of a dog!"
he began, but got no farther. Giddiness seized him, for he was weak from coughing and from that strangling grip round his throat, after he had been attacked in the darkness and thrown violently to the ground. The men around him recoiled at the sight of Citizen Chauvelin. His appearance was almost death-like. His cheeks and lips were livid, his hair dishevelled, his eyes of an unearthly paleness. One hand, claw-like and shaking, he held out before him, as if to ward off some horrible apparition. This trance-like state, made up of a ghastly fear and a sense of the most hideous, most unearthly impotence, lasted for several seconds. The men themselves were frightened. Unable to understand what had happened, they thought that Citizen Chauvelin, whom they all knew by sight, had suddenly lost his reason or was possessed of a devil, for in truth there was nothing about poor old Rateau to frighten a child. Fortunately the tension was over before real panic had seized on any of them. The next moment Chauvelin had pulled himself together with one of those mighty efforts of will, of which strong natures are always capable. With an impatient gesture he passed his hand across his brow, then backwards and forwards in front of his face, as if to chase away the demon of terror that obsessed him. He gazed on Rateau for a moment or two, his eyes travelling over the uncouth, semi-conscious figure of the coal-heaver with a searching, undefinable glance. Then, as if suddenly struck with an idea, he spoke to the man nearest him. "Sergeant Chazot, is he at the arsenal?"
"Yes, citizen,"
the man replied. "Run across quickly, then," Chauvelin continued, "and bring him hither at once." The soldier obeyed, and a few more minutes, 10 perhaps, went by in silence. Rateau, weary, cursing, not altogether in full possession of his faculties, sat huddled up on the barrow, his bleary eyes following every movement of Citizen Chauvelin with an anxious, furtive gaze. The latter was pacing up and down the stone floor like a caged, impatient animal. From time to time he paused, either to peer out into the open in the direction of the arsenal, or to search the dark angles of the storeroom, kicking the piles of rubbish about with his foot. Anon he entered a sigh of satisfaction. The soldier had returned, was even now in the doorway with a comrade, a short, thick-set, powerful-looking fellow beside him. "Sergeant Chazot," Chauvelin said abruptly.
At your commands, citizen.
The sergeant replied, and at a sign from the other followed him to the most distant corner of the room. "Bend your ear and listen," Chauvelin murmured peremptorily. "I don't want those fools to hear." And having assured himself that he and Chazot could speak without being overheard, he pointed to Rateau, then went on rapidly. "You will take this lout over to the cavalry barracks. See the veterinary. Tell him—" He paused, as if unable to proceed. His lips were trembling, his face, ashen white, looked spectral in the gloom. Chazot, not understanding, waited patiently. "That lout," Chauvelin resumed more steadily after a while, "is in collusion with a gang of dangerous English spies. One Englishman especially, tall and a master of histrionics, uses this man as a kind of double. Perhaps you heard—" Chazot nodded.
I know, citizen,
he said sagely.
The fraternal supper in the Rue Saint-Honoré. Comrades have told me that no one could tell who was Rateau the coal-heaver, and who was the English milord.
"Exactly," Chauvelin rejoined dryly, quite firmly now. "Therefore, I want to make sure. The veterinary, you understand? He brands the horses for the cavalry. I want a brand on this lout's arm. Just a letter, a distinguishing mark." Chazot gave an involuntary gasp.
But, citizen,
he exclaimed. "Huh? What?" the other retorted sharply. "In the service of the Republic there is no but, Sergeant Chazot."
I know that, citizen.
Chazot, abashed, murmured humbly.
I only meant, it seems so strange.
"Stranger things than that occur every day in Paris, my friend," Chauvelin said dryly. "We brand horses that are the property of the state. Why not a man? Time may come," he added with a vicious snarl, "when the Republic may demand that every local citizen carry, indelibly branded in his flesh and by order of the state, the sign of his own allegiance."
"'Tis not for me to argue, citizen,"
Chazot rejoined, with a careless shrug of the shoulders.
"If you tell me to take citizen Rateau over to the veterinary at the cavalry barracks and have him branded like cattle, why—"
"Not like cattle, citizen," Chauvelin broke in blandly. "You shall commence proceedings by administering to citizen Rateau a whole bottle of excellent eau-de-vie at the government's expense. Then, when he is thoroughly and irretrievably drunk, the veterinary will put the brand upon his left forearm. Just one letter. Why, the drunken reprobate will never feel it."
"As you command, citizen."
Chazot assented with perfect indifference.
"I am not responsible. I do as I'm told."
"Like the fine soldier that you are, citizen Chazot," Chauvelin concluded. "And I know that I can trust to your discretion."
"Oh, as to that—"
"It would not serve you to be otherwise. That's understood. So now, my friend, get you gone with the lout, and take these few words of instructions with you for the citizen veterinary." He took tablet and point from his pocket and scribbled a few words, signed it Chauvelin with that elegant flourish which can be traced to this day on so many secret orders that emanated from the Committee of Public Safety during the 2 years of its existence. Chazot took the written order and slipped it into his pocket. Then he turned on his heel and briefly gave the necessary orders to the men. Once more they hoisted the helpless giant up on his feet. Rateau was willing enough to go. He was willing to do anything so long as they took him away from here, away from the presence of that small devil with the haggard face and the pale piercing eyes. He allowed himself to be conducted out of the building without a murmur. Chauvelin watched the little party, the 6 men, the asthmatic coal-heaver, and lastly the sergeant, file out of the place, then cross the Rue de la Planchette and take the turning opposite, the one that led through the Porte and the Rue Saint-Antoine to the cavalry barracks in the Quartier Bastille. After which he carefully closed the double outside doors, and, guided by instinct, since the place down here was in darkness once more, he groped his way to the foot of the stairs, and slowly mounted to the floor above. He reached the first-floor landing. The door which led into Mother Théo's apartments was on the latch, and Chauvelin had just stretched out his hand with a view to pushing it open, when the door swung out on its hinges, as if moved by an invisible hand, and a pleasant, mocking voice immediately behind him said, with grave politeness,
"Allow me, my dear Monsieur Chambertin."
End of chapter 24. Chapter 25 of The Triumph of the Scarlet Pimpernel by Emma Orczy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Triumph of the Scarlet Pimpernel by Emma Orczy. Chapter 25 by order of the State. What occurred during the next few seconds Chauvelin himself would have been least able to say. Whether he stepped of his own accord into the antechamber of Catherine Théo's apartment, or whether an unseen hand pushed him in, he could not have told you. Certain it is that, when he returned to the full realization of things, he was sitting on one of the benches, his back against the wall, whilst immediately in front of him, looking down on him through half-closed lazy eyes, debonair, well-groomed, unperturbed, stood his arch-enemy, Sir Percy Blakeney. The antechamber was gloomy in the extreme. Someone in the interval had lighted the tallow candles in the centre chandelier, and these shed a feeble, flickering light on the dank, bare walls, the carpetless floor, the shuttered windows, whilst a thin spiral of evil-smelling smoke wound its way to the blackened ceiling above. Of Thérèse Cabarrus there was not a sign. Chauvelin looked about him, feeling like a goaded animal shut up in a narrow space with its tormentor. He was making desperate efforts to regain his composure. Above all, he made appeal to that courage which was wont never to desert him. In truth, Chauvelin had never been a physical coward, nor was he afraid of death or outrage at the hands of the man whom he had so deeply wronged, and whom he had pursued with a veritable lust of hate. No, he did not fear death in the hands of the Scarlet Pimpernel. What he feared was ridicule, humiliation, those schemes, bold, adventurous, seemingly impossible, which he knew were already seething behind the smooth, unruffled brow of his arch-enemy, behind those lazy, supercilious eyes, which had the power to irritate his nerves to the verge of dementia. This impudent adventurer, no better than a spy, despite his aristocratic mien and air of lofty scorn, this meddlesome English brigand was the one man in the world who had, when he measured his prowess against him, invariably brought him to ignominy and derision, made him a laughing-stock before those whom he had been wont to dominate. And at this moment, when once again he was being forced to look into those strangely provoking eyes, he appraised their glance as he would to sword of a proved adversary, and felt, as he did so, just the same unaccountable dread of them which had so often paralyzed his limbs and atrophied his brain whenever mischance flung him into the presence of his enemy. He could not understand why Thérèse Cabarrus had deserted him. Even a woman, if she happened to be a friend, would by her presence have afforded him moral support.
"You are looking for Madame de Fontenay, I believe, dear Monsieur Chambertin,"
Sir Percy said lightly, as if divining his thoughts.
"The ladies. Ah, the ladies. They add charm, piquancy, eh? To the driest conversations. Alas,"
he went on with mock affectation,
"that Madame de Fontenay should have fled at first sound of my voice. Now she hath sought refuge in the old witch's lair, there to consult the spirits as to how best she can get out again, seeing that the door is now locked. Demmed awkward, a locked door, when a pretty woman wants to be on the other side. What think you, Monsieur Chambertin?"
"I only think, Sir Percy," Chauvelin contrived to retort, calling all his wits and all his courage to aid him in his humiliating position. "I only think of another pretty woman, who is in the room just above our heads, and who would also be mightily glad to find herself the other side of a locked door."
"Your thoughts,"
Sir Percy retorted with a light laugh,
"are always so ingenious, my dear Monsieur Chambertin. Strangely enough, mine just at this moment run on the possibility, not a very unlikely one, you will admit, of shaking the breath out of your ugly little body as I would that of a rat."
"Shake, my dear Sir Percy, shake." Chauvelin riposted with well-simulated calm. "I grant you that I am a puny rat, and you are the most magnificent of lions. But even if I lie mangled and breathless on this stone floor at your feet, Lady Blakeney will still be a prisoner in our hands."
"And you will still be wearing the worst-cut pair of breeches it has ever been my bad fortune to behold,"
Sir Percy retorted, quite unruffled.
"Lord love you, man. Have you guillotined all the good tailors in Paris?"
"You choose to be flippant, Sir Percy," Chauvelin rejoined dryly. "But though you have chosen for the past few years to play the role of a brainless nincompoop, I have cause to know that behind your affectations there lurks an amount of sound common sense."
"Lord, how you flatter me, my dear sir,"
quoth Sir Percy airily.
"I vow you had not so high an opinion of me last time I had the honour of conversing with you. It was at Nantes, do you remember?"
"There, as elsewhere, you succeeded in circumventing me, Sir Percy."
"No, no,"
he protested.
"Not in circumventing you, only in making you look a demmed fool."
"Call it that if you like, sir," Chauvelin admitted, with an indifferent shrug of the shoulders. "Luck has favoured you many a time. As I had the honour to tell you, you have had the laugh of us in the past, and no doubt you are under the impression that you will have it again this time."
"I am such a believer in impressions, my dear sir. The impression, now that I have your charming personality, is indelibly graven upon my memory."
"Sir Percy Blakeney counts a good memory as one of his many accomplishments. Another is his adventurous spirit, and the gallantry which must inevitably bring him into the net which we have been at pains to spread for him. Lady Blakeney—"
"Name her not, man,"
Sir Percy broke in with affected deliberation,
"or I verily believe that within 60 seconds you would be a dead man."
"I am not worthy to speak her name, c'est entendu," Chauvelin retorted with mock humility. "Nevertheless, Sir Percy, it is around the person of that gracious lady that the fates will spin their web during the next few days. You may kill me. I am at this moment entirely at your mercy. But before you embark on such a perilous undertaking, will you allow me to place the position a little more clearly before you?"
"Lud, man,"
quoth Sir Percy, with a quaint laugh.
"that's what I'm here for. Think you that I have sought your agreeable company for the mere pleasure of gazing at your amiable countenance?"
"I only desired to explain to you, Sir Percy, the dangers to which you expose Lady Blakeney if you laid violent hands upon me. 'Tis you, remember, who sought this interview, not I."
"You are right, my dear sir, always right, and I'll not interrupt again. I pray you to proceed."
"Allow me, then, to make my point clear. There are, at this moment, a score of men of the National Guard in the room above your head. Every one of them goes to the guillotine if they allow their prisoner to escape. Every one of them receives a reward of 10,000 livres the day they capture the Scarlet Pimpernel. A good spur for vigilance, what? But that is not all." Chauvelin went on quite steadily, seeing that Sir Percy had apparently become thoughtful and absorbed. "The men are under the command of Captain Boyer, and he understands that every day at a certain hour, 7 in the evening, to be precise, I will be with him and interrogate him as to the welfare of the prisoner. Mark me, Sir Percy, if on any one day I do not appear before him at that hour, his orders are to shoot the prisoner on sight." The word was scarce out of his mouth. It broke in a hoarse spasm. Sir Percy had him by the throat, shook him indeed as he would a rat.
"You cur!"
he said in an ominous whisper, his face quite close now to that of his enemy, his jaw set, his eyes no longer good-humoured and mildly scornful, but burning with the fire of a mighty, unbridled wrath.
"You damned, insolent, miserable cur! As there is a heaven above us—"
Then suddenly his grip relaxed. The whole face changed, as if an unseen hand has swept away the fierce lines of anger and hate. The eyes softened beneath their heavy lids, the set lips broke into a mocking smile. He let go of his hold of the terrorist's throat, and the unfortunate man, panting and breathless, fell heavily against the wall. He tried to steady himself as best he could, but his knees were shaking, and, faint and helpless, he finally collapsed upon the nearest bench, the while Sir Percy straightened out his tall figure, with unruffled composure rubbed his slender hands one against the other, as if to free them from dust, and said, with gentle, good-humoured sarcasm,
"Do put your cravat straight, man. You look a disgusting object."
He dragged the corner of a bench forward, sat astride upon it, and waited with perfect sang-froid, spyglass in hand, while Chauvelin mechanically readjusted the set of his clothes.
"That's better,"
he said approvingly.
"Just the bow at the back of your neck. A little more to the right. Now your cuffs. Ah, you look quite tidy again. A perfect picture, I vow, my dear Monsieur Chambertin, of elegance, and of a well-regulated mind."
"Sir Percy," Chauvelin broke in with a vicious snarl.
"I entreat you to accept my apologies,"
the other rejoined with utmost courtesy.
"I was on the verge of losing my temper, which we in England would call demmed bad form. I'll not transgress again. I pray you, proceed with what you were saying. So interesting. Demmed interesting. You were talking about murdering a woman in cold blood, I think?"
"In hot blood, Sir Percy," Chauvelin rejoined more firmly. "Blood fired by thoughts of just revenge."
"Pardon. My mistake. As you were saying."
"It is you who attack us. You, the meddlesome Scarlet Pimpernel, with your accursed gang. We defend ourselves as best we can, using what weapons lie closest to our hand."
"Such as murder, outrage, abduction, and wearing breeches the cut of which would provoke a saint to indignation."
"Murder, abduction, outrage, as you will, Sir Percy," Chauvelin retorted, as cool now as his opponent. "Had you ceased to interfere in the affairs of France when first you escaped punishment for your machinations, you would not now be in the sorry plight in which your own intrigues have at last landed you. Had you left us alone, we should by now have forgotten you."
"Which would have been such a pity, my dear Monsieur Chambertin,"
Blakeley rejoined gravely.
"I should not like you to forget me. Believe me, I have enjoyed life so much these past 2 years, I would not give up these pleasures even for that of seeing you and your friends have a bath, or wear tidy buckles on your shoes."
"You will have cause to indulge in those pleasures within the next few days, Sir Percy," Chauvelin rejoined dryly.
"What?"
Sir Percy exclaimed.
"The Committee of Public Safety going to have a bath? Or the Revolutionary Tribunal? Which?"
But Chauvelin was determined not to lose his temper again. Indeed, he abhorred this man so deeply that he felt no anger against him, no resentment, only a cold, calculating hate. "The pleasure of pitting your wits against the inevitable," he riposted dryly.
"Ah,"
quoth Sir Percy airily.
"The inevitable has always been such a good friend to me."
"Not this time, I fear, Sir Percy."
"Ah, you really mean this time to—"
And he made a significant gesture across his own neck. "In as few days as possible." Whereupon Sir Percy rose, and said solemnly,
"You are right there, my friend, quite right. Delays are always dangerous. If you mean to have my head, why, have it quickly. As for me, delays always bore me to tears."
He yawned and stretched his long limbs.
"I am getting so damned fatigued,"
he said.
"Do you not think this conversation has lasted quite long enough?"
"It was none of my seeking, Sir Percy."
"Mine, I grant you, mine absolutely. But hang it, man, I had to tell you that your breeches were badly cut."
"And I, that we are at your service, to end the business as soon as may be."
"To—"
And once more Sir Percy passed his firm hand across his throat. Then he gave a shudder.
"Brrr,"
he exclaimed.
"I had no idea you were in such a damned hurry."
"We await your pleasure, Sir Percy. Lady Blakeney must not be kept in suspense too long. Shall we say that in 3 days—"
"Make it 4, my dear Monsieur Chambertin, and I am eternally your debtor."
"In 4 days, then, Sir Percy," Chauvelin rejoined with pronounced sarcasm. "You see how ready I am to meet you in a spirit of conciliation. 4 days, you say? Very well, then. For 4 days we keep our prisoner in the room upstairs. After that—" He paused, awed mayhap, in spite of himself. But the diabolical thought which had suddenly come into his mind a sudden inspiration, which in truth must have emanated from some unclean spirit with which he held converse. He looked the Scarlet Pimpernel, his enemy, squarely in the face. Conscious of his power, he was no longer afraid. What he longed for most at this moment was to see the last suspicion of a shadow dim the mocking light that danced in those lazy, supercilious eyes, or the merest tremor pass over the slender hand framed in priceless Mechlin lace. For a while complete silence reigned in the bare, dank room, a silence broken only by the stertorous, rapid breathing of the one man who appeared moved. That man was not Sir Percy Blakeney. He indeed had remained quite still, spyglass in hand, the good-humoured smile still dancing round his lips. Somewhere in the far distance a church clock struck the hour. Then only did Chauvelin put his full fiendish project into words. "For 4 days," he reiterated with slow deliberation, "we keep our prisoner in the room upstairs. After that, Captain Boyer has orders to shoot her." Again there was a silence, only for a second perhaps, whilst down by the Stygian creek, where time never was, the elfish ghouls and impish demons set up a howl of delight at the hellish knavery of man. Just 1 second, whilst Chauvelin waited for his enemy's answer to this monstrous pronouncement, and the very walls of the drabby apartment appeared to listen, expectant. Overhead could be dimly heard the measured tramp of heavy feet upon the uncarpeted floor, and suddenly through the bare apartment there rang the sound of a quaint, light-hearted laugh.
"You really are the worst-dressed man I have ever come across, my good Monsieur Chambertin,"
Sir Percy said with rare good humour.
"You must allow me to give you the address of a good little tailor I came across in the Latin Quarter the other day. No decent man would be seen walking up the guillotine in such a waistcoat as you are wearing. And for your boots—"
He yawned again.
"You really must excuse me. I came home late from the theatre last night, and have not had my usual hours of sleep. So, by your leave—"
"By all means, Sir Percy," Chauvelin replied complacently. "At this moment you are a free man, because I happen to be alone and unarmed, and because this house is solidly built, and my voice would not carry to the floor above. Also, because you are so nimble that no doubt you could give me the slip long before Captain Boyer and his men came to my rescue. Yes, Sir Percy, for the moment you are a free man, free to walk out of this house unharmed. But even now you are not as free as you would wish to be, You are free to despise me, to overwhelm me with lofty scorn, to sharpen your wits at my expense, but you are not free to indulge your desire to squeeze the life out of me, to shake me as you would a rat. And shall I tell you why? Because you know now that if at a certain hour of the day I do not pay my daily visit to Captain Boyer upstairs, he will shoot his prisoner without the least compunction." Whereupon Blakeney threw up his head and laughed heartily.
"You are absolutely priceless, my dear Monsieur Chambertin," he said gaily. "But you really must put your cravat straight. It has once again become disarranged, in the heat of your oratory, no doubt. Allow me to offer you a pin."
And with inimitable affectation he took a pin out of his own cravat and presented it to Chauvelin, who, unable to control his wrath, jumped to his feet. "Sir Percy!" he snarled. But Blakeney placed a gentle, firm hand upon his shoulder, forcing him to sit down again.
"Easy, easy, my friend,"
he said.
"Do not, I pray you, lose that composure for which you are so justly famous. There. Allow me to arrange your cravat for you. A gentle tug here," he added, suiting the action to the word. "A delicate flick there, and you are the most perfectly cravatted man in France."
"Your insults leave me unmoved, Sir Percy." Chauvelin broke in savagely, and tried to free himself from the touch of those slender, strong hands that wandered so uncomfortably in the vicinity of his throat.
"No doubt," Blakeney riposted lightly, "that they are as futile as your threats. One does not insult a cur, any more than one threatens Sir Percy Blakeney. What?"
"You are right there, Sir Percy. The time for threats has gone by, and since you appear so vastly entertained—"
I am vastly entertained, my dear Monsieur Chambertin. How can I help it, when I see before me a miserable shred of humanity, who does not even know how to keep his tie straight, or his hair smooth, calmly, or almost calmly, talking of— Let me see, what were you talking of, my amiable friend?
Of the hostage, Sir Percy, which we hold until the happy day when the gallant Scarlet Pimpernel is a prisoner in our hands.
Yes. He was that once before, was he not, my good sir? Then, too, you laid down mighty schemes for his capture.
And we succeeded.
By your usual amiable methods. Lies, deceit, forgery. The latter has been useful to you this time, too, eh?
What do you mean, Sir Percy?
You had need of the assistance of a fair lady for your schemes. She appeared disinclined to help you. So when her inconvenient lover, Bertrand Moncrief, was happily dragged away from her path, you forged a letter, which the lady rightly looked upon as an insult. Because of that letter, she nourished a comfortable amount of spite against me, and lent you her aid in the fiendish outrage for which you are about to receive punishment.
He had raised his voice slightly while he spoke, and Chauvelin cast an apprehensive glance in the direction of the door behind which he guessed that Theresia Cabarrus must be straining her ears to listen. "A pretty story, Sir Percy," he said with affected coolness, "and one that does infinite credit to your imagination. It is a mere surmise on your part."
"What, my friend, what is surmise? That you gave a letter to Madame de Fontenay which you had concocted, and which I had never written? Why, man,"
he added with a laugh,
"I saw you do it!"
"You? Impossible!"
"More impossible things than that will happen within the next few days, my good sir. I was outside the window of Madame de Fontenay's apartment during the whole of your interview with her, and the shutters were not as closely fastened as you would have wished. But why argue about it, my dear Monsieur Chambertin, when you know quite well that I have given you a perfectly accurate exposé of the means which you employed to make a pretty and spoilt woman help you in your nefarious work?"
"Why argue, indeed?" Chauvelin retorted dryly. "The past is past. I'll answer to my country, which you outrage by your machinations, for the methods which I employ to circumvent them. Your concern and mine, my gallant friend, is solely with the future, with the next 4 days, in fact, after which either the Scarlet Pimpernel is in our hands, or Lady Blakeney will be put against the wall upstairs and summarily shot." Then only did something of his habitual lazy nonchalance go out of Blakeney's attitude. Just for the space of a few seconds he drew himself up to his full magnificent height, and from the summit of his splendid audacity and the consciousness of his own power he looked down at the mean cringing figure of the enemy, who had hurled this threat of death against the woman he worshipped. Chauvelin vainly tried to keep up some semblance of dignity. He tried to meet the glance which no longer mocked, and to close his ears to the voice which, sonorous and commanding, now threatened in its turn.
"And you really believe,"
Sir Percy Blakeney said slowly and deliberately,
"that you have the power to carry through your infamous schemes? That I, yes, I, would allow you to come within measurable distance of their execution? Bah! My dear friend, you have learned nothing by past experience. Not even this, that when you dared to lay your filthy hands upon Lady Blakeney, you and the whole pack of assassins who have terrorized this beautiful country far too long struck the knell of your ultimate doom. You have dared to measure your strength against mine by perpetrating an outrage so monstrous in my sight that, to punish you, I, even I, will sweep you off the face of the earth, and send you to join the pack of unclean ghouls who have aided you in your crimes. After which, thank the Lord, the earth being purged of your presence, will begin to smell sweetly again."
Chauvelin made a vain effort to laugh, to shrug his shoulders, to put on those airs of insolence which came so naturally to his opponent. No doubt the strain of this long interview with his enemy had told upon his nerves. Certain it is that at this moment, though he was conscious enough to rail inwardly at his own cowardice, he was utterly unable to move or to retort. His limbs felt heavy as lead, an icy shudder was coursing down his spine. It seemed, in truth, as if some uncanny ghoul had entered the dreary, dank apartment, and with gaunt, invisible hand was tolling a silent passing bell, the death knell of all his ambitions and all his hopes. He closed his eyes, for he felt giddy and sick. When he opened his eyes again, he was alone. End of chapter 25. Chapter 26 of The Triumph of the Scarlet Pimpernel by Emma Orczy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Triumph of the Scarlet Pimpernel by Emma Orczy. Chapter 26. A Dream. Chauvelin had not yet regained full possession of his faculties, when a few seconds later he saw Thérèse Cabarrus glide swiftly across the antechamber. She appeared to him like a ghost, a pixie who had found her way through a keyhole. But she threw him a glance of contempt that was very human, very feminine indeed, and the next moment she was gone. Outside on the landing she paused. Straining her ears, she caught the sound of a firm footfall slowly descending the stairs. She ran down a few steps, then called softly,
"Milord."
The footsteps paused, and a pleasant voice gave quiet reply.
At your service, fair lady.
Thérèse, shrewd as well as brave, continued to descend. She was not in the least afraid. Instinct had told her before now that no woman need ever have the slightest fear of that elegant milord with the quaint laugh and gentle mocking mien, whom she had learned to know over in England. Midway down the stairs she came face to face with him, and when she paused, panting, a little breathless with excitement, she said with perfect courtesy,
"You did me the honour to call me, madame?"
"Yes, milord,"
she replied in quick, eager whisper.
"I heard every word that passed between you and Citizen Chauvelin."
"Of course you did, dear lady,"
he rejoined with a smile.
"If a woman once resisted the temptation of putting a shell-like ear to a keyhole, the world would lose many a cause for entertainment."
"That letter, milord."
She broke in impatiently.
"Which letter, madame?"
"That insulting letter to me, when you took Moncrief away. You never wrote it?"
"Did you really think that I did?"
he retorted.
"No, I ought to have guessed. The moment that I saw you in England."
"And realized that I was not a cad, what?"
"Oh, milord!"
she protested.
"But why? Why did you not tell me before?"
"It had escaped my memory. And if I remember rightly, you spent most of the time when I had the honour of walking with you in giving me elaborate and interesting accounts of your difficulties, and I in listening to them."
"Oh!"
she exclaimed vehemently.
"I hate that man. I hate him."
"In truth, he is not a lovable personality. But, by your leave, I presume that you did not desire to speak with me so that we might discuss our friend Chauvelin's amiable qualities."
"No, no, milord,"
she rejoined quickly.
"I called to you because—"
Then she paused for a moment or two, as if to collect her thoughts. Her eager eyes strove to pierce the gloom that enveloped the figure of the bold adventurer. She could only see the dim outline of his powerful figure, the light from above striking on his smooth hair, the elegantly tied bow at the nape of his neck, the exquisite filmy lace at his throat and wrists. His head was slightly bent, one arm in a curve supported his chapeau bras. His whole attitude was one befitting a salon rather than this dank hovel, where death was even now at his elbow. It was as cool and unperturbed as it had been on that May-Day evening in the hawthorn-scented lanes of Kent.
"Milord,"
she said abruptly,
"you told me once, you remember, that you were what you English call a sportsman. Is that so?"
"I hope always to remain that, dear lady,"
he replied with a smile.
"Does that mean,"
she queried, with a pretty air of deference and hesitation,
"does that mean a man who would, under no circumstances, harm a woman?"
"I think so."
"Now, even if she has sinned, transgressed against him—"
"I don't quite understand, madame,"
he rejoined simply.
"And, time being short, are you perchance speaking of yourself?"
"Yes, I have done you an injury, milord."
"A very great one indeed."
He assented gravely.
"Could you—"
she pleaded, rising earnest, tear-filled eyes to his.
"Could you bring yourself to believe that I have been nothing but a miserable, innocent tool?"
"So was the lady upstairs innocent, madame,"
he broke in quietly.
"I know,"
she retorted with a sigh.
"I know. I would never dare to plead, as you must hate me so."
He shrugged his shoulders with an air of carelessness.
"Oh,"
he said,
"does a man ever hate a pretty woman?"
He forgives her, milord,
she entreated.
if he is a true sportsman.
Indeed. You astonish me, dear lady. But in verity you all in this unhappy country are full of surprises for a plain blunt-headed Britisher. Now what, I wonder,
he added, with a light good-humoured laugh,
would my forgiveness be worth to you?
Everything,
she replied earnestly.
I was deceived by that abominable liar, who knew how to play upon a woman's pique. I am ashamed, wretched. Oh, cannot you believe me? And I would give worlds to atone.
He laughed in his quiet, gently ironical way.
You do not happen to possess worlds, dear lady. All that you have is youth, and beauty, and ambition, and life. You would forfeit all those treasures if you really tried to atone.
But
Lady Blakeney is a prisoner. You are her jailer. Her precious life is the hostage for yours.
milord,
She murmured.
From my heart I wish you well, fair one.
He broke in lightly.
Believe me, the pagan gods that fashioned you did not design you for tragedy. And if you ran counter to your friend Chauvelin's desires, I fear me that pretty neck of yours would suffer, a thing to be avoided at all costs. And now,
he added,
have I your permission to go? My position here is somewhat precarious, and for the next 4 days I cannot afford the luxury of entertaining so fine a lady by running my head into a noose.
He was on the point of going when she placed a restraining hand upon his arm.
milord,
She pleaded.
At your service, dear lady.
is there naught I can do for you?
He looked at her for a moment or two, and even through the gloom she caught his quizzical look and the mocking lines around his firm lips.
You can ask Lady Blakeney to forgive you,
he said, with a thought more seriousness than was habitual to him.
She is an angel. She might do it.
And if she does?
She will know what to do, to convey her thoughts to me.
Nay, but I'll do more than that, milord.
Teresia continued excitedly.
I will tell her that I shall pray night and day for your deliverance, and hers. I will tell her that I have seen you, and that you are well.
Ah, if you did that!
He exclaimed, almost involuntarily.
You would forgive me too.
She pleaded.
I would do more than that, fair one. I would make you Queen of France, in all but name.
What do you mean?
She murmured.
That I would then redeem the promise which I made to you that evening in the lane, outside Dover. Do you remember?
She made no reply, closed her eyes, and her vivid fancy, rendered doubly keen by the mystery which seemed to encompass him as with a supernatural mantle, conjured up the vision of that unforgettable evening. The moonlight, the scent of the hawthorn, the call of the thrush. She saw him stooping before her, and kissing her finger-tips, even whilst her ears recalled every word he had spoken and every inflection of his mocking voice.
Let me rather put it differently, dear lady,
he said then.
One day the exquisite Teresia Cabarrou, the Egeria of the terrorists, the fiancée of the great Talleyrand, might need the help of the League of the Scarlet Pimpernel.
And she, angered, piqued by his coolness, thirsting for revenge for the insult which she believed he had put upon her, had then protested earnestly.
I would sooner die,
she had boldly asserted,
than seek your help, milord.
And now, at this hour, here in this house where death lurked in every corner, she could still hear his retort.
Here in Dover, perhaps. But in France?
How right he had been! How right! She, who had thought herself so strong, so powerful, what was she, indeed, but a miserable tool in the hands of men who would break her without scruple if she ran counter to their will? Remorse was not for her, atonement too great a luxury for a tool of Chauvelin to indulge in. The black, hideous taint, the sin of having dragged this splendid man and that innocent woman to their death, must rest upon her soul forever. Even now she was jeopardizing his life, every moment that she kept him talking in this house. And yet the impulse to speak with him, to hear him say a word of forgiveness, had been unconquerable. One moment she longed for him to go, the next she would have sacrificed much to keep him by her side. When he had wished to go, she held him back. Now that, with his wonted careless disregard of danger, he appeared willing to linger, she sought for the right words wherewith to bid him go. He seemed to divine her thoughts, remained quite still while she stood there with eyes closed, in one brief second reviewing the past. It all came back to her, her challenge to him, his laughing retort.
You mean,
she said at parting,
that you would risk your life to save mine?
I should not risk my life, dear lady,
he had said with his puzzling smile.
But I should, God help me, do my best, if the need arose, to save yours.
Then he had gone, and she had stood under the porch of the quaint old English inn and watched his splendid figure as it disappeared down the street. She had watched, puzzled, uncomprehending, her heart already stirred by that sweet, sad ache which at this hour brought tears to her eyes, the aching sorrow of that which could never, never be. Ah, if it had been her good fortune to have come across such a man, to have aroused in him that admiration for herself which she so scorned in others, how different, how very different would life have been! And she fell to envying the poor prisoner upstairs, who owned the most precious treasure life can offer to any woman, the love of a fine man. 2 hot tears came slowly through her closed eyes, coursing down her cheeks.
Why so sad, dear lady?
He asked gently. She could not speak for a moment, only murmured vaguely.
4 days.
4 days,
he retorted gaily.
As you say. In 4 days either I or a pack of assassins will be dead.
Oh, what will become of me?
She sighed.
Whatever you choose.
You are bold, milord,
she rejoined more calmly.
And you are brave. Alas, what can you do, when the most powerful hands in France are against you?
Smite them, dear lady,
he replied airily.
Smite them. Then turn my back upon this fair land. It will no longer have need of me.
Then he made her a courteous bow.
May I have the honour of escorting you upstairs? Your friend Monsieur Chauvelin will be awaiting you.
The name of her taskmaster brought Teresia back to the realities of life. Gone was the dream of a while ago, when subconsciously her mind had dwelt upon a sweet might-have-been. The man was nothing to her, less than nothing, a common spy, so her friends averred. Even if he had not presumed to write her an insulting letter, he was still the enemy, the foe whose hand was raised against her own country and against those with whose fortunes she had thrown in her lot. Even now she ought to be calling loudly for help, rouse the house with her cries, so that this spy, this enemy, might be brought down before her eyes. Instead of which she felt her heart beating with apprehension, lest his quiet, even voice be heard on the floor above, and he be caught in the snare which those who feared and hated him had laid for him. Indeed, she appeared far more conscious of danger than he did, and while she chided herself for her folly in having called to him, he was standing before her as if he were in a drawing-room, holding out his arm to escort her into dinner. His foot was on the step, ready to ascend, even whilst Teresia's straining ears caught the sound of other footsteps up above, footsteps of men, real men those, who were set up there to watch for the coming of the Scarlet Pimpernel, and whose vigilance had been spurred by promise of reward and by threat of death. She pushed his arm aside almost roughly.
You are mad, milord,
she said in a choked murmur.
Such foolhardiness, when your life is in deadly jeopardy, becomes criminal folly.
The best of life,
he said airily,
is folly. I would not miss this moment for a kingdom.
She felt like a creature under a spell. He took her hand and drew it through his arm. She went up the steps beside him. Every moment she thought that one or more of the soldiers would be coming down, or that Chauvelin, impatient at her absence, might step out upon the landing. The dank, murky air seemed alive with ominous whisperings of stealthy treads upon the stone. Teresia dared not look behind her, fearful lest the grim presence of death itself be suddenly made manifest before her. On the landing he took leave of her, stooped and kissed her hand.
"Why, how cold it is,"
he remarked with a smile. He was perfectly steady and warm. The very feel of it seemed to give her strength. She raised her eyes to his.
"Milord," she entreated, "on my knees I beg of you not to toy with your life any longer."
"Toy with my life?"
he retorted gaily.
"Nothing is further from my thoughts."
"You must know that every second which you spend in this house is fraught with the greatest possible danger."
"Danger? Ne'er a bit, dear lady. I am no longer in danger, now that you are my friend."
The next moment he was gone. For a while Teresia's straining ears still caught the sound of his firm footfall upon the stone steps. Then all was still, and she was left wondering if, in very truth, the last few minutes on the dark stairs had not all been part of a dream. End of chapter 26. Chapter 27 of The Triumph of the Scarlet Pimpernel by Emma Orczy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Triumph of the Scarlet Pimpernel by Emma Orczy. Chapter 27. Terror or Ambition. Chauvelin had sufficiently recovered from the emotions of the past half-hour to speak coolly and naturally to Teresia. Whether he knew that she had waylaid Sir Percy Blakeney on the stairs or no, she could not conjecture. He made no reference to his interview with the Scarlet Pimpernel, nor did he question her directly as to whether she had overheard what passed between them. Certainly his attitude was more dictatorial one than it had been before. Some of his first words to her contained a veiled menace. Whether the sense of coming triumph gave him a fresh measure of that arrogance which past failures had never wholly subdued, or whether terror for the future caused him to bluster and to threaten, it were impossible to say. "Vigilance," he said to Teresia, with a curt greeting. "Incessant vigilance, night and day, is what your country demands of you now, citizeness. All our lives now depend upon our vigilance."
Yours, perhaps, citizen,
she rejoined coolly.
You seem to forget that I am not bound.
You? Not bound? He broke in roughly and with a strident laugh. Not bound to aid in bringing the most bitter enemy of your country to his knees? Not bound now that success is in sight?
You only obtained my help by a subterfuge,
she retorted.
By a forged letter and a villainous lie.
Bah! Are you going to tell me, citizeness, that all means are not justifiable when dealing with those whose hands are raised against France? Forgery? He went on, with passionate earnestness. Why not? Outrage? Murder? I would commit every crime in order to serve the country which I love and hound her enemies to death. The only crime that is unjustifiable, citoyenne, is indifference. You, not bound. Wait, I say, and if by your indifference or your apathy we fail once more to bring that elusive enemy to book, wait then until you stand at the bar of the People's Tribunal, and in the face of France, who called to you for help, of France who, beset by 100 foes, stretch appealing arms to you, her daughter, you turned a deaf ear to her entreaties, and shrugging your fair shoulders, calmly pleaded, Bah! I was not bound. He paused, carried away by his own enthusiasm, feeling perhaps that he had gone too far, or else had said enough to enforce the obedience which he exacted. After a while, since Teresia remained silent too, he added more quietly, If we capture the Scarlet Pimpernel this time, citizeness, Robespierre shall know from my lips that it is to you and to you alone that he owes this triumph over the enemy whom he fears above all. Without you, I could not have set the trap out of which he cannot now escape.
He can escape. He can,
she retorted defiantly.
The Scarlet Pimpernel is too clever, too astute, too audacious to fall into your trap.
Take care, citoyenne, take care. Your admiration for that elusive hero carries you beyond the bounds of prudence.
Bah! If he escapes, 'tis you who will be blamed.
And 'tis you who will suffer, citoyenne, he riposted blandly. With which parting shaft he left her, certain that she would ponder over his threats as well as over his bold promise of a rich reward. Terror and ambition, death or the gratitude of Robespierre. How well did Chauvelin gauge the indecision, the shallowness of a fickle woman's heart! Teresia, left to herself, had only those two alternatives over which to ponder. Robespierre's gratitude, which meant that the admiration which already he felt for her would turn to stronger passion. He was still heart-whole, that she knew. The regard which he was supposed to feel for the humble cabinet-maker's daughter could only be a passing fancy. The dictator of France must choose a mate worthy of his power and of his ambition. His friends would see to that. Robespierre's gratitude, what a vista of triumphs and of glory did that eventuality open up before her! What dizzy heights of satisfied ambition! And what a contrast if Chauvelin's scheme failed in the end! "Wait," he had cried, "until you stand at the bar of the People's Tribunal and plead indifference." Teresia shuddered. Despite the close atmosphere of the apartment, she was shivering with cold. Her loneliness, her isolation here in this house, where an appalling and grim tragedy was even now in operation, filled her with sickening dread. Overhead she could hear the soldiers moving about, and in one of the rooms close by her sensitive ear caught the sound of Mother Théo's shuffling tread. But the sound that was most insistent, that hammered away at her heart until she could have screamed with the pain, was the echo of a lazy, somewhat inane laugh, and the gentle mocking voice that said lightly,
"The best of life is folly, dear lady. I would not miss this moment for a kingdom."
Her hand went up to her throat to smother the sobs that would rise up against her will. Then she called all her self-control, all her ambition to her aid. The present mood was sentimental nonsense, an abyss created by an oversensitive heart, into which she might be falling headlong. What was this Englishman to her that thought of his death should prove such mental agony? As for him, he only laughed at her, despised her still, probably, hated her for the injury she had done to that woman upstairs whom he loved. Impatient to get away from this atmosphere of tragedy and of mysticism which was preying on her nerves, Teresia called peremptorily to Mother Théo, and when the old woman came shuffling out of her room, demanded her cloak and hood.
"Have you seen aught of Citizen Moncrief?" she
asked, just before going away.
"I caught sight of him over the way,"
Catherine Théo replied,
"watching this house as he always does when you, citoyen, are in it."
"Ah,"
the imperious beauty retorted, with a thought of spite in her mellow voice.
"Would you give him a potion, mother, to cure him of his infatuation for me?"
"Despise no man's love, citoyen,"
the witch retorted sententiously.
"Even that poor vagabond's blind passion may yet prove thy salvation."
A moment or two later, Teresia was once more on the dark stairs where she had dreamed of the handsome milord. She sighed as she ran swiftly down, sighed and looked half fearfully about her. She still felt his presence through the gloom, and in the ghostly light that feebly illumined the corner whereon he had stood, she still vaguely saw in spirit his tall, straight figure stooping whilst he kissed her hand. At one moment she was quite sure that she heard his voice and the echo of his pleasant laugh. Down below, Bertrand Moncrief was waiting for her, silent, humble, with the look of a faithful watchdog upon his pale, wan face.
"You make yourself ill, my poor Bertrand,"
Teresia said, not unkindly, seeing that he stood aside to let her pass, fearful of a rebuff if he dared speak to her.
"I am in no danger, I assure you, and this constant dogging of my footsteps can do no good to you or to me."
"But it can do no harm,"
he pleaded earnestly.
"Something tells me, Teresia, that danger does threaten you, unbeknown to you, from a quarter least expected."
"Bah!"
she retorted lightly.
"And if it did, you could not avert it."
He made a desperate effort to check the words of passionate protestations which rose to his lips. He longed to tell her how gladly he would make of his body a shield to protect her from harm, how happy he would be if he might die for her. But obviously he dared not say what lay nearest to his heart. All he could do now was to walk silently by her side as far as her lodgings in the Rue Viardot, grateful for this small privilege, uncomplaining and almost happy, because she tolerated his presence, and because while she walked the ends of her long scarf, stirred by the breeze, would now and again flutter against his cheek. Miserable Bertrand! He had laden his soul with an abominable crime for this woman's sake, and he had not even the satisfaction of feeling that she gave him an infinitesimal measure of gratitude. End of chapter 27. Chapter 28 of The Triumph of the Scarlet Pimpernel by Emma Orczy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Triumph of the Scarlet Pimpernel by Emma Orczy. Chapter 28. In the Meanwhile. Chauvelin, who, despite his many failures, was still one of the most conspicuous, since he was one of the most unscrupulous, members of the Committee of Public Safety, had not attended its sittings for some days. He had been too deeply absorbed in his own schemes to trouble about those of his colleagues. In truth, the coup which he was preparing was so stupendous, and if it succeeded, his triumph would be so magnificent, that he could well afford to hold himself aloof. Those who were still inclined to scorn and scoff at him today would be his most cringing sycophants on the morrow. He knew well enough, none better, that during this time the political atmosphere in the committees and the clubs was nothing short of electrical. He felt, as everyone did, that something catastrophic was in the air, that death, more self-evident than ever before, lurked at every man's elbow and stalked round the corner of every street. Robespierre, the tyrant, the autocrat whose mere word swayed the multitude, remained silent and impenetrable, absent from every gathering. He only made brief appearances at the convention, and there sat moody and self-absorbed. Every one knew that this man, dictator in all but name, was meditating a titanic attack upon his enemies. His veiled threats, uttered during his rare appearances at the Speaker's tribune, embraced even the most popular, the most prominent amongst the representatives of the people. Every one, in fact, who was likely to stand in his way when he was ready to snatch the supreme power. His intimates, Couthon, Saint-Just, and the others, openly accused of planning a dictatorship for their chief, hardly took the trouble to deny the impeachment, even whilst Tallien and his friends, feeling that the tyrant had already decreed their doom, went about like ghostly shadows, not daring to raise their voice in the convention, lest the first word they uttered brought down the sword of his lustful wrath upon their heads. The Committee of Public Safety, now renamed the Revolutionary Committee, strove, on the other hand, by a recrudescence of cruelty, to ingratiate itself with the potential dictator, and to pose before the people as alone pure and incorruptible, blind in justice, inexorable where the safety of the Republic was concerned. Thus an abominable emulation of vengeance and of persecution went on between the committee and Robespierre's party, wherein neither side could afford to give in, for fear of being accused of apathy and of moderation. Chauvelin, for the most part, had kept out of the turmoil. He felt that in his hands lay the destiny of either party. His one thought was of the Scarlet Pimpernel and of his imminent capture, knowing that, with the most inveterate opponent of revolutionary excesses in his hands, he would within an hour be in a position to link his triumph with one or the other of the parties, either with Robespierre and his herd of butchers, or with Tallien and the moderates. He was the mysterious and invisible deus ex machina, who, anon, when it suited his purpose, would reveal himself in his full glory as the man who had tracked down and brought to the guillotine the most dangerous enemy of the revolutionary government. And so easily is a multitude swayed, that one fact would bring him popularity transcending that of every other man in France. He, Chauvelin, the despised, the derided, whose name had become synonymous with failure, would then, with a word, sweep those aside who had mocked him, hurl his enemies from their pedestals, and name at will the rulers of France, all within 4 days, and of these 2 had gone by. These days in mid-July had been more than usually sultry. It seemed almost as if nature had linked herself with the passions of men, and hand in hand with vengeance, lust, and cruelty, had rendered the air hot and heavy, with the presage of an oncoming storm. For Marguerite Blakeney these days had gone by like a nightmare. Cut off from all knowledge of the outside world, without news from her husband for the past 48 hours, she was enduring mental agony such as would have broken a weaker or less trusting spirit. 2 days ago she had received a message, a few lines hastily scribbled by an unknown hand, and brought to her by the old woman who waited upon her.
I have seen him.
The message said,
He is well, and full of hope. I pray God for your deliverance, and his, but help can only come by a miracle.
The message was written in a feminine hand, with no clue as to the writer. Since then, nothing. Marguerite had not seen Chauvelin again, for which indeed she thanked heaven on her knees. But every day at a given hour she was conscious of his presence outside her door. She heard his voice in the vestibule. There would be a word or two of command, the grounding of arms, then some whispered talking, and presently Chauvelin's stealthy footstep would slink up to her door, and Marguerite would remain still as a mouse that sensed the presence of a cat, holding her breath, life almost at a standstill in this agony of expectation. The remainder of the daytime hung with a leaden weight on her hands. She was given no books to read, not a needle wherewith to busy herself. She had no one to speak to save old Mother Théo, who waited on her and brought her meals, nearly always in silence, and with a dour mien which checked any attempt at conversation. For company, the unfortunate woman had nothing but her own thoughts, her fears which grew in intensity, and her hopes which were rapidly dwindling, as hour followed hour, and day succeeded day in dreary monotony. No sound around her save the incessant tramp of sentries at her door, and every 2 hours the changing of the guard in the vestibule outside. Then the whispered colloquies, the soldiers playing at cards or throwing dice, the bibulous songs, the ribald laughter, the obscene words flung aloud like bits of filthy rag, the life, in fact, that revolved around her jailers, and seemed at a standstill within her prison walls. In the late afternoons the air would become insufferably hot, and Marguerite would throw open the window and sit beside it, her gaze fixed upon the horizon far away, her hands lying limp and moist upon her lap. Then she would fall to dreaming. Her thoughts, swifter than flight of swallows, would cross the sea and go roaming across country to her stately home in Richmond, where at this house the moist cool air was fragrant with the scent of late roses and of lime-blossom, and the murmur of the river lapping the mossy bank whispered of love and of peace. In her dream she could see the tall figure of her beloved coming toward her. The sunset was playing upon his smooth hair and upon his strong slender hands, always outstretched toward the innocent and the weak. She would hear his dear voice calling her name, feel his arms around her, and her senses swooning in the ecstasy of that perfect moment which comes just before a kiss. She would dream, only to wake up the next moment to hear the church clock of Saint-Antoine striking 7, and a minute or two later that ominous shuffling footstep outside her door, those whisperings, the grounding of arms, a burst of cruel laughter, which brought her from the dizzy heights of illusive happiness back to the hideous reality of her own horrible position, and of the deadly danger which lay in wait for her beloved. End of chapter 28. Chapter 29 of The Triumph of the Scarlet Pimpernel by Emma Orczy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Triumph of the Scarlet Pimpernel by Emma Orczy. Chapter 29. The Close of the Second Day. Soon after 7 o'clock that evening the storm which had threatened all day burst in its full fury. A raging gale tore at the dilapidated roofs of this squalid corner of the great city, and lashed the mud of the streets into miniature cascades. Soon the rain fell in torrents. One clap of thunder followed on another with appalling rapidity, and the dull leaden sky was rent with vivid flashes of lightning. Chauvelin, who had paid his daily visit to the captain in charge of the prisoner in the Rue de la Planchette, was unable to proceed homewards. For the moment the street appeared impassable. Wrapped in his cloak, he decided to wait in the disused storage-room below until it became possible for an unfortunate pedestrian to sally forth into the open. There seems no doubt that at this time the man's very soul was on the rack. His nerves were stretched to breaking point, not only by incessant vigilance, by obsession of the one idea, the one aim, but also by multifarious incidents which his overwrought imagination magnified into attempts to rob him of his prey. He trusted no one, not Mother Théo, not the men upstairs, not Teresia, least of all Teresia. And his tortured brain invented and elaborated schemes whereby he set one set of spies to watch another, one set of sleuth-hounds to run after another, in a kind of vicious and demoniac circle of mistrust and denunciation. Nor did he trust himself any longer, neither his instincts, nor his eyes, nor his ears. His intimates, and he had very few of these, said of him at that time that if he had his way, he would have had every tatterdemalion in the city branded, like Rateau, lest they were bribed or tempted into changing identities with the Scarlet Pimpernel. Whilst waiting for a lull in the storm, he was pacing up and down the dank and murky storage-house, striving by febrile movements to calm his nerves. Shivering, despite the closeness of the atmosphere, he kept the folds of his mantle closely wrapped around his shoulders. It was impossible to keep the outer doors open, because the rain beat in wildly on that side, and the place would have been in utter darkness, but for an old grimy lanthorn which some prudent hand had set up on a barrel in the centre of the vast space, and which shed a feeble circle of light around. The latch of the wicket appeared to be broken, for the small door, driven by the wind, flapped backwards and forwards with irritating ceaselessness. At one time Chauvelin tried to improvise some means of fastening it, for the noise helped to exacerbate his nerves, and leaning out into the street in order to seize hold of the door, he saw the figure of a man, bent nearly double in the teeth of the gale, shuffling across the street from the direction of the Porte Saint-Antoine. It was then 8 o'clock, and the light treacherous, but despite the veil of torrential rain which intervened between him and that shuffling figure, something in the gait, the stature, the stoop of the wide bony shoulders, appeared unpleasantly familiar. The man's head and shoulders were wrapped in a tattered piece of sacking, which he held close to his chest. His arms were bare, as were his shins, and on his feet he had a pair of sabots stuffed with straw. Midway across the street he paused, and a tearing fit of coughing seemed to render him momentarily helpless. Chauvelin's first instinct prompted him to run to the stairs, and to call for assistance from Captain Boyer. Indeed, he was halfway up to the first floor, when, looking down, he saw that the man had entered the place through the wicket door. Still coughing and spluttering, he had divested himself of his piece of sacking, and was crouching down against the barrel in the centre of the room, and trying to warm his hands by holding them against the glass sides of the old lanthorn. From where he stood Chauvelin could see the dim outline of the man's profile, the chin ornamented with a 3 days' growth of beard, the lank hair plastered above the pallid forehead, the huge bones, coated with grime, that protruded through the rags that did duty for a shirt. The sleeves of this tattered garment hung away from the arm, displaying a fiery, inflamed weal, shaped like the letter M, that had recently been burned into the flesh with a branding-iron. The sight of that mark upon the vagabond's arm caused Chauvelin to pause a moment, then to come down the stairs again. "Citizen Rateau!" he called. The man jumped as if he had been struck with a whip, tried to struggle to his feet, but collapsed on the floor, while a terrible fit of coughing took his breath away. Chauvelin, standing beside the barrel, looked down with a grim smile on this miserable wreckage of humanity, whom he had so judiciously put out of the way of further mischief. The dim flicker of the lanthorn illuminated the gaunt bony arm, so that the charred flesh stood out like a crimson fiery string against a coating of grime. Rateau appeared terrified, scared by the sudden apparition of the man who had inflicted the shameful punishment upon him. Chauvelin's face, lighted from below by the lanthorn, did indeed appear grim and forbidding. Some few seconds elapsed before the coal-heaver had recovered sufficiently to stand on his feet. "I seem to have scared you, my friend," Chauvelin remarked dryly.
I did not know,"
Rateau stammered with a painful wheeze,
"that anyone was here. I came for shelter."
"I am here for shelter too," Chauvelin rejoined, "and did not see you enter."
"Mother Théo allows me to sleep here."
Rateau went on mildly.
"I have had no work for 2 days. Not since—"
and he looked down ruefully upon his arm.
"People think I am an escaped felon,"
he explained with snivelling timidity.
"and as I have always lived just from hand to mouth—"
He paused, and cast an obsequious glance on the terrorist, who retorted dryly, Better men than you, my friend, live from hand to mouth these days. Poverty," he continued with grim sarcasm, "exalts a man in this glorious revolution of ours. 'Tis riches that shame him." Rateau's branded arm went up to his lanky hair, and he scratched his head dubiously.
"Aye,"
he nodded, obviously uncomprehending.
"Perhaps. But I'd like to taste some of that shame."
Chauvelin shrugged his shoulders and turned on his heel. The thunder sounded a little more distant, and the rain less violent for the moment, and he strode toward the door.
"The children run after me now,"
Rateau continued dolefully.
"In my quartier, the concierge turned me out of my lodging. They keep asking me what I have done, to be branded like a convict."
Chauvelin laughed. "Tell them you've been punished for serving the English spy," he said.
"The Englishman paid me well, and I am very poor,"
Rateau retorted meekly.
"I could serve the state now, if it would pay me well."
"Indeed? How?"
"By telling you something, citizen, which you would like to know."
"What is it?" At once the instinct of the informer, of the sleuth-hound, was on the qui-vive. The coal-heaver's words, the expression of cunning on his ugly face, the cringing obsequiousness of his attitude, all suggested the spirit of intrigue, of underhand dealing, of lies and denunciations, which were as the breath of life to this master spy. He retraced his steps, came and sat upon a pile of rubbish beside the barrel, and when Rateau, terrified apparently at what he had said, made a motion as if to slink away, Chauvelin called him back peremptorily. "What is it, citizen Rateau," he said curtly, "that you could tell me, and that I would like to know?" Rateau was cowering in the darkness, trying to efface his huge bulk, and to smother his rasping cough. "You have said too much already," Chauvelin went on harshly, "to hold your tongue, and you have nothing to fear, everything to gain. What is it?" For a moment Rateau leaned forward, struck the ground with his fist.
"Am I to be paid this time?"
he asked. "If you speak the truth, yes."
"How much?"
"That depends on what you tell me. And now, if you hold your tongue, I shall call to the citizen captain upstairs and send you to jail." The coal-heaver appeared to crouch yet further into himself. He looked like a huge, shapeless mass in the gloom. His huge yellow teeth could be heard chattering.
"Citizen Tallien will send me to the guillotine," he
murmured. "What has Citizen Tallien to do with it?"
"He pays great attention to the citoyenne Cabarrou."
"And it is about her?" Rateau nodded. "What is it?" Chauvelin reiterated harshly.
"She is playing you false, citizen."
Rateau murmured in a hoarse breath, and crawled like a long, bulky worm a little closer to the terrorist. "How?"
"She is in league with the Englishman."
"How do you know?"
"I saw her here 2 days ago. You remember, citizen, after you—"
"Yes, yes," Chauvelin cried impatiently.
"Sergeant Chazot took me to the cavalry barracks. They gave me to drink, and I don't remember much what happened. But when I was myself again, I know that my arm was very sore, and when I looked down I saw this awful mark on it. I was just outside the arsenal then. How I got there I don't know. I suppose Sergeant Chazot brought me back. He says I was howling for Mother Théo. She has marvellous salves, you know, citizen."
"Yes, yes."
"I came in here. My head still felt very strange, and my arm felt like living fire. Then I heard voices. They came from the stairs. I looked about me and saw them standing there."
Rateau, leaning upon one arm, stretched out the other and pointed to the stairs. Chauvelin, with a violent gesture, seized him by the wrist. "Who?" he queried harshly. "Who was standing there?" His glance followed the direction in which the coal-heaver was pointing, then instinctively wandered back and fastened on that fiery letter M, which had been seared into the vagabond's flesh.
"The Englishman and citoyen Cabarrou,"
Rateau replied feebly, for he had winced with pain under the excited grip of the terrorist. "You are certain?"
"I heard them talking."
"What did they say?"
"I do not know. But I saw the Englishman kiss the citoyenne's hand before they parted."
"And what happened after that?"
"The citoyenne went to Mother Théo's apartment, and the Englishman came down the stairs. I had just time to hide behind that pile of rubbish. He did not see me."
Chauvelin uttered a savage curse of disappointment. "Is that all?" he exclaimed.
"The state will pay me,"
Rateau murmured vaguely. "Not a sou," Chauvelin retorted roughly. "And if Citizen Tallien hears this pretty tale—"
"I can swear to it."
"Bah! Citoyenne Cabarrus will swear that you lied. 'Twill be her word against that of a mudlark."
"Nay,"
Rateau retorted.
"'twill be more than that."
"What then?"
"Will you swear to protect me, citizen, if Citizen Tallien—"
"Yes, yes, I'll protect you, and the guillotine has no time to trouble about such muckworms as you."
"Well then, citizen,"
Rateau went on in a hoarse murmur,
"if you will go to the citoyenne's lodgings in the Rue Villedot, I can show you where the Englishman hides the clothes wherewith he disguises himself, and the letters which he writes to the citoyenne when—"
He paused, obviously terrified at the awesome expression of the other man's face. Chauvelin had allowed the coal-heaver's wrist to drop out of his grasp. He was sitting quite still, silent and grim, his thin, claw-like hands closely clasped together and held between his knees. The flickering light of the lanthorn distorted his narrow face, lengthened the shadows beneath the nose and chin, threw a highlight just below the brows, so that the pale eyes appeared to gleam with an unnatural flame. Rateau hardly dared to move. He lay like a huge bundle of rags in the inky blackness beyond the circle of light projected by the lanthorn. His breath came and went with a dragging hissing sound, now and then broken by a painful cough. For a moment or two there was silence in the great disused storeroom, a silence broken only by the thunder, dull and distant now, and the ceaseless, monotonous patter of the rain. Then Chauvelin murmured between his teeth, "If I thought that she—" But he did not complete the sentence, jumped to his feet, and approached the big mass of rags and humanity that cowered in the gloom. "Get up, Citizen Rateau," he commanded. The asthmatic giant struggled to his knees. His wooden shoes had slipped off his feet. He groped for them, and with trembling hands contrived to put them on again. "Get up!" Chauvelin reiterated, with a snarl like an angry tiger. He took a small tablet and a leaden point from his pocket, and stooping toward the light he scribbled a few words, and then handed the tablet to Rateau. "Take this over to the commissary of the section in the Place du Carrousel. 6 men and a captain will be detailed to go with you to the lodgings of the citoyenne Cabarrus in the Rue Villedot. You will find me there. Go!" Rateau's hand trembled visibly as he took the tablets. He was obviously terrified at what he had done, but Chauvelin paid no further heed to him. He had given him his orders, knowing well that they would be obeyed. The man had gone too far to draw back. It never entered Chauvelin's head that the coal-heaver might have lied. He had no cause for spite against the citoyenne Cabarrus, and the fair Spaniard stood on too high a pinnacle of influence for false denunciations to touch her. The terrorist waited until Rateau had quietly slunk out by the wicket door. Then he turned on his heel and quickly went up the stairs. In the vestibule on the top floor he called to Captain Boyer. "Citizen Captain," he said at the top of his voice, "you remember that tomorrow eve is the end of the 3rd day?"
Pardi,
the captain retorted gruffly.
"Is anything changed?"
"No."
"Then, unless by the eve of the 4th day that cursed Englishman is not in our hands, my orders are the same."
"Your orders are—" Chauvelin rejoined loudly, and pointed with grim intention at the door behind which he felt Marguerite Blakeney to be listening for every sound. "Unless the English spy is in our hands on the evening of the 4th day, to shoot your prisoner."
"It shall be done, citizen,"
Captain Boyer gave reply. Then he grinned maliciously, because from behind the closed door there had come a sound like a quickly smothered cry, after which Chauvelin nodded to the captain and once more descended the stairs. A few seconds later he went out of the house into the stormy night. End of chapter 29. Chapter 30 of The Triumph of the Scarlet Pimpernel by Emma Orczy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Triumph of the Scarlet Pimpernel by Emma Orczy. Chapter 30 When the Storm Burst. Fortunately, the storm only broke after the bulk of the audience was inside the theatre. The performance was timed to commence at 7, and a quarter of an hour before that time the citizens of Paris who had come to applaud Citoyenne Vestris, Citoyenne Talma, and their colleagues in Chénier's tragedy Henri VIII were in their seats. The theatre in the Rue de Richelieu was crowded. Talma and Vestris had always been great favourites with the public, and more so, perhaps, since their secession from the old and reactionary Comédie Française. Citizen Chénier's tragedy was, in truth, of a very poor order, but the audience was not disposed to be critical, and there was quite an excited hush in the house when Citoyenne Vestris, in the part of Anne de Boulogne, rolled off the meretricious verses, «Trop longtemps j'ai gardé le silence, le poids qui m'accablait tombe avec violence». But little was heard of the storm which raged outside. Only at times the patter of the rain on the domed roof became unpleasantly apparent as an inharmonious accompaniment to the declamation of the actors. It was a brilliant evening, not only because Citoyenne Vestris was in magnificent form, but also because of the number of well-known people who sat in the various boxes and in the parterre, and who thronged the foyer during the entr'acte. It seemed as if the members of the Convention, and those who sat upon the revolutionary committees, as well as the more prominent speakers in the various clubs, had made a point of showing themselves to the public, gay, unconcerned, interested in the stage and in the audience, at this moment when every man's head was insecure upon his shoulders, and no man knew whether, on reaching home, he would not find a posse of the National Guard waiting to convey him to the nearest prison. Death, indeed, lurked everywhere. The evening before, at a supper-party given in the house of Deputy Barrère, a paper was said to have dropped out of Robespierre's coat-pocket and been found by one of the guests. The paper contained nothing but just 40 names. What those names were the general public did not know, nor for what purpose the dictator carried the list about in his pocket. But during the representation of Henri VIII, the more obscure citizens of Paris, happy in their own insignificance, noted that in the foyer during the entr'acte Citizen Tallien and his friends appeared obsequious, whilst those who fawned upon Robespierre were more than usually arrogant. In one of the proscenium boxes Citoyenne Cabarrus attracted a great deal of attention. Indeed, her beauty tonight was, in the opinion of most men, positively dazzling. Dressed with almost ostentatious simplicity, she drew all eyes upon her by her merry, ringing laughter, the ripple of conversation which flowed almost incessantly from her lips, and the graceful, provocative gestures of her bare hands and arms, as she toyed with a miniature fan. Indeed, Thérèse Cabarrus was unusually light-hearted tonight. Sitting during the first 2 acts of the tragedy in her box, in the company of Citizen Tallien, she became the cynosure of all eyes, proud and happy, when during the 3rd interval she received the visit of Robespierre. He only stayed with her a few moments, and kept himself concealed for the most part at the back of the box, but he had been seen to enter, and Thérésia's exclamation,
"Ah, Citizen Robespierre! What a pleasant surprise! 'Tis not often you grace the theatre with your presence,"
had been heard all over the house. Indeed, with the exception of Eleanor Duplay, whose passionate admiration he rather accepted than reciprocated, the incorruptible and feline tyrant had never been known to pay attention to any woman. Great, therefore, was Thérésia's triumph. Visions of that grandeur which she had always coveted, and to which she had always felt herself predestined, danced before her eyes, and remembering Chauvelin's prophecies and Mother Théo's incantations, she allowed the dream picture of the magnificent English milord to fade slowly from her ken, bidding it a reluctant adieu. Though in her heart she still prayed for his deliverance, and did it with a passionate earnestness, Some impish demon would hover at her elbow and repeat in her unwilling ear Chauvelin's inspired words, "Bring the Scarlet Pimpernel to his knees at the chariot-wheel of Robespierre, and the crown of the Bourbon will be yours for the asking." And if, when she thought of that splendid head falling under the guillotine, a pang of remorse and regret shot through her heart, she turned with a seductive smile to the only man who could place that crown at her feet. His popularity was still at its zenith. Tonight, whenever the audience caught sight of him in the Cabarrus box, a wild cheer rang out from gallery to pit of the house. Then Theresia would lean over to him and whisper insinuatingly,
"You can do anything with that crown, citizen. You hold the people by the magnetism of your presence and of your voice. There is no height to which you cannot aspire."
"The greater the height,"
he murmured moodily,
"the dizzier the fall."
"'Tis on the summit you should gaze,"
she retorted,
"not on the abyss below."
"I prefer to gaze into the loveliest eyes in Paris,"
he replied with a clumsy attempt at gallantry,
"and remain blind to the summits as well as to the depths."
She tapped her daintily shod foot against the ground and gave an impatient little sigh. It seemed as if at every turn of fortune she was confronted with pusillanimity and indecision. Tallien fawning on Robespierre, Robespierre afraid of Tallien, Chauvelin a prey to nerves. How different to them all was that cool, self-possessed Englishman with the easy good-humour and splendid self-assurance.
"I would make you Queen of France, in all but name."
He said this as easily, as unconcernedly, as if he were promising an invitation to a rout. When, a moment or two later, Robespierre took leave of her, and she was left for a while alone with her thoughts, Theresia no longer tried to brush away from her mental vision the picture on which her mind loved to dwell. The tall, magnificent figure, the lazy, laughing eyes, the slender hand that looked so firm and strong amidst the billows of exquisite lace. Ah, well, the dream was over. It would never come again. He himself had wakened her. He himself had cast the die which must end his splendid life, even at the hour when love and fortune smiled at him through the lips and eyes of beautiful Cabarrus. Fate, in the guise of the one man she could have loved, was throwing Theresia into the arms of Robespierre. The next moment she was rudely awakened from her dreams. The door of her box was torn open by a violent hand, and turning, she saw Bertrand Moncrief, hatless, with hair dishevelled, clothes dripping and mud-stained, and linen soaked through. She was only just in time to arrest with a peremptory gesture the cry which was obviously hovering on his lips. "Hush!" came at once from every portion of the audience, angered by this disturbing noise. Tallien jumped to his feet.
"What is it?"
he demanded in a quick whisper.
"A perquisition,"
Moncrief replied hurriedly.
"in the house of the citoyenne."
"Impossible,"
she broke in harshly. "Hush! Silence!" the audience muttered audibly.
"I come from there,"
Moncrief murmured.
"I have seen, heard."
"Come outside,"
Theresia interjected.
"We cannot talk here."
She led the way out, and Tallien and Moncrief followed. The corridor, fortunately, was deserted. Only a couple of ouvriers stood gossiping in a corner. Theresia, white to the lips, but more from anger than fear, dragged Moncrief with her to the foyer. Here there was no one.
"Now, tell me,"
she commanded. Bertrand passed his trembling hand through his soaking hair. His clothes were wet through. He was shaking from head to foot, and appeared to have run, till now he could scarcely stand.
"Tell me,"
Theresia reiterated impatiently. Tallien stood by, half paralyzed with terror. He did not question the younger man, but gazed on him with compelling, horror-filled eyes, as if he would wrench the words out of him before they reached his throat.
"I was in the Rue Villedor,"
Moncrief stammered breathlessly at last,
"when the storm broke. I sought shelter under the portico of a house opposite the citoyenne's lodging. I was there a long time. Then the storm subsided. Men in uniform came along. They were soldiers of the National Guard. I could see that, though the street was pitch black. They passed quite close to me. They were talking of the citoyenne. Then they crossed over to her lodgings. I saw them enter the house, I saw Citizen Chauvelin in the doorway. He chided them for being late. There was a captain, and there were 6 soldiers, and that asthmatic coal-heaver was with them."
What?
Teresia exclaimed.
Rateau!
What in Satan's name does it all mean?
Tallien exclaimed with a savage curse.
"They went into the house."
Moncrief went on, his voice rasping through his parched throat.
"I followed at a little distance, to make quite sure before I came to warn you. Fortunately, I knew where you were. Fortunately, I always know."
You are sure they went up to my rooms?
Teresia broke in quickly.
"Yes. 2 minutes later I saw a light in your apartment."
She turned abruptly to Tallien.
My cloak.
She commanded.
I left it in the box.
He tried to protest.
I am going.
She rejoined firmly.
This is some ghastly mistake, for which that fiend Chauvelin will answer with his life. My cloak.
It was Bertrand who went back for the cloak and wrapped her in it. He knew, none better, that if his divinity desired to go, no power on earth would keep her back. She did not appear in the least afraid, but her wrath was terrible to see, and boded ill to those who had dared provoke it. Indeed, Teresia, flushed with her recent triumph, and with Robespierre's rare, if clumsy gallantries, still ringing in her ear, felt ready to dare anything, to brave anyone, even Chauvelin and his threats. She even succeeded in reassuring Tallien, ordered him to remain in the theatre, and to show himself to the public as utterly unconcerned.
In case a rumour of this outrage penetrates to the audience,
she said,
you must appear to make light of it. Nay, you must at once threaten reprisals against its perpetrators.
Then she wrapped her cloak about her, and taking Bertrand's arm, she hurried out of the theatre. End of chapter 30. Chapter 31 of The Triumph of the Scarlet Pimpernel by Emma Orczy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Triumph of the Scarlet Pimpernel by Emma Orczy. Chapter 31. Our Lady of Pity. It was like an outraged divinity in the face of sacrilege that Teresia Cabarrus appeared in the antechamber of her apartment 10 minutes later. Her rooms were full of men. Sentries were at the door, the furniture was overturned, the upholstery ripped up, cupboard doors swung open. Even her bed and bedding lay in a tangled heap upon the floor. The lights in the rooms were dim, one single lamp shedding its feeble rays from the antechamber into the living-room, whilst another flickered on a wall-bracket in the passage. In the bedroom the maid Pepita, guarded by a soldier, was loudly lamenting and cursing in voluble Spanish. Citizen Chauvelin was standing in the centre of the living-room, intent on examining some papers. In a corner of the antechamber cowered the ungainly figure of Rateau, the coal-heaver. Teresia took in the whole tragic picture at a glance. Then, with a proud, defiant toss of the head, she swept past the soldiers in the antechamber and confronted Chauvelin, before he had time to notice her approach.
Something has turned your brain, Citizen Chauvelin,
she said coolly.
What is it?
He looked up, encountered her furious glance, and at once made her a profound, ironical bow. "How wise was our young friend there to tell you of our visit, citoyenne," he said suavely, and he looked with mild approval in the direction where Bertrand Moncrief stood between 2 soldiers, who had quickly barred his progress and were holding him tightly by the wrists.
I came,
Teresia retorted harshly,
as a forerunner of those who will know how to punish this outrage, Citizen Chauvelin.
Once more he bowed, smiling blandly. "I shall be as ready to receive them," he said quietly, "as I am gratified to see the citoyenne Cabarrus. When they come, shall I direct them to call and see their beautiful Egeria at the conciergerie? Whither we shall have the honour to convey her immediately." Teresia threw back her head and laughed, but her voice sounded hard and forced.
"At the conciergerie!"
she exclaimed.
"I."
"Even you, citoyenne," Chauvelin replied.
"And what charge, I pray you?"
she demanded, with biting sarcasm. "Of trafficking with the enemies of the Republic." She shrugged her shoulders.
"You are mad, Citizen Chauvelin,"
she riposted, with perfect sang-froid.
"I pray you, order your men to re-establish order to my apartment, and remember that I will hold you responsible for any damage that has been done."
"Shall I also, Chauvelin rejoined with equally perfect equanimity. "Replace these letters and other interesting objects there where we found them."
"Letters?"
she retorted, frowning.
"What letters?"
"These, citoyenne," he replied, and held up to her gaze the papers which he had in his hand.
"What are they? I have never seen them before."
"Nevertheless, we found them in that bureau." And Chauvelin pointed to a small piece of furniture which stood against the wall, and the drawers of which had obviously been forcibly torn open. Then, as Teresia remained silent, apparently not understanding, he went on suavely. "They are letters written at different times to Madame de Fontenay, née Cabarrus, Our Lady of Pity, as she was called by the grateful Bordeaux."
"By whom?" she asked.
"By the interesting hero of romance who is known to the world as the Scarlet Pimpernel."
"It is false,"
she retorted firmly.
"I have never received a letter from him in my life."
"His handwriting is all too familiar to me, citoyenne, and the letters are addressed to you."
"It is false,"
she reiterated, with unabated firmness.
"This is some devilish trick you have devised in order to ruin me. But take care, citizen Chauvelin. Take care. If this is a trial of strength twixt you and me, the next few hours will show who will gain the day."
"If it were a trial of strength twixt you and me, citoyenne," he rejoined blandly, "I would already be a vanquished man. But it is France this time who has challenged a traitor. That traitor is Teresia Fontenay, née Cabarrus. The trial of strength is between her and France."
"You are mad, citizen Chauvelin. If there were letters writ by the Scarlet Pimpernel found in my rooms, 'tis you who put them there."
"That statement you will be at liberty to substantiate tomorrow, citoyenne," he retorted coldly, "at the bar of the Revolutionary Tribunal. There, no doubt, you can explain away how Citizen Rateau knew of the existence of those letters and led me straight to their discovery. I have an officer of the National Guard, the commissary of the section, and half a dozen men to prove the truth of what I say, and to add that in a wall cupboard in your antechamber we also found this interesting collection, the use of which you, citoyenne, will no doubt be able to explain." He stepped aside and pointed to a curious heap which littered the floor, rags for the most part, a tattered shirt, frayed breeches, a grimy cap, a wig made of lank, colourless hair, the counterpart of that which adorned the head of the coal-heaver Rateau. Teresia looked on those rags for a moment in a kind of horrified puzzlement. Her cheeks and lips became the colour of ashes. She put her hand up to her forehead, as if to chase a hideous, ghoulish vision away, and smothered a cry of horror. Puzzlement had given place to a kind of superstitious dread. The room, the rags, the faces of the soldiers began to whirl around her, impish shapes to dance a wild saraband before her eyes. And in the midst of this witch's cauldron the figure of Chauvelin, like a weird hobgoblin, was executing elf-like contortions and brandishing a packet of letters writ upon scarlet paper. She tried to laugh, to speak defiant words, but her throat felt as if it were held in a vice, and losing momentary consciousness, she tottered, and only saved herself from measuring her length upon the floor by clinging with both hands to a table immediately behind her. As to what happened after that, she only had a blurred impression. Chauvelin gave a curt word of command, and a couple of soldiers came and stood to right and left of her. Then a piercing cry rang through the narrow rooms, and she saw Bertrand Moncrief, for one moment between herself and the soldiers, fighting desperately, shielding her with his body, tearing and raging like a wild animal defending its young. The whole room apparently full of deafening noise, cries and more cries, words of command, calls of rage and of entreaty. Then, suddenly, the word "fire," and the detonation of a pistol at close range, and the body of Bertrand Moncrief sliding down limp and impotent to the floor. After that everything became dark around her. Teresia felt as if she were looking down an immeasurable abyss of inky blackness, and that she was falling, falling. A thin, dry laugh brought her back to her senses, her pride to the fore, her vanity up in arms. She drew her statuesque figure up to its full height, and once more confronted Chauvelin like an august and outraged divinity.
"And at whose word,"
she demanded,
"is this monstrous charge to be brought against me?"
"At the word of a free citizen of the state," Chauvelin replied coldly.
"Bring him before me."
Chauvelin shrugged his shoulders and smiled indulgently, like one who is ready to humour a wayward child. "Citizen Rateau," he called. From the anteroom there came the sound of much shuffling, spluttering, and wheezing, then the dull clatter of wooden shoes upon the carpeted floor, and presently the ungainly, grime-covered figure of the coal-heaver appeared in the doorway. Teresia looked on him for a few seconds in silence, then she gave a ringing laugh, and with exquisite bare arm outstretched she pointed to the scrubby apparition.
"That man's word against mine," she
called with well-assumed mockery.
"Rateau, the caitiff against Taroussa Cabarrou, the intimate friend of citizen Robespierre. What a subject for a lampoon!"
Then her laughter broke. She turned once more on Chauvelin like an angry goddess.
"That vermin!"
she exclaimed, her voice hoarse with indignation.
"That sorry knave with a felon's brand! In truth, citizen Chauvelin, your spite must be hard put to it to bring up such a witness against me."
Then, suddenly, her glance fell upon the lifeless body of Bertrand Moncrief, and on the horrible crimson stain which discoloured his coat. She gave a shudder of horror, and for a moment her eyes closed and her head fell back, as if she were about to swoon. But she quickly recovered herself. Her will-power at this moment was unconquerable. She looked with unutterable contempt on Chauvelin. Then she raised her cloak, which had slipped down from her shoulders, and wrapped it with a queen-like gesture around her, and without another word led the way out of the apartment. Chauvelin remained standing in the middle of the room, his face quite expressionless, his claw-like hands still fingering the fateful letters. 2 soldiers remained with him beside the body of Bertrand Moncrief. The maid, Pepita, still shrieking and gesticulating violently, had to be dragged away in the wake of her mistress. In the doorway between the living-room and the antechamber, Rateau, humble, snivelling, more than a little frightened, stood aside in order to allow the guard and their imperious prisoner to pass. Teresia did not condescend to look at him again, and he, shuffling and stumbling in his clumsy wooden shoes, followed the soldiers down the stairs. It was still raining hard. The captain, who was in charge of Teresia, told her that he had a chaise ready for her. It was waiting out in the street. Teresia ordered him to send for it. She would not, she said, offer herself as a spectacle to the riff-raff who happened to be passing by. The captain had probably received orders to humour the prisoner as far as was compatible with safety. Certain it is that he sent one of his men to fetch the coach and to order the concierge to throw open the porte-cochère. Teresia remained standing in the narrow vestibule at the foot of the stairs. 2 soldiers stood on guard over the maid, whilst another stood beside Teresia. The captain, muttering with impatience, paced up and down the stone-paved floor. Rateau had paused on the stairs, a step or 2 just above where Teresia was standing. On the wall opposite, supported by an iron bracket, a smoky oil lamp shed a feeble yellowish flicker around. A few minutes went by. Then a loud clatter woke the echoes of the dreary old house, and a coach, drawn by 2 ancient half-starved nags, lumbered into the courtyard and came to a halt in front of the open doorway. The captain gave a sigh of relief and called out,
"Now then, citoyen,"
whilst the soldier who had gone to fetch the coach jumped down from the box seat, and with his comrades stood at attention. The maid was summarily bundled into the coach, and Teresia was ready to follow. Just then the draught through the open door blew her velvet cloak against the filthy rags of the miserable ruffian behind her. An unexplainable impulse caused her to look up, and she encountered his eyes fixed upon her. A dull cry rose to her throat, and instinctively she put her hand to her mouth, striving to smother the sound. Horror dilated her eyes, and through her lips one word escaped like a hoarse murmur.
"You!"
He put a grimy finger to his lips, but already she had recovered herself. Here, then, was the explanation of the mystery which surrounded this monstrous denunciation. The English milord had planned it as revenge for the injury done to his wife.
"Captain!"
she cried out shrilly.
"Beware! The English spy is at your heels."
But apparently the captain's complacence did not go to the length of listening to the ravings of his fair prisoner. He was impatient to get this unpleasant business over.
Now then, citoyenne,
was his gruff retort.
Un votoire.
"You fool!"
she cried, bracing herself against the grip of the soldiers who were on the point of seizing her.
"'Tis the Scarlet Pimpernel. If you let him escape—"
The Scarlet Pimpernel?
The captain retorted with a laugh.
Where?
"The coal-heaver, Rateau. 'Tis he, I tell you."
And Theresia's cries became more frantic as she felt herself unceremoniously lifted off the ground.
"You fool! You fool! You are letting him escape!"
Rateau the coal heaver?
The captain exclaimed.
We have heard a pretty story before. Here, Citizen Rateau,
he went on, and shouted at the top of his voice,
go and report yourself to Citizen Chauvelin. Then tell him you are the Scarlet Pimpernel. As for you, citoyenne, enough of the shouting. What? My orders are to take you to the conciergerie, and not to run after spies, English, German, or Dutch. Now then, citizen soldiers.
Theresia, throwing her dignity to the winds, did indeed raise a shout that brought the other lodgers of the house to their door. But her screams had become inarticulate, as the soldiers, in obedience of the captain's impatient orders, had wrapped her cloak about her head. Thus the inhabitants of the dreary old house in the Rue Vieillot could only ascertain that the citoyenne Cabarrus, who lodged on the third floor, had been taken to prison, screaming and fighting, in a manner that no self-respecting aristo had ever done. Theresia Cabarrus was ignominiously lifted onto the coach and deposited by the side of equally noisy Pepita. Through the folds of the cloak, her reiterated cry could still faintly be heard.
"You fool! You traitor! You cursed, miserable fool!"
One of the lodgers on the second floor, a young woman who was on good terms with every male creature that wore uniform, leaned over the balustrade of the balcony and shouted gaily down,
"Hey, citizen captain! Why is the arista screaming so?"
One of the soldiers looked up and shouted back,
"She has hold of the story that Citizen Rateau is an English milord in disguise, and she wants to run after him."
Loud laughter greeted this tale, and a lusty cheer was set up as the coach swung clumsily out of the courtyard. A moment or two later, Chauvelin, followed by the two soldiers, came quickly down the stairs. The noise from below had at last reached his ears. At first he too thought that it was only the proud Spaniard who was throwing her dignity to the winds. Then a word or two sounded clearly above the din.
"The Scarlet Pimpernel."
"The English spy."
The words acted like a sorceress' charm, a call from the vasty deep. In an instant the rest of the world ceased to have any importance in his sight. One thing, and one alone, mattered: his enemy. Calling to the soldiers to follow him, he was out of the apartment and down in the vestibule below in a trice. The coach at that moment was turning out of the porte-cochere. The courtyard, wrapped in gloom, was alive with chattering and laughter, which proceeded from the windows and the balconies around. It was raining fast, and from the balconies the water was pouring down in torrents. Chauvelin stood in the doorway and sent one of the soldiers to ascertain what the disturbance had all been about. The man returned with an account of how the aristo had screamed and raved like a madwoman, and tried to escape by sending the citizen captain on a fool's errand, vowing that poor old Rateau was an English spy in disguise. Chauvelin gave a sigh of relief. He certainly need not rack his nerves or break his head over that. He had good cause to know that Rateau, with the branded arm, could not possibly be the Scarlet Pimpernel. End of Chapter 31. Chapter 32 of The Triumph of the Scarlet Pimpernel by Emma Orczy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Triumph of the Scarlet Pimpernel by Emma Orczy. Chapter 32. Grey Dawn. 10 minutes later the courtyard and approach of the old house in the Rue Vieillot were once more wrapped in silence and in darkness. Chauvelin had with his own hands affixed the official seals on the doors which led to the apartments of Citoyen Cabarrus. In the living-room the body of the unfortunate Moncrief still lay uncovered and unwatched, awaiting what hasty burial the commissary of the section would be pleased to order for it. Chauvelin dismissed the soldiers at the door, and himself went his way. The storm was gradually dying away. By the time that the audience filed out of the theatre, it was scarcely raining. Only from afar dull rumblings of thunder could still faintly be heard. Citizen Tallien hurried along on foot to the Rue Viardot. The last hour had been positive torture for him. Although his reason told him that no man would be fool enough to trump up an accusation against Thérèse Cabarrus, who was the friend, the Egeria of every influential man in the Convention or the clubs, and that she herself had always been far too prudent to allow herself to be compromised in any way, although he knew all that, his overwrought fancy conjured up vision which made him sick with dread. His Thérèse in the hands of rough soldiery, dragged to prison, he himself unable to ascertain what had become of her, until he saw her at the bar of that awful tribunal, from which there was no issue save the guillotine. And with this dread came unendurable, gnawing remorse. He himself was one of the men who had helped to set up the machinery of wild accusations, monstrous tribunals, and wholesale condemnations which had been set in motion now by an unknown hand against the woman he loved. He, Tallien, the ardent lover, the future husband of Thérèse, had aided in the constitution of that abominable revolutionary committee which could strike at the innocent as readily and as ruthlessly as at the guilty. Indeed, at this hour, this man, who long since had forgotten how to pray, when he heard the tower clock of a neighbouring church striking the hour, turned his eyes, that were blurred with tears, towards the sacred edifice which he had helped to desecrate, and found in his heart a half-remembered prayer which he murmured to the font of all mercy and of pardon. Citizen Tallien turned into the Rue Viardot, the street where lodged his beloved. A minute or so later he was making his way up the back staircase of the dingy house where his divinity had dwelt until now. On the second-floor landing 2 women stood gossiping. One of them recognized the influential representative.
"It is Citizen Tallien,"
she said, and the other woman at once volunteered the information.
"They have arrested Citoyen Cabarrus,"
she said,
"and the soldiers did not know whither they were taking her."
Tallien did not wait to listen further. He stumbled up the stairs to the 3rd floor, to the door which he knew so well. His trembling fingers wandered over the painted panels. They encountered the official seals, which told their own mute tale. The whole thing, then, was not a dream. Those assassins had taken his Thérèse and dragged her to prison, would drag her on the morrow to an outrageous mockery of a tribunal first, and then to death. Who shall say what wild thoughts of retrospection and of remorse coursed through the brain of this man, himself one of the makers of a bloody revolution? What visions of past ideals, good intentions, of honest purpose and incessant labour passed before his mind? That glorious revolution, which was to mark the regeneration of mankind, which was to have given liberty to the oppressed, equality for the meek, fraternity in one vast human family. And what did it lead to but to oppression far more cruel than all that had gone before, to fratricide and to arrogance on the one side, servility on the other, to constant terror of death, to discouragement and sloth? For hours Citizen Tallien sat in the dark on the staircase outside Thérèse's door, his head buried in his hands. The grey dawn, livid and chill, which came peeping in through the skylight overhead, found him sitting there, stiff and numb with cold. Whether what happened after that was part of a dream, he never knew. Certain it is that presently something extraneous appeared to rouse him. He sat up and listened, leaned his back against the wall, for he was very tired. Then he heard, or thought he heard, firm, swift steps on the stairs, and soon after saw the figure of 2 men coming up the stairs. Both the men were very tall, one of them unusually so, and the ghostly light of dawn made him appear unreal and mysterious. He was dressed with marvellous elegance, His smooth, fair hair was tied at the nape of the neck with a satin bow. Soft, billowy lace gleamed at his wrists and throat, and his hands were exquisitely white and slender. Both the men wore huge coats of fine cloth, adorned with many capes, and boots of fine leather, perfectly cut. They paused in the vestibule outside the door of Theresia's apartment, and appeared to be studying the official seals affixed upon the door. Then one of them, the taller of the two, took a knife out of his pocket and cut through the tapes which held the seals together. Then, together, they stepped coolly into the apartment. Tallien had watched them, dazed and fascinated. He was so numb and weary that his tongue, just like it does in dreams, refused him service when he tried to call. But now he struggled to his feet and followed in the wake of the two mysterious strangers. With him, the instinct of the official, the respect due to regulations and laws framed by his colleagues and himself, had been too strong to allow him to tamper with the seals, and there was something mysterious and awesome about that tall figure of a man, dressed with supreme elegance, whose slender, firm hands had so unconcernedly committed this flagrant breach of the law. It did not occur to Tallien to call for help. Somehow the whole incident, the two men, were so ghost-like that he felt that at a word they would vanish into thin air. He stepped cautiously into the familiar little antechamber. The strangers had gone through to the living-room. One of them was kneeling on the floor. Tallien, who knew nothing of the tragedy which had been enacted inside the apartment of his beloved, marvelled what the men were doing. He crept stealthily forward and craned his neck to see. The window at the end of the room had been left unfastened. A weird grey streak of light came peeping in, and illumined the awesome scene, the overturned furniture, the torn hangings, and on the ground the body of a man, with the stranger kneeling beside it. Tallien, weary and dazed, always of a delicate constitution, felt nigh to swooning. His knees were shaking, a cold dread of the supernatural held his heart with an icy grip and caused his hair to tingle at the roots. His tongue felt huge and as if paralyzed, his teeth were chattering together. It was as much as he could do not to measure his length on the ground, and the vague desire to remain unobserved kept him crouching in the gloom. He could just see the tall stranger pass his hands over the body on the floor, and could hear the other ask him a question, in English. A few moments went by. The strangers conversed in a low tone of voice. From one or two words which came clearer to his ear, Tallien gathered that they spoke in English, a language with which he himself was familiar. The taller man of the two appeared to be giving his friend some orders, which the latter promised to obey. Then, with utmost precaution, he took the body in his arms and lifted it from the floor.
"Let me help you, Blakeney,"
the other said in a whisper.
"No, no,"
the mysterious stranger replied quickly.
"The poor worm is as light as a feather. 'Tis better he died as he did. His unfortunate infatuation was killing him."
"Poor little Regine,"
the younger man sighed.
"It is better so,"
his friend rejoined.
"We'll be able to tell her that he died nobly, and that we've given him Christian burial."
No wonder that Tallien thought that he was dreaming. These English were strange folk indeed. Heaven alone knew what they risked by coming here at this hour and into this house, in order to fetch away the body of their friend. They certainly were wholly unconscious of danger. Tallien held his breath. He saw the splendid figure of the mysterious adventurer step across the threshold, bearing the lifeless body in his arms with as much ease as if he were carrying a child. The pale grey light of morning was behind him, and his fine head, with its smooth fair hair, was silhouetted against the neutral-tinted background. His friend came immediately behind him. In the dark antechamber he paused, and called abruptly,
"Citizen Tallien!"
A cry rose to Tallien's throat. He had thought himself entirely unobserved, and the stranger a mere vision which he was watching in a dream. Now he felt that compelling eyes were gazing straight at him, piercing the darkness for a clearer sight of his face. But the spell was still on him, and he only moved in order to straighten himself out, and to force his trembling knees to be still.
"They have taken the citoyenne Cabarrus to the conciergerie,"
the stranger went on simply.
"Tomorrow she will be charged before the Revolutionary Tribunal. You know what is the inevitable end."
It seemed as if some subtle magic was in the man's voice, in his very presence, in the glance wherewith he challenged that of the unfortunate Tallien. The latter felt a wave of shame sweep over him. There was something so splendid in these two men, exquisitely dressed and perfectly deliberate and cool in all their movements, who were braving and daring death in order to give Christian burial to their friend, whilst he, in face of the outrage put upon his beloved, had only sat on her desecrated doorstep like a dumb animal pining for its master. He felt a hot flush rush to his cheeks. With quick, nervy movements he readjusted the set of his coat, passed his thin hands over his rumpled hair, whilst the stranger reiterated with solemn significance,
"You know what is the inevitable end. The citoyen Cabarrus will be condemned."
Tallien this time met the stranger's eyes fearlessly. It was the magic of strength and of courage that flowed into him from them. He drew up his meagre stature to its full height, and threw up his head with an air of defiance and of conscious power.
"Not while I live," he said firmly.
"Theresa Cabarrus will be condemned tomorrow,"
the stranger went on calmly.
"Then the next day, the guillotine."
"Never!"
"Inevitably. Unless—"
"Unless what?"
Tallien queried, and hung breathless on the man's lips as he would on those of an oracle.
"Theresa Cabarrus, or Robespierre and his herd of assassins. Which shall it be, Citizen Tallien?"
"By heaven!"
Tallien exclaimed forcefully, but he got no further. The stranger, bearing his burden, had already gone out of the room, closely followed by his friend. Tallien was alone in the deserted apartment, where every broken piece of furniture, every torn curtain, cried out for vengeance in the name of his beloved. He said nothing. He neither protested nor swore. But he tiptoed into the apartment, and knelt down upon the floor close beside the small sofa on which she was wont to sit. Here he remained quite still for a minute or two, his eyes closed, his hands tightly clasped together. Then he stooped very low and pressed his lips against the spot where her pretty sandalled foot was wont to rest. After that he rose, strode with a firm step out of the apartment, carefully closing the doors behind him. The strangers had vanished into the night, and Citizen Tallien went quietly back to his own lodgings. End of Chapter 32. Chapter 33 of The Triumph of the Scarlet Pimpernel by Emma Orczy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Triumph of the Scarlet Pimpernel by Emma Orczy. Chapter 33. The Cataclysm. 40 names found on a list in the pocket of Robespierre's coat. 40 names, and every one of these that of a known opponent of Robespierre's schemes of dictatorship. Tallien, Barrère, Fadier, Cambon, and the rest. Men powerful today, prominent members of the Convention, leaders of the people too, but opponents. The inference was obvious, the panic general. That night, it was the 8th Thermidor, July the 26th of the old calendar, men talked of flight, of abject surrender, of appeal, save the mark. To friendship, camaraderie, humanity, an appeal to a heart of stone. They talked of everything in face, save of defying the tyrant, for such talk would have been folly. Defying the tyrant? Ye gods! When with a word he could sway the Convention, the committees, the multitude, bend them to his will, bring them to heel like any tamer of beasts, when he cracked his whip. So men talked and trembled. All night they talked and trembled, for they did not sleep, those 40 whose names were on Robespierre's list. But Tallien, their chief, was nowhere to be found. 'Twas known that his fiancée, the beautiful Theresa Cabarrus, had been summarily arrested. Since then he had disappeared, and they, the others, were leaderless. But even so he was no loss. Tallien was ever pusillanimous, a temporizer, what? And now the hour for temporizing is past. Robespierre then is to be dictator of France. He will be dictator of France, in spite of an opposition led by those 40 whose names are on his list. He will be dictator of France. He has not said it, but his friends have shouted it from the housetops, and have murmured under their breath that those who oppose Robespierre's dictatorship are traitors to the land. Death, then, must be their fate. What then, ye gods, what then? And so the day broke, smiling, mark you. It was a beautiful, warm July morning. It broke on what is perhaps the most stupendous cataclysm, save one, the world has ever known. Behold the picture, a medley, a confusion, a whirl of everything that is passionate and cruel, defiant and desperate. Heavens, how desperate! Men who had thrown lives away as if lives were in truth grains of sand. Men who have juggled with death, dealt it, and tossed it about like cards upon a gaming table. They are desperate now, because their own lives are at stake, and they find now that life can be very dear. So, having greeted their leader, the 40 draw together, watching the moment when humility will be most opportune. Robespierre mounts the tribune. The hour has struck. His speech is one long, impassioned, involved tirade, full at first of vague accusations against the enemies of the Republic and the people, and is full of protestations of his own patriotism and selflessness. Then he warms to his own oratory. His words are prophetic of death. His voice becomes harsh, like a screech-owl's, so we're told. His accusations are no longer vague. He begins to strike. Corruption, backsliding, treachery, moderatism. Oh, moderatism above all. Moderatism is treachery to the glorious revolution. Every victim spared from the guillotine is a traitor let loose against the people. A traitor, he who robs the guillotine of her prey. Robespierre stands alone, incorruptible, true, faithful unto death. And for all that treachery, what remedy is there? Why, death, of course, death, the guillotine, new power to the sovereign guillotine, death to all the traitors. And 700 faces become paler still with dread, and the sweat of terror rises on 700 brows. There were only 40 names on that list, but there might be others somewhere else. And still the voice of Robespierre thunders on. His words fall on 700 pairs of ears like a sounding-board. His friends, his sycophants, echo them. They applaud, rise in wild enthusiasm. 'Tis the applause that is thundering now. One of the tyrant's most abject slaves has put forward the motion that the great speech just delivered shall forthwith be printed and distributed to every township, every village throughout France, as a monument to the lofty patriotism of her greatest citizen. The motion at one moment looks as if it would be carried with acclamations, after which Robespierre's triumph would have risen to the height of a deification. Then, suddenly, the note of dissension, the hush, the silence. The great assembly is like a sounding-board that has ceased to respond. Something had turned the acclamations to mutterings, and then to silence. The sounding-board has given forth a dissonance. Citizen Tallien has demanded,
"Delay in printing that speech,"
and asked pertinently,
"What has become of the liberty of opinion in this convention?"
His face is the colour of ashes, and his eyes, ringed with purple, gleam with an unnatural fire. The coward has become bold, the sheep has donned the lion's skin. There is a flutter in the convention, a moment's hesitation, but the question is put to the vote, and the speech is not to be printed. A small matter, in truth, printing or not printing. Does the destiny of France hang on so small a peg? It is a small matter, and yet how full of portent, like the breath of mutiny blowing across a ship. But nothing more occurs just then. Robespierre, lofty in his scorn, puts the notes of his speech into his pocket. He does not condescend to argue. He, the master of France, will not deign to bandy words with his slaves. And he stalks out of the hall, surrounded by his friends. There has been a breath of mutiny, but his is still the iron heel, powerful enough to crush a raging revolt. His withdrawal, proud, silent, menacing, is in keeping with his character and with the pose which he has assumed of late. But he is still the chosen of the people, and the multitude is there, thronging the streets of Paris, there to avenge the insult put upon their idol by a pack of slinking wolves. And now the picture becomes still more poignant. It is painted in colours more vivid, more glowing than before, and again the hall of the Convention is crowded to the roof, with Tallien and his friends in a close phalanx early at their post. Tallien is there, pale, resolute, the fire of his hatred kept up by anxiety for his beloved. The night before, at the corner of a dark street, a surreptitious hand slipped a scrap of paper into the pocket of his coat. It was a message written by Teresia in prison, and written with her own blood. How it ever came into his pocket, Tallien never knew, but the few impassioned, agonized words seared his very soul and whipped up his courage.
"The commissary of police has just left me,"
Teresia wrote.
"He came to tell me that tomorrow I must appear before the tribunal. This means the guillotine. And I, who thought that you were a man."
Not only is his own head in peril, not only that of his friends, but the life of the woman whom he worships hangs now upon the thread of his own audacity and of his courage. Saint-Just on this occasion is the first to mount the tribune, and Robespierre, the very incarnation of lustful and deadly vengeance, stands silently by. He has spent the afternoon and evening with his friends at the Jacobins' Club, where deafening applause greeted his every word, and wild fury raged against his enemies. It is then to be a fight to the finish. To your tents, O Israel! To the guillotine, all those who have dared to say one word against the chosen of the people. Saint-Just shall thunder vengeance from the tribune at the Convention, whilst Henriot, the drunken and dissolute commandant of the municipal guard, shall, by the might of the sword and fire, proclaim the sovereignty of Robespierre through the streets of Paris. That is the picture as it has been painted in the minds of the tyrant and of his sycophants, a picture of death paramount, and of Robespierre rising like a new phoenix from out of the fire of calumny and revolt, greater, more unassailable than before. And lo, one sweep of the brush, and the picture is changed. 10 minutes, less, and the whole course of the world's history is altered. No sooner had Saint-Just mounted the tribune than Tallien jumped to his feet. His voice, usually meek and cultured, rises in a harsh crescendo, until it drowns out that of the younger orator.
"Citizens," he
exclaims,
"I ask for truth. Let us tear aside the curtain behind which lurk concealed the real conspirators and the traitors."
Yes.
Truth.
100 voices, not 40, have raised the echo. The mutiny is on the verge of becoming open revolt. Is that already, perhaps? It is like a spark fallen, who knows where, into a powder magazine. Robespierre feels it, sees the spark. He knows that one movement, one word, one plunge into that magazine, foredoomed though it be to destruction, on stamp with a sure foot, may yet quench the spark, may yet smother the mutiny. He rushes to the tribune, tries to mount, but Tallien has forestalled him, elbows him out of the way, and turns to the 700 with a cry that rings far beyond the hall, out into the streets.
"Citizens,"
he thunders in his turn,
"I begged of you just now to tear aside the curtains behind which lurk the traitors. Well, the curtain is already rent, and if you dare not strike at the tyrant now, then 'tis I who will dare."
And from beneath his coat he draws a dagger and raises it above his head.
"And I will plunge this into his heart,"
he cries,
"if you have not the courage to smite."
His words, that gleaming bit of steel, fan the spark into flame. Within a few seconds, 700 voices are shouting,
Down to the tyrant!
Arms are waving, hands gesticulate wildly, excitedly. Only a very few shout,
Behold the dagger of Brutus!
All the others retort with,
Tyranny! Conspiracy!
And with cries of,
Vive la liberté!
At this hour all is confusion and deafening uproar. In vain Robespierre tries to speak. He demands to speak. He hurls insults, anathema, upon the President, who relentlessly refuses him speech, and jingles his bell against him.
"President of assassins,"
the falling tyrant cries,
"I demand speech of thee."
But the bell goes jingling on, and Robespierre, choked with rage and terror, turns blue, we are told, and his hand goes up to his throat.
"The blood of Danton chokes thee,"
cries one man, and these words seem like the last blow dealt to the fallen foe. The next moment the voice of an obscure deputy is raised in order to speak the words that have been hovering on every lip.
"I demand a decree of accusation against Robespierre."
Accusation!
Comes from 700 throats.
The decree of accusation!
The President jingles his bell, puts the question, and the motion is passed, unanimously. Maximilien Robespierre, erstwhile master of France, is decreed accused. End of chapter 33. Chapter 34 of The Triumph of the Scarlet Pimpernel by Emma Orczy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Triumph of the Scarlet Pimpernel by Emma Orczy. Chapter 34. The Whirlwind. It was then noon. 5 minutes later, the chosen of the people, the fallen idol, is hustled out of the hall into one of the committee rooms close by, and with his friends, Saint-Just, Couthon, Lebas, his brother Augustin, and the others, all decreed accused, and the order of arrest launched against them. As for the rest, 'tis the work of the public prosecutor and of the guillotine. At 5 o'clock the convention adjourns. The deputies have earned food and rest. They rush to their homes, there to relate what has happened. Tallien to the conciergerie, to get a sight of Theresia. This is denied him. He is not dictator yet, and Robespierre, though apparently vanquished, still dominates, and lives. But from every church steeple the tocsin bursts, and a prolonged roll of drums ushers in the momentous evening. In the city all is hopeless confusion. Men are running in every direction, shouting, brandishing pistols and swords. Henriot, commandant of the municipal guard, rides through the streets at the head of his gendarmes like one possessed, bent on delivering Robespierre. Women and children fly screaming in every direction. The churches, so long deserted, are packed with people who, terror-stricken, are trying to remember long-forgotten prayers. Proclamations are read at street corners. There are rumors of a general massacre of all the prisoners. At one moment, the usual hour, the familiar tumbrel with its load of victims for the guillotine rattles along the cobblestones of the Rue Saint-Antoine. The populace, vaguely conscious of something stupendous in the air, even though the degree of accusation against Robespierre has not yet transpired, loudly demand the release of the victims. They surround the tumbrels, crying, "Let them be free!" But Henriot, at the head of his gendarmes, comes riding down the streets, and while the populace shouts,
"It shall not be! Let them be free!"
he threatens with pistols and sabre, and retorts, bellowing,
"It shall be! To the guillotine!"
And the tumbrels, which for a moment had halted, lumber on their way. Up in the attic of the lonely house in the Rue de la Planchette, Marguerite Blakeney heard but a mere faint echo of the confusion and of the uproar. During the previous long, sultry afternoon, it had seemed to her as if her jailers had been unwontedly agitated. There was much more moving to and fro on the landing outside her door than there had been in the last 3 days. Men talked, mostly in whispers, but at times a word, a phrase here and there, a voice raised above the others, reached her straining ears. She glued her ear to the keyhole and listened, but what she heard was all confusion, sentences that conveyed but little meaning to her. She distinguished the voice of the captain of the guard. He appeared impatient about something, and talked about
missing all the fun.
The other soldiers seemed to agree with him. Obviously they were all drinking heavily, for their voices sounded hoarse and thick, and often would break into bibulous song. From time to time, too, she would hear the patter of wooden shoes, together with a wheezy cough, as from a man troubled with asthma. But it was all very vague, for her nerves by this time were on the rack. She had lost count of time, of place. She knew nothing. She was unable even to think. All her instincts were merged in the dread of that silent evening hour when Chauvelin's furtive footsteps would once more resound upon the stone floor outside her door, when she would hear the quick word of command that heralded his approach, the grounding of arms, the sharp query and quick answer, and when she would feel again the presence of the relentless enemy who lay in wait to trap her beloved. At one moment that evening he had raised his voice, obviously so that she might hear. "Tomorrow is the 4th day, citizen captain," she had heard him say. "I may not be able to come."
Then,
the voice of the captain had said in reply,
"If the Englishman is not here by 7 o'clock."
Chauvelin had given a harsh, dry laugh, and retorted, "Your orders are as they were, citizen. But I think that the Englishman will come." What it all meant Marguerite could not fail to conjecture. It meant death to her or to her husband, to both, in fact. And all to-day she had sat by the open window, her hands clasped in silent constant prayer, her eyes fixed upon the horizon far away, longing with all her might for one last sight of her beloved, fighting against despair, striving for trust in him and for hope. At this hour the centre of interest is the Place de l'Hôtel de Ville, where Robespierre and his friends sit entrenched and, for the moment, safe. The prisons have refused one by one to close their gates upon the chosen of the people. Governors and jailers alike have quaked in the face of so monstrous a sacrilege. And the same gendarmes who have been told to escort the fallen tyrant to his penultimate resting-place have had a touch of the same kind of scruple, or dread, and at his command have conveyed him to the Hôtel de Ville. In vain does the Convention hastily reassemble. In vain, apparently, does Tallien demand that the traitor Robespierre and his friends be put outside the pale of the law. They are for the moment safe, redacting proclamations, sending out messengers in every direction, whilst Henriot and his gendarmes, having struck terror in the hearts of all peaceable citizens, hold the place outside the town hall, and proclaim Robespierre dictator of France. The sun sinks towards the west behind a veil of mist. Ferment and confusion are at their height. All around the city there is an invisible barrier that seems to confine agitation within its walls. Outside this barrier no one knows what is happening. Only a vague dread has filtrated through and gripped every heart. The guard at the several gates appear slack and undisciplined. Sentries are accosted by passers-by, eager for news, and from time to time, from every direction, troops of the municipal gendarmes ride furiously by, with shouts of
"Robespierre!
Robespierre!
Death to the traitor! Long live Robespierre!"
They raise a cloud of dust around them, trample unheedingly over every obstacle, human or otherwise, that happens to be in their way. They threaten peaceable citizens with their pistols, and strike women and children with the flat of their sabres. As soon as they have gone by, excited groups close up in their wake.
Name of a name. What is happening?
Every one queries in affright, and gossip, conjectures, rumours hold undisputed sway.
Robespierre is dictator of France.
He has ordered the arrest of all members of the Convention.
And the massacre of all the prisoners.
Pardi, a wise decree. As for me, I am sick of the eternal tumbrils and the guillotine.
Better finish with the lot, say I.
Robespierre! Robespierre!
Comes as a far-off echo, to the accompaniment of thundering hoofs upon the cobblestones. And so, from mouth to mouth, the meek and the peace-loving magnify these rumours into approaching cataclysm. The opportunists hold their tongue, ready to fall in with this party or that. The cowards lie in hiding and shout Robespierre with Henriot's horde or Tallien in the neighbourhood of the Tuileries. Here the Convention has reassembled, and here they are threatened presently by Henriot and his artillery. The members of the Great Assembly remain at their post. The President has harangued them.
"Citizen deputies,"
he calls aloud,
"the moment has come to die at our posts."
As they sit waiting for Henriot's cannonade and calmly decree all the rebels outside the pale of the law. Tallien, moved by a spirit of lofty courage, goes, followed by a few intimates, to meet Henriot's gunners boldly, face to face.
"Citizen soldiers!"
he calls aloud, and his voice has the resonance of undaunted courage.
"After covering yourselves with glory on the fields of honor, are you going to disgrace your country?"
He points a scornful finger at Henriot, who, bloated, purple in the face, grunting and spluttering like an old seal, is reeling in his saddle.
"Look at him, citizen soldiers!"
Tallien commands.
"He is drunk and besotted. What man is there who, being sober, would dare to order fire against the representatives of the people?"
The gunners are moved, frightened too by the decree which has placed them outside the pale of the law. Henriot, fearing mutiny if he persisted in the monstrous order to fire, withdraws his troops back to the Hôtel de Ville. Some follow him, some do not, and Tallien goes back to the hall of the Convention, covered with glory. Citizen Barras is promoted commandant of the National Guard and of all forces at the disposal of the Convention, and ordered to recruit loyal troops that will stand up to the traitor Henriot and his ruffianly gendarmes. The latter are in open revolt against the government, but name of a name, Citizen Barras, with a few hundred patriots, will soon put reason and a few charges of gunpowder into them. So, at 5 o'clock in the afternoon, whilst Henriot has once more collected his gendarmes and the remnants of his artillery outside the Hôtel de Ville, Citizen Barras, accompanied by 2 aides-de-camp, goes forth on his recruiting mission. He makes the round of the city gates, wishing to find out what loyal soldiers amongst the National Guard the Convention can rely upon. Chauvelin, on his way to the Rue de la Planchette, meets Barras at the Porte Saint-Antoine, and Barras is full of the news.
"Why were you not at your place at the Assembly, Citizen Chauvelin?"
he asks of his colleague.
"It was the grandest moment I have ever witnessed. Tallien was superb, and Robespierre ignoble, and if we succeed in crushing that bloodthirsty monster once and for all, it will be a new era of civilization and liberty."
He halts, and continues with a fretful sigh,
"But we want soldiers, loyal soldiers, all the troops that we can get. Henriot has the whole of the municipal gendarmerie at his command, with muskets and guns, and Robespierre can always sway that rabble with a word. We want men, men!"
But Chauvelin is in no mood to listen. Robespierre's fall or his triumph, what are they to him at this hour, when the curtain is about to fall on the final act of his own stupendous drama of revenge? Whatever happens, whoever remains in power, vengeance is his. The English spy in any event is sure of the guillotine. He is not the enemy of the party, but of the people of France, and the sovereignty of the people is not in question yet. Then what matters if the wild beasts in the Convention are at one another's throat? So Chauvelin listens unmoved to Barras' passionate tirades, and when the latter, puzzled at his colleague's indifference, reiterates, frowning,
"I must have all the troops I can get. You have some capable soldiers at your command always, Citizen Chauvelin. Where are they now?"
Chauvelin retorts dryly, "At work, on business at least as important as taking side in a quarrel between Robespierre and Tallien."
"Pardi!"
Barras protests hotly, but Chauvelin pays no further attention to him. A neighbouring church clock has just struck 6. Within the hour, and his arch-enemy will be in his hands. Never for a moment does he doubt that the bold adventurer will come to the lonely house in the Rue de la Planchette. Even hating the Englishman as he does, he knows that the latter would not endanger his wife's safety by securing his own. So Chauvelin turns on his heel, leaving Barras to fume and to threaten. At the angle of the Porte Saint-Antoine he stumbles against and nearly knocks over a man who sits on the ground, with his back to the wall, munching a straw, his knees drawn up to his nose, a crimson cap pulled over his eyes, and his 2 long arms encircling his shins. Chauvelin swore impatiently. His nerves were on the rack, and he was in no pleasant mood. The man, taken unawares, had uttered an oath, which died away in a racking fit of coughing. Chauvelin looked down and saw the one long arm branded with the letter M, the flesh still swollen and purple with the fire of the searing iron. "Rateau!" he ejected roughly. "What are you doing here?" Meek and servile, Rateau struggled with some difficulty to his feet.
"I have finished my work at Mother Théo's, citizen,"
he said humbly.
"I was resting."
Chauvelin kicked at him with the toe of his boot. "Then go and rest elsewhere," he muttered. "The gates of the city are not refuges for vagabonds." After which act of unnecessary brutality, his temper momentarily soothed, he turned on his heel and walked rapidly through the gate. Barras had stood by during this brief interlude, vaguely interested in the little scene. But now, when the coal-heaver lurched past him, one of his aides-de-camp remarked audibly,
An unpleasant customer, Citizen Chauvelin. Eh, friend?
I believe you.
Rateau replied readily enough. Then, with the mulish persistence of a gaby who is smarting under a wrong, he thrust out his branded arm right under Citizen Barrat's nose.
See what he has done to me.
Barrat frowned.
A convict, what? Then how is it that you are at large?
I am not a convict.
Rateau protested with sullen emphasis.
I am an innocent man, and a free citizen of the Republic. But I got in Citizen Chauvelin's way, what? He is always full of schemes.
You were right there.
Barrat retorted grimly. But the subject was not sufficiently interesting to engross his attention further. He had so many and such momentous things to do. Already he had nodded to his men and turned his back on the grimy coal-heaver, who, shaken by a fit of coughing, unable to speak for the moment, had put out his grimy hand and gripped the deputy firmly by the sleeve.
What is it now?
Barrat ejaculated roughly.
If you will but listen, citizen.
Rateau wheezed.
I can tell you.
What?
You were asking Citizen Chauvelin where you could find some soldiers of the Republic to do you service.
Yes, I did.
Well,
Rateau rejoined, and an expression of malicious cunning distorted his ugly face.
I can tell you.
What do you mean?
I lodge in an empty warehouse over yonder.
Rateau went on eagerly, and pointed in the direction where Chauvelin's spare figure had disappeared a while ago.
The floor above is inhabited by Mother Teo, the witch. You know her, citizen?
Yes. I thought she had been sent to the guillotine along with...
She was let out of prison, and has been doing some of Citizen Chauvelin's spying for him.
Barrat frowned. This was none of his business, and the dirty coal-heaver inspired him with an unpleasant sense of loathing.
To the point, citizen,
he said curtly.
Citizen Chauvelin has a dozen or more soldiers under his command, in that house.
Rateau went on with a leer.
They are trained troops of the National Guard.
How do you know?
Barrat broke in harshly.
Pardy,
was the coal-heaver's dry reply.
I clean their boots for them.
Where is the house?
In the Rue de la Planchette. But there is an entrance into the warehouse at the back of it.
Allons,
was Barrat's curt word of command to the two men who accompanied him. He strode up the street toward the gate, not caring whether Rateau came along or no. But the coal-heaver followed in the wake of the three men. He had buried his grimy fists once more in the pocket of his tattered breeches, but not before he had shaken them, each in turn, in the direction of the Rue de la Planchette. Chauvelin, in the meanwhile, had turned into Mother Theo's house, and without speaking to the old charlatan, who was watching for him in the vestibule, he mounted to the top floor. Here he called peremptorily to Captain Boyer.
There is half an hour yet,
the latter murmured gruffly.
And I'm sick of all this waiting. Let me finish with that cursed aristo in there. My comrades and I want to see what's going on in the city and join in the fun, if there is any.
Half an hour, citizen, Chauvelin rejoined dryly. You'll lose little of the fun, and you'll certainly lose your share of the 10,000 livres if you shoot the woman and fail to capture the Scarlet Pimpernel.
Bah, he'll not come now,
Boyer riposted.
It is too late. He's looking after his own skin. Pardi.
He will come, I swear, Chauvelin said firmly, as if in answer to his own thoughts. Inside the room, Marguerite has heard every word of this colloquy. Its meaning is clear enough, clear and horrible. Death awaits her at the hands of those abominable ruffians here within half an hour, unless— Her thoughts are becoming confused. She cannot concentrate. Frightened? No, she is not frightened. She has looked death in the face before now. That time in Boulogne. And there are worse things than death. There is, for instance, the fear that she might never see her husband again, in this life. There is only half an hour, or less than that, and he might not come. She prays that he might not come. But if he does, then what chance has he? My God, what chance? And her tortured mind conjures up visions of his courage, his coolness, his amazing audacity and luck. She thinks and thinks. If he does not come, and if he does— A distant church clock strikes the half-hour, a short half-hour now. The evening is sultry, Another storm is threatening, and the sun has tinged the heat mist with red. The air smells foul, as in the midst of a huge perspiring crowd. And through the heat, the lull, above the hideous sounds of those ruffians outside her door, there is a rumbling noise as of a distant unceasing thunder. The city is in travail. Then suddenly Boyer, the captain of the ruffians, exclaims loudly,
"Let me finish with the aristos, citizen Chauvelin. I want to join in the fun."
And the door of her room is torn open by a savage, violent hand. The window behind Marguerite is open, and she, facing the door, clings with both hands to the sill. Her cheeks bloodless, her eyes glowing, her head erect, she waits, praying with all her might for courage, only courage. The ruffianly captain, in his tattered, mud-stained uniform, stands in the doorway, for one moment only. The next, Chauvelin has elbowed him out of the way, and in his turn faces the prisoner, the innocent woman whom he has pursued with such relentless hatred. Marguerite prays with all her might, and does not flinch, not for 1 second. Death stands there before her in the guise of this man's vengeful lust, which gleams in his pale eyes. Death is there waiting for her, under the guise of the ignoble soldiers in the scrubby rags, with their muskets held in stained, filthy hands. Courage, only courage, the power to die as he would wish her to, could he but know. Chauvelin speaks to her. She does not hear. There is a mighty buzzing in her ears as of men shouting. Shouting what, she does not know, for she is still praying for courage. Chauvelin has ceased talking. Then it must be the end. Thank God, she has had the courage not to speak and not to flinch. Now she closes her eyes, for there is a red mist before her, and she feels that she might fall into it, straight into that mist. With closed eyes Marguerite suddenly seems able to hear. She hears shouts which come from below, quite close, and coming nearer every moment. Shouts, and the tramp, the scurry of many feet. And now and then that wheezing asthmatic cough, that strange, strange cough, and the click of wooden shoes. Then a voice, harsh and peremptory.
"Citizen soldiers, your country needs you. Rebels have defied her laws. To arms! Every man who hangs back is a deserter and a traitor."
After this, Chauvelin's sharp dictatorial voice raised in protest. "In the name of the Republic, Citizen Barras!" But the other breaks in more peremptorily still.
Sir, Citizen Chauvelin, do you presume to stand between me and my duty? By order of the convention now assembled, every soldier must report at once to his section. Are you perchance on the side of the rebels?"
At this point Marguerite opens her eyes. Through the widely open door she sees the small, sable-clad figure of Chauvelin, his pale face distorted with rage, to which he obviously dare not give rein, and beside him a short, stoutish man in cloth coat and cord breeches, and with the tricolour scarf around his waist. His round face appears crimson with choler, and in his right hand he grasps a heavy malacca stick, with a grip that proclaims the desire to strike. The two men appear to be defying one another, and all around them are the vague forms of the soldiers, silhouetted against a distant window, through which the crimson afternoon glow comes peeping in on a cloud of flickering dust.
"Now then, citizen soldiers!"
Barras resumes, and incontinently turns his back on Chauvelin, who, white to the lips, raises a final and menacing word of warning. "I warn you, Citizen Barras," he says firmly, "that by taking these men away from their post, you place yourself in league with the enemy of your country, and will have to answer to her for this crime." His accent is so convinced, so firm, and fraught with such dire menace, that for one instant Barras hesitates.
Bien,
he exclaims.
"I will humour you thus far, Citizen Chauvelin. I will leave you a couple of men to wait on your pleasure until sundown, but after that—"
For a second or two there was silence. Chauvelin stands there, with his thin lips pressed tightly together. Then Barras adds, with a shrug of his wide shoulders,
"I am contravening my duty in doing even so much, and the responsibility must rest with you, Citizen Chauvelin. Allons, my men,"
he says once more, and without another glance at the discomfited colleague, he strides down the stairs, followed by Captain Boyer and the soldiers. For a while the house is still filled with confusion and sounds, men tramping down the stone stairs, words of command, click of sabres and muskets, opening and slamming of doors. Then the sounds slowly die away, out in the street in the direction of the Porte Saint-Antoine, after which there is silence. Chauvelin stands in the doorway with his back to the room and to Marguerite, his claw-like hands intertwined convulsively behind him. The silhouettes of the two remaining soldiers are still visible. They stand silently and at attention with their muskets in their hands. Between them and Chauvelin hovers the tall, ungainly figure of a man, clothed in rags and covered in soot and coal-dust. His feet are thrust into wooden shoes, his grimy hands are stretched out each side of him, and on his left arm, just above the wrist, there is an ugly mark like the brand seared into the flesh of a convict. Just now he looks terribly distressed with a tearing fit of coughing. Chauvelin curtly bids him stand aside, and at the same moment the church clock of Saint-Louis, close by, strikes 7. "Now then, citizen soldiers," Chauvelin commands. The soldiers grasp their muskets more firmly, and Chauvelin raises his hand. The next instant he is thrust violently back into the room, loses his balance, and falls backward against a table, whilst the door is slammed to between him and the soldiers. From the other side of the door there comes the sound of a short, sharp scuffle. Then silence. Marguerite, holding her breath, hardly realized that she lived. A second ago she was facing death, and now— Chauvelin struggled painfully to his feet. With a mighty effort and a hoarse cry of rage, he threw himself against the door. The impetus carried him further than he intended, no doubt, for at that same moment the door was opened, and he fell against the massive form of the grimy coal-heaver, whose long arms closed around him, lifted him off the floor, and carried him like a bundle of straw to the nearest chair.
"There, my dear Mr. Chambertin,"
the coal-heaver said, in exceedingly light and pleasant tones.
"Let me make you quite comfortable."
Marguerite watched, dumb and fascinated, the dexterous hands that twined the length of rope round the arms and legs of her helpless enemy, and wound his own tricolour scarf around that snarling mouth. She scarcely dared trust her eyes and ears. There was the hideous, dust-covered mudlark, with bare feet thrust into sabots, the ragged breeches and tattered shirt. There was the cruel, mud-stained face, the purple lips, the toothless mouth, and those huge, muscular arms, one of them branded like the arm of a convict, the flesh still swollen with the searing of the iron.
"I must indeed crave your ladyship's forgiveness. In very truth I am a disgusting object."
Ah, there was the voice, the dear, dear, merry voice. A little weary, perhaps, but oh, so full of laughter and of boyish shamefacedness. To Marguerite it seemed as if God's own angels had opened to her the gates of paradise. She did not speak. She scarce could move. All that she could do was to put out her arms. He did not approach her, for in truth he looked a dusty object, but he dragged his ugly cap off his head. Then slowly, and keeping his eyes fixed upon her, he put one knee to the ground.
"You did not doubt, my dear, that I would come?"
he asked quaintly. She shook her head. The last days were like a nightmare now, and in truth she ought never to have been afraid.
"Will you ever forgive me?"
he continued.
"Forgive? What?"
she murmured.
"These last few days. I could not come before. You were safe for the time being. That fiend was waiting for me."
She gave a shudder and closed her eyes.
"Where is he?"
He laughed his gay, irresponsible laugh, and with a slender hand, still covered with coal dust, he pointed to the helpless figure of Chauvelin.
"Look at him,"
he said.
"Doth he not look a picture?"
Marguerite ventured to look. Even at sight of her enemy bound tightly with ropes to a chair, his own tricolour scarf wound loosely round his mouth, she could not altogether suppress a cry of horror.
"What is to become of him?"
He shrugged his broad shoulders.
"I wonder," he
said lightly. Then he rose to his feet, and went on with quaint bashfulness.
"I wonder,"
he said,
"how I dare stand thus before your ladyship."
And in a moment she was in his arms, laughing, crying, covered herself now with coal dust and with grime.
"My beloved!"
she exclaimed with a shudder of horror.
"What you must have gone through!"
He only laughed, like a schoolboy who had come through some impish adventure without much harm.
"Very little, I swear,"
he asserted gaily.
"But for thoughts of you, I have never enjoyed anything so much as this last phase of a glorious adventure. After our clever friend here ordered the real Rateau to be branded, so that he might know him again wherever he saw him, I had to bribe the veterinary who had done the deed to do the same thing for me. It was not difficult. For 1,000 livres the man would have branded his own mother on the nose. And I appeared before him as a man of science, eager for an experiment. He asked no questions. And since then, whenever Chauvelin gazed contentedly on my arm, I could have screamed for joy. For the love of heaven, my lady,"
he added quickly, for he felt her soft, warm lips against his branded flesh,
"don't shame me over such a trifle. I shall always love that scar, for the exciting time it recalls, and because it happens to be the initial of your dear name."
He stooped down to the ground and kissed the hem of her gown, after which he had to tell her as quickly and as briefly as he could all that had happened in the past few days.
"It was only by risking the fair Theresia's life,"
he said,
"that I could save your own. No other spur would have goaded Tallien into open revolt."
He turned and looked down for a moment on his enemy, who lay pinioned and helpless, with hatred and baffled revenge writ plainly on the contorted face and pale rolling eyes. And Sir Percy Blakeney sighed, a quaint sigh of regret.
"I only regret one thing, my dear Monsieur Chambertin,"
he said after a while,
"and that is that you and I will never measure wits again after this. Your damnable revolution is dead. I am glad I was never tempted to kill you. I might have succumbed, and in very truth robbed the guillotine of an interesting prey. Without any doubt, they will guillotine the lot of you, my good Monsieur Chambertin. Robespierre tomorrow, then his friends, his sycophants, his imitators, you amongst the rest. 'Tis a pity. You have so often amused me, especially after you had put a brand on Rateau's arm, and thought you would always know him after that. Think it all out, my dear sir. Remember our happy conversation in the warehouse down below, and my denunciation of Citoyen Cabarrou. You gazed upon my branded arm then, and were quite satisfied. My denunciation was a false one, of course. 'Tis I who put the letters and the rags in the beautiful Theresia's apartments. But she will bear me no malice, I dare swear, for I shall have redeemed my promise. Tomorrow, after Robespierre's head has fallen, Tallien will be the greatest man in France, and his Theresia a virtual queen. Think it all out, my dear Monsieur Chambertin. You have plenty of time. Someone is sure to drift up here presently, and will free you and the 2 soldiers whom I left out on the landing. But no one will free you from the guillotine when the time comes. Unless I myself.
He did not finish. The rest of the sentence was merged in a merry laugh.
A pleasant conceit, what?
He said lightly.
I'll think on it, I promise you.
And the next day Paris went crazy with joy. Never had the streets looked more gay, more crowded. The windows were filled with spectators. The very roofs were crowded with an eager, shouting throng. The 17 hours of agony were ended. The tyrant was a fallen, broken man, maimed, dumb, bullied, and insulted. Aye, he who yesterday was the chosen of the people, the messenger of the Most High, now sat, or rather lay, in the tumbrel, with broken jaw, eyes closed, spirit already wandering on the shores of the Styx, insulted, railed at, cursed, aye, cursed, by every woman, reviled by every child. The end came at 4 in the afternoon, in the midst of acclamations from a populace drunk with gladness, acclamations which found their echo in the whole of France, and have never ceased to re-echo to this day. But of all that tumult Marguerite and her husband heard but little. They lay snugly concealed the whole of that day in the quiet lodgings in the Rue de Lagnier, which Sir Percy had occupied during these terribly anxious times. Here they were waited on by that asthmatic reprobate Rateau and his mother, both of whom were now rich for the rest of their days. When the shades of evening gathered in over the jubilant city, whilst the church bells were ringing and the cannons booming, a market gardener's cart, driven by a worthy farmer and his wife, rattled out of the Porte Saint-Antoine. It created no excitement, and suspicion was far from everybody's mind. The passports appeared in order. But even if they were not, who cared, on this day of days, when tyranny was crushed, and men dared to be men again? End of Chapter 34. End of The Triumph of the Scarlet Pimpernel, by Emma Orczy.